अरे हिंच है द लोज कैसे हो द लोज व्हाट इज अप आर यू गाइस रेडी फॉर द सैन ओपा इन दी चैट भाई आज मैं बिना नहाए आया हूं पता है ताकि मैं किसको जिंक्स ना करूं मैंने सुना है बिना नहाए जिंक्स नहीं होता करके मैं नहीं नहाया समझ रहे हो देव भाई ना मान रहे देव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 फंड्स मेरी जान के टोटे ईशान भाई देखो 30 मंथ्स लव यू देव भाई लव यू भाई तुम लोगों को पता है कौन जीतेगा भाई पोल की जरूरत है पोल की जरूरत है वो देखो सेंटिनल्स का वोटिंग देखो बे सेंटिनल्स का वोटिंग देखो हाँ बंस भाई यंग लग रहा है सच्ची बात है थैंक यू से किसी से सपोर्ट कर बक हट हट भाई जीत गया बे जीत गया मेरे हिसाब से सेन जीत गया है ऑलरेडी सिविल सेन विल विन नहीं 149,000% क्योंकि कम से कम 1.5 घंटे से अपने टेंस भाई शूटिंग रेंज में है 1.5 घंटे से मिनिमम वो भी टीआर देखा यार टीआर देखा ग्रेफॉक्स देखा रेवेनेंट देखा सब देखा मैंने आज क्यों देखा दैट इज अ डिफरेंट क्वेश्चन बट देखा संगीत भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 सुपर चैट थैंक यू फॉर द 29 कैसे बोलने का $100 दूंगा पूरा मैच एडवांस पहले 90% वो भी स्क्रीन वाह कास्टर्स आए नहीं कि स्क्रीन देखने का तुम लोग को शर्म करो
for KC heading into this match.
And I think that's what makes this match, really deadly for both teams, right? You have such little prep
गद्दारी
time,
करो
and
बे।
that means that's where the ante comes
$100 के
in.
लिए।
There's no other way. You just have to outthink and outplay each other, right? But a big part of that also is like the energy that
$100
Sentinels
in
brings.
rupees
And I think a
मैं
big part of
दूंगा।
that is Zelsus. And you can see it, right? You can
Convert
see how
करके,
he'll just yell
Zelsus।
on stage, he'll smile, he'll lift everybody
कैसे को
up
सपोर्ट
and,
करो
you know,
ये
convince
नहीं
everybody
होती
to buy the
एडवांस
Sentinels
ये
bundle,
एडवांस
of
नहीं
course. But
ये तो
Mimi,
10%
he's
हुई
just a powerhouse. Also
तेरे
in
भाई
game.
थैंक
He's
फॉर
more
द
than
फर्स्ट
just a
सुपर चैट
salesman.
मेरी जान
When his teammates talk about him, they describe him as the player who gives them a reason to play.
Please,
It
आज चुप
reminds
रहना।
them what they're here for.
सेन
He's really
जीतेगा।
good at giving his teammates energy, being that emotional
कल
leader.
की
But
तरह
he
चुप
also
बैठ
will have
सकता है
games like
नहीं
this one. Yeah, I think if it
मैं
weren't for
नया
his
नहीं हूँ
clutches on
यही
Lotus,
रीजन की वजह से
Sentinels
ताकि मैं
wouldn't be
जिंक्स
here.
ना
Would have been
करूँ
Team Heretics instead. In a close match like that, little pop-offs like this, giving your team the energy, those things that are less easy to point out and that are easy to
यार
point
के लिए
out.
गरम
Those
कर लगा
clutches
दे
are
प्लेट
both so
वेल
impactful for Sen's win
रोज
yesterday.
देख के
Well, when you talk about these two teams,
आज
you
जिंक्स
actually
हुआ तो
cannot
अम्मा
talk
बेन
about them without talking about the duelists. We have Zekken versus Martin and Bea. We talk about these two. We talked about them earlier. How exciting these, they have the same kind of like agent pool. They kind of mirror each other in
Rooting
a
for
way. So
Casey.
this head-to-head is going to be so exciting.
Yeah,
Zekken
exactly.
by
I think
का
that Zekken did
entry।
a brilliant job yesterday. I think that he was being extra aggressive when the
थोड़ा
team
थोड़ा
needed
करके
it
फिर
most.
वापस
Probably,
से चले
Zelsus
जाओ
was
तो
on his
मेरे
ear
पैसे
being like,
बर्बाद
just my man, just jump in.
Just
We're
go
gonna
in.
bully
We got you.
And also the combination
भाई तुम्हारे लिए केसी जीतेगा लेकिन सेन जीत चुका है समझ रहे हो क्रोनोलॉजी समझ रहे हो हाँ समझ रहे हो
on the Euro. He's going to be on his own and making this plays in some of the instances. But the electricity from both have to be ready on stage.
Did Zekken almost just fall out of his chair when we
आज
came
जिंक्स
into
किया तो
that
ट्विटर
clip?
पे हैशटैग
think
चालू
so.
करेंगे
I think it is,
डरते
yeah.
हैं क्या
Stay
हम
in his chair
ट्विटर
this
से
match, he's gonna
हाँ
be great
डरते
again.
हैं ये
And
रेडिट ट्विटर की
hopefully
धमकी ना दो
less
मुझे
friendly fire on his side.
हाँ?
He did acknowledge that.
It is
याद
kinda
दिला दो
messed
तू
up.
तू
It
किधर
is
रहता
kinda
है
messed up that his stats didn't show those 2 extra kills.
Hey, they did
Razer
say
का मैच
that,
देखा
like,
सब
John
देखा
Curie
रे
did say, like, hey, if he has to kill me in order to win the round, then so be it, right? I will be the sacrificial lamb. But I think that, you know, these
Go
again, point out how, like, this tandem is going to be so interesting
भाई
to watch.
टाइमर देख
You
रहे
know,
हो
you have Zekken and Tent, you have Martin and Narrate. That's
अबे साले और जिंक्स बाय जिंक्स मत करना आज नहीं आज सच्ची नहीं है वॉच पार्टी विद बिंग वॉच पार्टी विद जिंक्स अरे नहीं है रे आज नहीं है। देखो पहला पिस्तौल सेंटिनल्स भाई जीतेंगे पहला मैप सेंटिनल जीतेगा पहला गेम सेंटिनल जीतेगा ये है मेरी आज की प्रेडिक्शन नंबर निकालू क्या बंक्स भाई बोलो बस आप एक्सक्यूज मी आज एमवीपी कौन रहेगा आज मेरे हिसाब से एमवीपी होएगा जैकन की फील आ रही है मेरे को जैकन की फील आ रही है सौसी भाई ने लास्ट टाइम कब मारा था 1972 में सपोर्ट अच्छा करता ला ला गुलाबी लाल सॉन्ग सुना है क्या नहीं तो हेलो बंक्स भाई हेलो आदि पोल डाल दिया है अभी इससे अपना जिंक्स नहीं रे When is Binks playing VCT NH के बाबा हेलो बंक्स भाई how's you all Gucci send welcome to lower bracket ऑलरेडी लोअर में नहीं है अपर में सेन भाई जीता तो था कहां से लोअर में जाएगा तो ये क्या है ये 50% अच्छा टफेस्ट ड्रॉ किसको मिला है हाँ टफेस्ट ड्रॉ मिला तो है केसी को सेन विल विन बात बराबर है Why do they wear two headphones? One is for noise cancellation and one is for normal. कितने लाइक्स पे गिफ्टेड पैसे खत्म हो गए भीच कितने लाइक्स पे गिफ्टेड एक गिफ्टेड में मेरे को बैंक से कॉल आया सीधा कॉल किया हेलो मिथुल हियर या दिस इज एक्सिस बैंक दिस साइड में बोला या टेल मी आपके लौड़े लगे पड़े फिर भी आप स्पेंड कर रहे हो मैंने सीधा फोन काट दिया अनम्यूट कर शर्म करो
Some of the KC fans is very important because we've known how the support has been unconditional for this team and definitely is going to give them some edge.
yeah, and I'm eager to see how Sentinels will be playing up
Discord पे
against
कौन है स्ट्रिक्स
kind
आएगा
of
तो
sort of
आएगा
the
यार
home court of Carmine Corp, right? They're gonna have to deal with the blue wall that
अगर
has showed up in
Strix
support of
आएगा
this
तो
team.
आएगा
So they're gonna be looking like the villains, but that is no stranger. Annie is no stranger to that role, I would say. But for now, while we are waiting for map select Mimi, I'm thinking like right now we can see that our teams are
गाना
getting
सुनना है
ready, and I think like you can feel that energy. You can feel that energy coming out.
अगर
And
आज
I
जिंक्स
believe
क्या
our
डांस
coaches
करेगा
are
मैं
standing
क्यों
by
डांस
for
करूं
map
बस
select. So let's listen
रोज
in.
डांस मैच भूल गए हो क्या यूट्यूब में देख
All
रहे
right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. We will start with the first one of the day. Sentinels, you were higher seed via the draw, so you will get to choose Team A or Team B.
हो बे
Stop.
Team A. So
Beta.
PC will be Team B, and Sentinels, we will start with your first
How are you,
ban.
beta?
वो खा लो इनका बेटा
Icebox, your ban.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset, and map number 1 from Sentinels.
ए क्या ही लो हुआ मैं खेले ही नहीं यार इतना
Split,
दिन
side
से
on
मेरा तो हो गया इमोर्टल 3 वापस पर
defense. Map number 2.
Pick Lotus.
गुस्सा भी नहीं
Lotus,
जा रहा
side on Lotus.
बस भाई इंडिया के
Attack.
कास्टर्स ऐसे अपग्रेड कब
Okay,
होंगे
next set of bans, starting with Sentinels, you have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
आज एक मैंने सुना 1 2 3 पीआर ने बजा दी उनकी बीन रोमा में गया मैं
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
It was so fast. Last time we had like 10 minutes stacking.
ला ला
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. I think that probably these maps are the best that we could get from all these teams. I would have
क्या
changed
लगता है,
maybe
सही नहीं
the
है
line for
KC?
the sunset, but actually the fact that neither
Ten.
of them played the breeze, what was going to
KC.
happen with that map, it may be a crazy
क्या बोला बीसी
केसी
तू वो कर रहा है ना
नहीं
धोखा दे रहा है ना टेंस को हाँ
भाई देख टेंस तो है भाई फेवरेट प्लेयर
तो
बट भाई जीतेगी तो केसी भाई
क्यों क्लबिंग जाते हैं वो लोग
Gen.G, that is day 3 for Masters
भाई
Madrid,
उनके
and
साथ
it
स्क्रिप्ट क्या
starts
देखते हैं भाई
right
क्या
about
खेलते हैं भाई
now.
369 भी स्क्रीम्स कर रहा है. माकौड़े का क्या सीन है? क्या रैंक पे गए हो?
वो भी है जल्दी कर
क्या रैंक है? 200 पे था वो.
कम हो गया KC 20 भाई मुझे लग रहा है
Not possible.
EDG, fourth time is the charm as they finally bested Paper Rex.
对于我来说，
ra
这是一
ra
个
ra ra
专业性一座山
ra.
吧，然后我们跨越这座山，全面的一个决斗
Rank का
者，
जीत
不
गया
仅仅
पता
是
है.
靠我的名句。
बस मैं अभी
因为我
फ्रैक्चर
因为我的
हेवन
信念吧，
ये
因为我
सब
要跟
पिक
世
क्यों
界
नहीं करते? फ्रैक्चर कहाँ से पिक करेंगे?
지금의
मैप में ही नहीं है फ्रैक्चर.
청소년기가 조금 지난 그런 사람인 것 같아요.
मैं अपनी
제
ऐसी वीडियो कभी
RGB
आएगी.
방식 자체가 팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을 약간 돋아주면서 더 잘할 수 있게
ये क्लच तो था.
Gen.G, crush loud. Looking so good.
भाई क्या लग रहा है? Gen.G जीतेगा?
我觉得他们对于我来说是家人，所以
Gen.G
说
versus
他们一直的
EDG.
相信，一直的
भाई
对我的
Gen.G
肯定，
फॉर्म
一
में
直
है
对我的支持，所以说我要做的更棒，所以说不能
But
让他们
कांग भाई
失
क्या
望，对于
मारा
我
था
失望，所以
कांग
说我
ने.
觉得
भाई
我
दोनों
会带
टॉप
着这
सीड
些
टीम
东
से
西
क्या
一
पता
起前进，跟我的家人们。 저희가 남아 있는 경기들도 좋은 성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
क्या मैच
मेरे को बता ये
है?
स्विस फॉर्मेट है
Any predictions for a match
Ah.
against Sentinels?
तो
So is
फिर
it nostalgic being back with them?
स्विस फॉर्मेट में ऐसा क्या है कि स्विस फॉर्मेट अच्छा है
So basically स्विस फॉर्मेट में क्या होता है कि टीम्स
हाँ.
खेलती है.
हाँ.
टीम्स खेलते वक्त जो टीम्स खेली है वो टीम्स के सामने खेलेंगे जो टीम्स खेली है, और फिर जो टीम खेली नहीं है वो टीम्स के सामने खेलेगी जो टीम्स नहीं खेली है. तो जब नई खेली वाली टीम्स खेलेंगे तो वो टीम जाएगी सामने जो टीम खेली है. ये है स्विस फॉर्मेट. समझ रहे हो?
सो किसने एक्सेस किया वॉच पार्टी का
Everything happens for a reason, and I'm here in Carmine Corp, and we're obviously doing way better than those teams I was talking about. To be honest,
Huh?
like, revenge is not really on my mind. I'm just really excited to play the NA teams at least, because, like, you know, I could have been in their region playing, but now I'm in a different region playing with a new team. NA isn't the only region that can be dominant. There can always be European teams, or NA
फुल
players.
समझ
in
गया
different
भाई.
regions and
इजी
still
है
performing, like, really well.
इजी है.
Second is so mechanically just filthy. And look at go! Many people had no idea this guy is just giving him hell.
चिप्स
Zekken is
मांग
an
रहे.
incredible player. I think we've all known this. He's just Zekken.
I would say the difference between 2022 Zekken and right now, I have a lot more experience than I did 2 years ago, and I'm a lot more confident in myself as a player than I was.
भाई सबसे अच्छी
Going up
बात
against Sentinels will
फैमिली
be
सपोर्ट देख के
quite
लगती
a
है.
challenge. They're probably the most dangerous team at this tournament.
हाँ?
For me, I don't
सारे
really
लोग
think
के
about
parents.
winning or losing. I just think about playing the game that's in front of me.
समझाने का
and
तरीका थोड़ा
learning as I
कैजुअल
go.
था. बराबर
As a
समझाया.
whole team, I think Carmine Corp is very strong, but I believe that I can outduel anyone in the world.
सोसी शांत क्यों रहता है?
वो भाई
गो
गाना
रहा है. ये वो वाली गाना है.
वो वाला
Fun
गाना, वो वाला गाना.
matches with you, two cutest couple ever. Love you. बात कर. वो कहाँ पे है बे?
तो है
Pence is leading the lead. Talent watch पर होगा क्या कल बाजू लग नहीं बे. Enjoy बोलते. कैसे ना सेकेंड एंट्री थोड़ा स्लो और बीट के साथ वैसा है.
हाँ सेकंड एंट्री को ज्यादा बीट
सिक्स बाय को फुल बीट्स का नॉलेज है.
One of the biggest matches of Masters Madrid is
कौन
on
बड़ा
the
अपना
rise.
मेरा बड़ा है
Sentinels
बराबर
versus Carmine Corp. The kickoff winners of their respective
Hello.
regions. NA versus EMEA is a tale as old as Valorant itself.
EMEA,
but Mimi,
bhai.
it's matchups like these that signal a whole new chapter of this rivalry.
ये गाना
It
मस्त है मस्त
absolutely
है
is. Both these teams have massive fan bases behind them, people cheering them on. But for both these squads, they have defined their past failures. At one time, both these squads were the memes of their region, the teams with a lot of clout but
Please,
no
कितना
skill.
सोया
And
यार,
now they're
मैं
the
साढ़े
two
तीन
squads
घंटा सोया हूँ।
defining the meta
भाई, मैं
at the
सुबह
forefront of
5:30
the
को sleep
VCT
किया था।
with some of the best
पता
players
है
in
मैं
the
देख रहा
world.
था
And just because of that sweet stage, we get to see
Good
them
morning,
head-to-head
with
today.
गलत spelling
Maybe
डाला
some
था
would
तूने।
say a little early, but this is probably
देखा
one of the
होगा,
matches
पूरी
that people
देखा नहीं था।
were expecting the
It's
most.
पूरा
And
नहीं
not
देखा, लेकिन मैं
only
देख
the
रहा था।
people,
कब start
also
किया
the
देखना?
players. Of course, for Sentinels, they
साढ़े
want
दस
to go
बजे
up
कुछ
against
तो।
the big guns of EMEA, and for EMEA, it's
10
never
15
different.
साढ़े 10 बजे
Okay,
कुछ
I
तो।
did hear something in the press conferences yesterday, and Martine was like saying that Bunny is good luck for him. So if that Bunny comes out, you know he's dropping 40k, apparently.
Le bon lapin.
You said it, now you cursed it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're
I'm
good,
so
you're
sorry.
good.
Listen,
Let's
I
go
forget the
Navi
power that
Let's
this
go Navi
has
चिल्ला रहे ना
sometimes. But you know, these two teams, if you told me that we would
Yeah,
be seeing
let's
this
go,
match
Casey.
in, you know, the first international event that Valorant has, I would have been like alternate
इतने
universe
ज़्यादा
maybe?
बाकी
Yeah,
सब साउंड आ रहा
it is
है
really shocking the comeback that both these teams have had. But I
ये
think
तो
the
sound
things to be
चाहिए
excited
ही।
for are first of all the map pool. We're starting on split. Sentinels looked
हो
unbeatable in America.
भाई जोश है, भाई
Same
जोश है।
for Carmine Corp, but they play incredibly different styles, playing the Yoru noise.
Gary
denial
playing
comp
when
with this
वो तो
double
6
dive
पे
for
बे
Carmine
वो
Corp,
थोड़ी
and
खेलेगा
playing the old
जब कोई नहीं
standard
आएगा
comp,
तो
but just
खेलेगा
executing on it incredibly well. For Sentinels, this is a map about
किसी ने Fnatic को हराया था BC language
finding the right timings on defense, at making the right calls. This is, in my opinion, the best map for both teams.
Protocols, that is the word, Mimi. Of course,
By
Casey's
pistol
going to
on
try
predictions,
and disrupt and break the protocols for
Casey.
Sentinels who need to take back.
Send.
and
Wait.
think about those
पहले
retakes, how
ये
good they
देखने
feel
दे, कॉम
in
देखने
the
दे।
region, especially when
Daddy,
playing
thanks
competitions
for
like this, when they know how to
29
administer the utility
months.
throughout the round. They know how to, as I said,
Casey
disrupt
जीतेगा
your
ना।
position, your thinking, and your
दो
interpretation
मैच
of
मस्त
the
होंगे
map.
सभी
This
अपने अपनी रीजन के
opponent
विनर से
is not
हाँ
going to be
ना
an easy one.
Kaplan in the press conference last night, he said that this tournament was about prep, was about anti-strat, because there was not a lot of turnaround time for teams to switch up their strats. The issue here is, for Sentinels, 14 hours of prep
क्या
since their game
कांग
last
जीतेगा
night. You
या
gotta
टेक्सचर
sleep for
जीतेगा
at least some of those. And on the other hand, Carmine Corp have had a good amount of time for Eng to come up with a counter strat. They're so good at implementing that.
Ooh, and right
hello?
now, as we're seeing our agent select, we are
Yeah.
seeing Martin bringing
ये
out the
switch
Yoru that
कैसे
we
हो
talked
गया?
about. So that head-to-head we talked about, like it's gonna be a double duelist this time.
I love the fact that we get
By
the
the
double
Casey
duelist,
का
that we
comp
get
बहुत
to see
अच्छा
the
है।
split, because we're going to see now Raid playing
But
on that
no
duelist. We have
Sentinel
enough of the initiator,
split.
and this duo
Doesn't
also
matter.
combined with Magnum and how he's going to
सारे
be
no
initiated
Sentinel
and
teams
gathering
आ रही
that
है, just
information is going to be key to the success of Casey.
Everyone's
Bad
seen
boy,
Sentinels
thank you for
comp
the 2
before, but if you
months.
haven't watched Carmine Corps, the things
win
to look
percentage
for is
ज़्यादा
how
है
they're
किसी का।
carrying the teleports in their comps with audio
लेकिन
denial.
ये लोग ने
They have
4
fade
बार
seals,
खेला
they
है
have fade alt, they have omen
लोग ने
paranoia, they
7
have
बार
all
खेला।
7
these
बार
tools that take away your ears, and then they have Yoru gate crashes, omen TPs to get behind you.
भाई,
They're
इसके
so
बाल sexy है ना?
dynamic in the way that they double dive on their retakes on defense and on their attack
Where is
side
this
side
guy?
hits.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget about the Astra as well, another key element there.
हाँ
Well, let's get this match started and bring in your casters. It's Bren and Sideshow.
I love you love you team
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, forget the bundles, forget the clout. This is two teams, #1 seed in their respective regions, going at it for that straight shot to playoffs. It's all on the line here right now. I mean, we are expecting an absolutely incredible series between these two teams.
Especially given the map
Straight
we have in
shot
front of
to
us. These
playoffs
are the
मिलने वालों
teams playing
को,
at
जो
the top
जीतेगा।
of their pools. And they're the teams coming from the regions
इन्होंने
that
साथ में
have
बोला
lifted
साथ में बात
trophies
करें
in
he
the
has a
past.
lot of
The
friends यार
#1 seeds coming out
Playoff,
from
playoff.
Americas and from EMEA. There was no guarantee that we were going to get this game throughout the tournament.
देखा भाई
The
earphone कौन से
tossed
वाले
the
होते हैं
coin
आइडिया
and they landed
पता नहीं
on a goated match.
ईयरफोन से साउंड आता है लेकिन फुटस्टेप्स और
We set our
हेडफोन वो
sights
रहता
here
है
onto split.
Noise
As we've already
cancellation.
mentioned. Very good map for both of these teams. It's going to be mind games on mind games, I'm sure, as we get deeper and deeper into the series. I mean, we attribute a lot of the strengths of both of these squads.
अच्छा ना
down to their
कैम देख के
retakes,
वॉक इन
the
कर रहे हो लोग
fundamentals. Maybe we might see that being picked
फैन जीत
apart.
गई
Casey looking to see if there's any aggression up
Retake
mid here.
है।
Sentinels, you can see just from their
Retake
pistol
है
round
नहीं,
by, they're not
Casey
planning to
जीत
go
गई
for an
है।
aggressive pistol
I
strat.
mean, Sen
Second,
जीत गई
didn't
है।
बराबर
buy the blast
Casey
packs,
जीत गई है।
go for
Sen
the
जीत
boom
गई है।
instead.
नहीं।
Full utility on this guy. looking to try and play a more defaulty pistol. Punish the aggression from KC, which may be happening in mid, actually, as long as she took a little bit of damage.
Almost first blood going away. Sentinels here, just a bit of chip damage and away. Narrate spamming back and forth, exchanging with the bullets. No casualties. It is so slow going.
I was taking a look at Magnum and Martine, who were thinking about getting information over towards B Heaven, but they didn't actually spot.
They've got the players here. Pull, triggered, Prowler through, along with the decoy. A lot of noise being made.
And the mid-round audible here now.
Full retake, full.
But they're worried in case it's some kind of a trap. Celsius goes for more info, punished, but that is finally going to make the call. Sassy gets the spike down, planted for Heaven.
सब लोग side छोड़ के गेलो.
Paying close attention to this.
I mean, this is where the Sentinels protocols have been immaculate in Americas, constantly stopping their opponents from taking Heaven control. Playing so well around that area, understanding what their opponents want to do.
Absolutely, make the same argument for Carmen Core here. Paranoia being held and primed, ready and waiting. Was a flash to send that right up. Narrate will fall. Nade, unfortunately, there gets stuck into the wall. So no rebound for Zek, and the rest of now Carmen Core willing to just try and straight through into elbow. It's going to be some ground. But oh my, the bodies falling and toppling this round for Sentinels.
क्या बोला था?
भाई ये लोग क्लासिक में यूज कर रहे हैं चीटिंग
Lovely performance.
From the beginning there, which is that they understand how their opponents want to play on split. There is a meta that's developed over the course of probably the last year or maybe a little more.
थोड़े मूड में आ गए थे,
but to retake Heaven control as the post players.
बाकी clean.
The retakers are going to end up flooding often around that Heaven area, and Sen are so good at anticipating what their opponents want to do and stopping them. Yeah. You see how they
भाई लोग A prefer करते हैं बे हमेशा ना
sure they can upset the weeds there. I mean, just catching on to one another with the bodies, but they're going to be granted a ramp control deep in the position.
And this does look like a round where both teams have opted for the opposite side of things. KC stacking 4 players over towards B main, hoping that things were going to come into them.
2-0.
Sentinels getting a very easy A site. There was a lot of talk, Brent, in Americas after Sentinels went on their fantastic run about whether this version of them playing split was just the best in the world. And for me personally, it looks awesome, but you have to see it tested at an event like this and go up against other top teams like KC, for example, before you can make claims like that.
This might be one of the best tests they've ever had. Still danger here, even though they are on an eco round. You never want to count this team out, especially with how drilled they are. Look at them playing together, piece together, but so are Sentinels, always side by side.
Strix आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
Nothing to chance. So we'll be nice and easy sailed round.
भाई aim चल रहा है भी.
The last one left.
Aim चल रहा है सबका.
Away. We're going to be playing close attention as well. If you want to talk about general matchups into this, I mean, on this map we get an absolute treat, don't we? Narrate versus Zekken on the Razers with that head-to-head.
Yeah. I mean, what a head! What a head-to-head! That really is spectacular. And Tens has moved off the Yoru on bind just unfortunately exactly aligned with when he could have gone up against Martine as we later on into the pool.
The rolls might get funky. I mean, the rates play all sorts. Yeah. Into the initiators.
But here we go. KC with rifles back online and Sentinels with a great buy themselves. Second picks up the judge. He was talking about how much he was playing that on split during his rank game since being in Madrid.
भाई सेकंड के बाद शॉटगन है ये लोग ये राउंड भी जीत सकते हैं.
Well, we'll see how it works for him.
वो सीधा शॉटगन लेके जाएगा कुत्ते के पीछे.
Working out the other day in their match versus Heretics. Trailblazer straight in the middle, up the gut through the side. Prowler knife. Even more.
देखा क्या? देखा तू?
Fox in the pen. Looks like he wanted to try and overextend, but now here we go, an attempt to try and reclear into mid. Trip, Broken John might be in some trouble. Has to call for some backup and reinforcements. Fights happening all over the bloody place. Yet still movement. It's clean. Satchel there. Trip in his face, and the rate still wins that one out. The side has been fully taken. Territory now for Sen. Comical forced to slow it down now, side by side. Narrate and Shin going to be holding hands through this one, but they've got a lot to chew through.
भाई सेकंड का एंट्री देखने में मजा आता है.
This one way that
आज पता चला नाइफ से प्रॉब्लम तोड़ देते हैं.
Postpanders to deal with. Celsius goes for a peek early on, trying to play Zekken in.
Shin भाई आपका हो गया. Bring them in there. हो गया.
Close to the corner.
हाँ?
Oh, nice man.
Now brings it to the 2v2 with an aid rebounding. Do they know? Did he expect it towards new box? Half clearance. Celsius just a one and done. Shin. That is nasty. Nasty business, man. That's a 2v3 and you can start to see
क्लच हो गया है. मैं ये बोलूं शिन भाई आपका क्लच हो गया है.
Great work from both Shin and Narek.
Clutch.
But at the same time, a very expensive bonus round. Look at the economical difference here. Sen have so much more money to be able to work with.
पूरा स्ट्रीम तो मैं चुप नहीं बैठने वाला. मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Being able to buy in this round. Great awareness though, really well cleared. All of these different angles.
एक ही बंदा बचा था. मैं बोनस सेक्सी हुआ लेकिन. जीत सकते थे वैसे.
So it's a big round and Magnum gets on his feet early.
बस क्या स्पैम मार के रीड किया ना उसको.
The economy is in a really rough spot right now for KC. They're coming into this next round with 2 Bulldogs and a Stinger.
Money is odd.
Awesome.
Quite weak. Martin going to be set up in a 4 position. Has the gate crash. Just to back out in case it's necessary. Sentinels opting for a much slower beginning. A bit of spam exchanged.
भाई कितना deep smoke है
down on either
भाई.
side.
KC's retakes have been fantastic. Both of these teams look amazing on the split retakes. But Sentinels will try and force the fights before that's even a possibility.
Flash. Chance for the repeat nades. Gonna fly straight past each other. Second, he's already way further ahead than anticipated.
It's just so good. The way that he breaks the
entry
prowlers
तो
whilst
मारता है
continuing to
बे
scale,
ये.
whilst continuing to move forwards. He's done it with the knife and with the run and gun movement with the Phantom there. It just ruins what KC are going for.
Mechanical ability off the charts. Tomsey feeling the heat, turned up, sent out the paranoia, but now backs away. Trying to play for the life. Giving up heaven control, gives up B as a result, but maybe I'll be able to just pick him apart from the side here. Is he going to get lucky with a few stray bullets? Not quite. Sassy. Minor bruises, basically. It's going to be that plan down now with 5 players up and kicking. Martin holding that flash out wide. Magnum not expecting it, not anticipating it. Showstopper now.
Okay, alt B.
This is what I'm talking about. Send forcing the fights before the retake can even
See
happen.
that save,
the swing timing there from Zekken was excellent. It shut this retake down before it could even begin.
KC fan,
KC were
any
getting
comments?
so many of these 4-5 round wins against FPX because
Mid fight लेकिन मेरे को नहीं लगता ले सकती है यार ये लोग.
Throw it away. And Sen are just not going to do that. If they get up early, they have the discipline and the player strength to be able to close this out.
Contact में जो play होता है ना कि भाई वो डाल दिया seize, nade, blind और fight ले लिया. लेकिन इधर तो साला सैचल मार के जा रहा है. क्या ही कांटेक्ट में खेलेगा वो.
That's allowed Zekken to get the entry both of these times is that he's just disrespecting the prowlers. He knifed one of the prowlers, got through and managed to get a kill with the judge. This time,
just run straight past.
Narrate thinks there that the prowler's got a tag onto somebody, I think, or at least he's putting pressure on someone and giving him space to be able to swing. That is not the case. Zekken was so ready for that. He's 7-1 on a tag side split right now.
Dominating. Much like last night as
Isn't
well.
that obviously.
Last one's out, first one's in.
KC अच्छा team है.
Haven't had much time to prepare for this
Narrate
one.
का सबसे top ACS है पूरे event में.
Part here. All the Sentinels players looking
सबसे
warmed
top.
up and ready. B main control. It's going to be the name of the game. So Sentinels are giving it basically for free, just the one snake bite in exchange for that one.
Last लेकिन TH ने दिल
Most
जीत
of this
लिया
pressure
था.
has
TH
been coming
sexy
through
खेला.
mid. This time, Zekken moves his way
Memory
over towards B
बनाया
main.
TH.
Tomaji might have gotten a spot there.
Oh, it's going to get explosive. Yeah, as soon as he spots that one, paranoia. Good to send that one out, yeah. Actually fantastic, but still close to the corner. Ducks and weaves out
KC!
From target, but to take it most likely. The nade
Bro,
rebounds and
क्या KC?
That's unbelievable.
KC!
14 up there, I believe it was, with the showstopper, and then also gets a nade kill too.
उसने इतना पीछे डाला नेड. हेलो.
Easy as it goes, isn't it? Look at that. They can pick and choose the targets. Who wants to
Chico,
who wants to earn their ult
कैसे?
next? Okay, you're up. Keep the war machine chugging.
And that's the big thing, right? Once you start to get momentum like this was only a bit of an anti-eco round. KC still had 3 rifles, if you want to call the Bulldog a rifle as well. But it wasn't a full buy for them. Sen used a big ultimate, but they managed to get another one online too. So this ult cycle is now going to start to push forwards, and things only get more difficult trying to hold off Zekken.
मैं बोला था Zekken भाई आज नहीं हो रहा Jinx. समझ रहे हो आज?
And this is all before we get to see Sen playing on the defense side, where I think they've also looked spectacular. In fact, might have looked better if you were thinking about how you weigh up their attack versus defense side split.
Yeah, I mean, I would make that argument. Defense side, they have so many different looks on it now.
भाई देखना सैसी ने हिल भी नहीं दिया उसको
As we've already mentioned, it's gonna
Saucy
be
be,
time to
saucy.
pick themselves
Saucy
back up.
ने
Saucy क्या होता है?
The economy has never
Saucy
really
ने
been
हिल नहीं
honest
दिया.
at any of these points. Look at them working with classics there for Magnum. I mean,
वो एबिलिटी
now you're
यूज हो
gonna
जाती
see
है करके क्या?
hopefully a bit better
हाँ.
weaponry. I mean, it's
कैसे
half
बचने
armor,
के लिए?
couple of rifles, still the bulldog being kept for
ये
Magnum.
देख ये टिल्ट हो गया. ये
Of course,
टिल्ट
we
हो गया
can see
ऑलरेडी.
this.
खत्म
Yeah,
है बे.
and another opportunity for Sentinels to mix some stuff
कितना
up.
हरामी है.
Zekken, by the way, still 10-1. Still yet to be punished more than
He's
one
fine.
time.
10
dominating.
kills. Hello?
Right.
And this looks like, once more, the pressure's going to come towards mid.
Oh, nice
Team
position.
And Magnum have been trying to get a
Yeah,
योरू
yeah,
योरू
yeah.
का अच्छा है योरू का
They
अच्छा
just
है.
अपने ले
haven't
सकते
found the
हैं, अपने ले सकते
opportunities.
योरू मिड इज इक्वल टू ओपा ओपा क्या बोलता है?
ओ भाई पुश कर रहा है पुश कर रहा है. ओ भाई पोजीशन है.
Low, but Martin's been pushed forward, so they want to fight this.
I think Martin
लेकिन एक ही ब्लाइंड है रे. इसके साथ एक स्काई भी मिल जाता था ना.
trying to position himself into an
ओ
unusual
डॉगी
spot.
डॉगी हो रहा है.
लैंग्वेज.
Getting really close. Trailblazer using the close corner. Martin
Oh,
was stand up there actually. Catch him, but still the trade's there. Does Martin
TP
not have
खत्म हो
escape
गया
crash? I'm
क्या?
not too sure.
But he did
क्या
a lot
पता?
of damage to Sassi.
तेरे जैसे यूरो खेला.
So there has still been damage done there,
Damn.
even though it was a one-for-one trade.
भाई इनको देखो.
Yeah, this push through is an excellent idea from John Cutie. No Sentinel on the other side for KC means that these gaps do exist.
They're going to be aware of the ramp players though. Seekers, they should be now used. Spam down and spray down, so Narrate gets both of them.
Are they aware
Points.
how deep
Oh,
John
shit.
and Tens are?
It seems like it. Look at
भाई
that.
नरेट की पोजी
Watching
देख.
the avenue as a game of time is, but he is going to be granted. What no way!
कैसे?
Interim should have been a freebie, was not. Shin. He's got so much more to do now. Perfect paranoia. That's
नहीं
10
दिख
setting his
रहा
team
है,
up, but will there be anything to capitalize? It's
भाई
him
10
himself.
से.
He'll the one who follows
भाई
through, man.
10 से बे 10 से.
Absolute
Tens है.
dismantling so far.
मैं टेंस के
In
फ्लैश
terms of
बहुत
the
एक्यूरेट
entry,
है.
भाई
in terms of
खुद
the
ने
load
दिख रहा
play
माँ
there
करके
too.
मारा बे.
It looked like Narrate had it. His crosshair's in the right place, but I don't
Huh?
think he anticipated the timing being that quick. And this puts an enormous burden onto Magnum and Tamaji.
Running away with the early section of this half here. Horn.
मेरे को लग रहा है उसका टिप ही
Paranoia
खत्म हो
only on
गया.
the one, Zelsis holds it down, but as the instantaneous trade, Thomas, he does not expect that position. So it's 5-1.
10 का कमबैक स्टोरी है बे.
Sentinels really looking like just a mid-round calling. The ideas initially off the rip, even when KC seemed to get that minor advantage with the first kill.
सब चिल्ला रहे देख रहे
Always that instant trade coming
बिंग्स
out.
बिंग्स.
No, they are absolutely crushing them right now in every department.
Move in,
These are the
भाई.
kind of banger
भाई
matchups
टेंस
that
स्ट्रेच पे खेल रहा है.
when one team just, when you haven't had the opportunity to
तेरे
experience how the
जैसा
two
योरू.
clash and collide, you don't exactly know which way it's going to go.
भाई मैं
When
अच्छा
you see it
खेलता
play
हूँ.
out like this, you're like, wow, this is spectacular the way that Sen are just handling everything that KC are throwing at
जेल्सिस के
them.
बाद अल्ट है.
But I also feel
लेकिन
like
उनके पास
KC are not
counter भी है.
actually being able to define the tempo at any point in these rounds. Maybe this and an eco round where they can take more risks could be the one.
This is the time to do
मारा
it.
shit.
Peek and wide.
भाई
Shin.
इसने कैसे वाइपर का मॉली फेंका?
ऐसे.
Shows presence though, so Senna going to be wanting to reclear B main just in case.
This Astra smoke does make it a little difficult to do that,
कैसे फेंका क्या होता है? हाथ से
कैसे
फेंका.
भाई मतलब यहाँ पे कौन फेंकता है मॉली?
especially when Zelsis has the pit online, which
पुश
is
रोकने के लिए फेंका ना कि पुश ना हो.
for a post-plant situation probably. If things get dangerous, perhaps he could save it for a rifle.
Abundance of caution.
For the खेलेगा FPS के लिए हाँ.
Goodbye. For good reason.
Haunt thrown over towards A right now, so Carmen Core start to stack B. It didn't see anybody. Sassy might
भाई
decide to try
problem
to
है.
use some Sky Util to pull people back away from the B site before this pop happens.
भाई
But
C's
also that means that they won't be initiating
नेड
utility with
अल्टी
the site.
सब है.
Narrate's running away. No, going back to heaven. Close corner. Flash. Martin collects.
That's a great punish. It
लेकिन
gives them the
उनको
kill
पता है,
and it
उनको
tells them
पता
to
है.
keep stacking B.
उनको पता है अभी टाइम भी नहीं है.
Here we go, Util being forced out of them with Paranoia going flying to pull on top of it. Tens cannot get through. In fact, Spam down
Tens भी 1
to
HP
single digits of HP. There's 20 seconds left. Narrate's still there with the rocket in his back pocket.
ये
It's
नहीं
going to be
करना था.
pretty monstrous here. Pitch
ये
just to get
ulti
themselves out.
BT
14 seconds left. Time becoming an issue up
Yeah.
top. Second,
भाई
Narrate. 2 for 2
कैसे?
on the way. Carmen Core, full control. And no more chances here. No more chances.
भाई उसने कैसे मारा
That's the danger
तो?
when you take it slowly. That abundance of caution that I was talking
भाई
about
लेकिन
prior.
मैं बोला बे लास्ट
When you
सेकंड
take your
पुश
time like that,
जब ये रेज
these
अल्ट है ना
teams
बीटी हो
are
जाता
going
है.
to punish you.
I think the big play. I mean, I can't believe, by the way.
भाई
that
ये
second
क्या
goal
था
was
यार
that kind of
ये
stuff.
भी sexy
But yeah, that is the combo
हाँ?
to the Yoru ultimate, so that you can spam into the pit. The Razer ult that comes
भाई lucky हुआ वो
the Martin got onto Sassy, told them exactly what the play was. And
भाई
that's
पर
what they've
अगर
been
वो
missing the
यूरो पुश नहीं
entire
करता ना
time.
यहाँ पे
They've never been able to
तो नहीं
read what's
समझते
happening,
इतना
and
नहीं
even if
आता
they
वो
got the read, Zekan bowled them over.
भाई लकी हुआ लेकिन कुछ भी हुआ
Call back into it.
उसने मारा ओमेन को बड़ी वाइपर को प्लीज टेल कर्मा टू अनलॉक एक्सेस मैसेज कर्मा भाई क्या कर रहे
Is a
हो
little difficult.
अनलॉक करो मैसेज
Disrespect from Zekan.
भाई सीधा मिड कंट्रोल ना
मेन प्रॉब्लम क्या पता सैचल भी यूज नहीं
Getting
किया
his ult online. Look at how passive these positions are from the
Bombard
Razer
is clever.
Magnum. Really far back in spawn.
बूमबॉट ठीक है बूमबॉट
Martin expecting player to walk right
Second
past
back
the
अगर एक
wall
अल्ट आएगा
there,
ना
holding its crosshair for it, but Sen have got different ideas.
Here comes the party
Ramp
होएगा
control game by John QT. He's
पता है
left himself up there, caught that timing. So with that
जो
cleared,
बोलने वाली बात है
his team now regroups and meets him from mid.
Shin is
एक
looking
और भाई
very
का तो ये कब
isolated
से
on the
पार्टी
A
होगा
site. Narrate's trying to get into a position where he could help him. Now gets smoked off.
क्या लगता है
That's gonna
डबल
be a
सेशन
dangerous
मारेगा वो
one. Alarm bells ringing.
Yep, tens.
भाई,
Does this a lot to just try and
मारना
gather
तो
that
चाहिए।
information.
They're going the other way.
Like what he sees, yeah, going in the opposite direction. Players still ready here to meet them. Close to the corner. Martin has to do more
Oh,
than
nice
that, but he
guys.
still gets the one kill for him. And B main controllers
He
there
was
with
in
Thomas.
there,
He smokes himself off now, pouring into the side of Sentinels. 20 seconds
क्या
left. Nightfall,
blind
paranoia
है
near
Tens
sight. It's
के।
Spike. Drop down, Carmen Core.
जिंदा
Rapidly
कैसे
approaching
ये?
the position. And there's no way for Sen to bail themselves
भाई,
out. That is Carmen Core.
ओमेन का अल्ट देखा तूने
in complete
लकी
control.
लकी
ओमेन का अल्ट लकी
Another lovely round there.
कौन सा ओमेन का
Finding out
केसी
what's
का
going
ना
on.
एसी का ओमेन
हाँ,
का
कैसे का
भाई कितना सेक्सी अल्ट मारा
So this time, Zels
वे
has
उसने
not
cancel
decided
किया।
to re-clear that
नहीं,
area of the
B-main
map.
not मारा,
Gave KC
B-main.
good
देख।
info. Now, they could have been miles away
वो
from
वहाँ
together.
पे था
If they
लेकिन
decided to commit A there, into Shin,
B-main
where
में
Razer
था।
is not,
उसने
you
कहाँ
know,
पे
in
अल्ट मारी?
screens, then that round could
सो
have
रहा है
been
क्या
very
रे
successful
लौड़े
for Sen.
तो उसने कहाँ
They
पे अल्ट
decided
मारी
to
फिर
pivot in the opposite
उसने
direction and ended up falling
दूसरे
straight
साइड
into
पे
that
अल्ट मारी
crossfire
बाद में
from
कैंसिल
G
किया
and Martin. Zekan ult online though to try and get things back in the hands of Sentinels.
सो जाओ स्ट्रिक्स भाई जाओ क्लबिंग जाओ जाओ हो गया आपका
I feel like Kamikor have had their most
अब
success
समझा तेरे
actually
जैसे लोगों
by
को मैं
trying to
क्यों
play
बोल
for
रहा था
the
एक
late
किल में
round
अल्ट आएगा
information and the late round picks rather than forcing the fight early on where, you know, we saw Narrate and Martin getting punished in those earlier rounds.
बीम में नहीं
Almost like
था
a stalemate just being drawn initially. Exchange that util, waiting
जीत
for it
गया
out. Thomasy is gonna be in
जीत
trouble here,
गया
potentially. Forwards now with the ult flash into the corner. Rocket rebounds. There's no
भाई
kill there.
कैसे
Thomasy
जिंदा है
fully repositioned. Spray by tens. Wrangles the
कैसे
beast,
जिंदा
eventually
होता
takes out
वो
the raid, but the evacuation was successful. So
बड़ा
Thomasy
टेंशन
is alive, and now he's
किया।
going to be setting his house back up with the orb up. He's got a free walkout into the site. Wraps back to the pillar, sees
Oh shit
potential connection. Players are weak, and this is an interesting one. It's an unusual one. Neural theft gives them an idea of where these players might be. The positioning's now highlighted, pointed out. 40 seconds left, but they don't have heaven control. No real way to play this one and fight this. Doubled up together. The double swing is called.
एमनी को गए वो लोग
Finds two. Flash through. Martin lucky for that
ये
one.
क्या था
Straight bullet just going wide, but it finds the target. And a
चलो,
necessary one at that with
GG
25 seconds
GG
left.
जीत गया
25 seconds,
भाई
Tens is
टेंस
going
कहाँ
round the
चला
world. He's got his knife out trying to make this play happen, but
चलो,
Martin's
कैसे जीत
already
गया
read it.
round?
They
Watching.
know there's no noise being made here.
बोल
Someone
नहीं
must be
सकता
going
बोल
for a
नहीं
flank.
सकता
He's missed the angle.
Tap, Sassy, trying to push the players and pull them away. They're looking the wrong
अबे
way.
क्यों
Straight up top.
आई
The minor moments making a difference there.
कैसे उसने नहीं चला आफ्टर आफ्टर आफ्टर
Tiniest of
आफ्टर
differences.
A comedy or a
ऐसे ही बोल
tragedy,
देना था
depending on
उसको,
which
Tens।
side
हाँ
of the
ना?
equation you're
After,
on.
after.
But that round came down to, as you said, the smallest things. Martin was so
मैं
aware
बोल रहा हूँ
that a
भाई,
flank was
कैसे
coming
जीतने
through.
वाली
He just believed that he could spot the head.
कैसी जीते है लेकिन क्या
And the
पता है
tap
दिल
is beautifully timed from Sassy to pull attention away. Tens had no
क्या
idea
बोलना है
where Shin
आपको
was.
मेरे को कुछ नहीं
Just
बोलना
didn't
यार
clear afters. And now KC have won 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back into this. It looked dominant for Sentinels, but they have lost their grip on this map so far. Oh, here we go, the paranoia play.
Yeah, dimensional drift sets it
Oh,
up as well.
shit.
Pings out a multitude of targets. Martin
Too many.
exited
Martin
out. Yeah,
Far too many for
way too
Martin
much
to deal with.
And I guess John QT is just playing anti.
That is such a nice play.
ओ
And
भाई
Sentinels
टेंस
destroyed.
है टेंस है
A lovely set play from Carmichael. Looked fantastic when they
पता
ran
नहीं
it
कैसे
in
मारता है भाई
EMEA, but
मेरे स्ट्रीम देख के
with 3 players there from Martin, Bit off a little more than he could chew. And Ten's got the punish.
एक सवाल था अभी टीम
So this does look like
वाला
now
टीम
a round where
कैप्सूल आए
Sentinel should be
ठीक है
massively favoured. Magnum's positioning is the one that I'm looking at, down mid. Wondering if he could get some kind of flank timing to turn this round. But it does look very much like Sentinel should be favoured.
Should be. Right, narrates down already onto the floor. He's caught the backhand a second.
And nobody in behind to try
Nobody
to get the
to
trade.
follow. Ah,
Oh,
spray. Magnum
almost
almost
spray
there
था ना?
with it. Nasty, nasty stuff.
So
Three
much
players
danger.
moving,
position.
pivoting. 40 seconds left. Making their way
Good
over
game.
towards mid, but they're making all the noise in the
6-4,
world. And the
6-4.
race is hot on their heels.
Six.
He's right behind them. He's making a call for it.
6-4
But he can't
baby.
afford to make
Any
noise, so
comments?
he's got to travel more slowly. And that's allowed Sentinels the timing to be able to get into the site. Surely somebody is going to be watching for this.
Spike planted.
Surely, right, but
So
double
उसमें heal क्यों नहीं दे रहे
This is
John
where the
Peter को?
Astral could be useful. Not going to be comboed, obviously, with Martins.
It's all about his crossfire setup.
Isn't this map defensive? It
Close point
is.
contact close to hell. It's John QT. Boombot will clear him.
And actually,
Feels his position up top. Celsius takes the fight.
it was all trying to distract as well.
मतलब
for Shin
वैसा
to
है
get
अभी
this
सारे
timing.
maps are
And
like
now I fear
60-40%
It is
है.
simply too late.
Teams like to play
Realised it,
attach-sided
nobody going for
heavy
it, despite the money. Obviously,
with
two of his players
executes or
still
awesome.
basically brought down to 0, but you can feel the tension, man. I mean, how back and forth these two teams are, so closely matched.
It is gutting, though, for Karmine Core. When you've been having a lot of success, letting the rounds tick down and playing
Jinx
for
bhai, aaj
kind of late
hai?
round advantages, and you decide, right, we've won 3 in a row, let's change stuff up and go for an aggressive play at the beginning.
ठीक है.
And that's just Martin not quite realizing that one of the players wasn't caught by the paranoia. Even if they all had been, there might still have been a bit too much there for him to deal with.
Yay!
But Eng
Vamos!
is now going to call a timeout. We're headed into a
सारे
tactical
Sen
pause
fans है
for
बे,
Karmine
सारे
Core.
Sen fans.
Like I said, they tried to adjust the tempo there, but I feel like everything they've been doing in the
Wait,
early
wait,
round,
wait, wait.
Zen have had the advantage. But it is so difficult to play patiently and slowly with their composition when you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy or something like that giving you
भाई
information.
जाए ट्रेन लेके जाए मद्रिद.
Double duelist. I mean, it necessitates, I think, as well some of those aggressive plays that you see. Because otherwise, you're starved of that mid-round information. You don't have a clue really where players might be landing.
लाइक करने बोल गाइस 8.8k लोग देख रहे हैं 3k likes what the fuck man what the fuck
But we are
लाइक करो टाइम आउट है 10
11th
सेकंड में
round
कुछ
and
नहीं
it's
करना
only the
जल्दी
first
लाइक करो
timeout
जल्दी लाइक
that
करो
either of the coaching staffs has taken.
Right.
Yeah, playing things, you know, trusting their team, even when they were down 5-1, I believe it was. To
भाई देख
begin
प्रेडिक्शन
this.
सुन मेरे हिसाब से प्रेडिक्शन होगी 7-5 सेंटिनल्स ठीक है उसके बाद सेंटिनल्स पिस्तौल राउंड जीतेगी 9-5 उसके बाद फर्स्ट बाय राउंड भी जीतेगी भेज 10-5 11-5 फिर 1-2 राउंड्स गिव अवे होंगे 11-6 11-7 फिर यहाँ पे जीतेगा 12-7 फिर एक गिव अवे होएगा 12-8 13-8 गेम खत्म
Represented the gold card here. Sassy, Zelsis, Tens, all been to very, very
13-8 गेम खत्म
very many of these Masters events or ones that happened a long time ago.
Karmine Core, young and spry.
13-8 या 13-9
big scalp early, but got to offset this disadvantage in the rounds. A flash repeat through, stun. A little bit too late, Martin. Rips the head clean off Zekin's shoulders.
And they decide to fight that.
Way.
I mean, a massive fight there. Comboing the prowlers with
उसका
the
HP
boom
देखना.
box, so they have even more utility to try to stop Zekin from entry. That's the first time they've actually blunted the tip of the spear.
अकेला ओमेन है
Flash
ओमेन
connects,
भाई
second one
पट
used now,
से
Sassy. No
पट
more
से
left available to him. Sees.
That is a big seize.
Does connect.
झूल रहेगा वो
Stops him in his tracks for just a moment. Smoke, finally.
कैसे ऊपर से हुआ तो नीचे नहीं झूल रहा
Finds up the site. That's gonna
मेरे
be
को भी
good
लगा
for fear of
झूल
God
रहा
until
है
I think Thomasy just setting that one down.
वो देखा है ना वो वाला
They realize backside
ऊपर
is
किधर
gonna
था
be
ऐसा लाइनअप वाला फेंकता और बाद में लटकते रहते
Lands in a default spot. What's
पहला
the
जब
call
भी
now?
आया था
Sentinels, an
फेड
aggressive play
हाँ,
into
पहले
the
होता था,
spawn.
अभी नहीं होता था।
Paranoia. Oh my, it's almost perfect. Thomasy though, he's got the escape. Planned down at the back of his head, just the TP away, having control, not giving up at all. TP, heard by Tens, breaks it. No funny business allowed. The rate already in. Charge and through the back, twisting and turning. Tens, he's put back up, but it's a 1v3. And now he's got to weave and dodge and juke. Diffuse being stuck by Shin, half on it already, too much to deal with,
Oh.
Looked impressive there, that spray control.
Last match जो
I'd be
बोले
lying
थे
if I said I
उल्टा
wasn't
हुआ
worried for a
था.
moment. But Shin had it under control, and frankly, the numbers just a little too much there for
नहीं
Tens to
हुआ
deal
भाई
with.
तो चुप.
What a
7-5
retake from
बोला.
KC. That's probably the first one where we've seen them.
भाई वो blind और वो sexy था ना double satchel.
They really nicely
ये
come out
देख.
of this timeout with two big plans. One to stop the early round aggression, in the way that Zekken was dominating them in those first 6
अरे
rounds.
बाप रे.
And the other to be able to set up a clean B retake there. Cosmic Divide.
भाई ऐसा मारते.
Perfection. They have a chance to be able to tie this up at the half.
Wouldn't that be something after the
Huh?
blister and pace that Sen have just come out the gates with? But almost equalized.
And with a major tool
The
in their back
fuck,
pocket
bro?
with regards to Narrate's ultimate. We've seen Sentinels run some of these slow rounds. And in fact, it was a bit of an eco when Narrate used his showstopper before to be able to get success.
Presence. Prior conditioning by Sen here. Usually there's a player following up. Usually Zekken with the Trailblazer.
This time though, the Prowler
कैसे
not
fight
catching
नहीं लिया
onto
रे
anybody
योरू ना?
until it hits Sassy. So I think they can be fairly sure that that isn't...
क्योंकि बंक्स भाई ने बोला था 7-5 होने वाला है इसलिए उसने पीक लिया.
Boombot to set it up here.
Lag
No
gaya.
theft as well. So info gathered.
Full info, full.
Notice anchoring spot, but what do they choose to commit into? A call
Khatam.
again made to just contact through.
It's
ये
you do
देखना.
not want to give a
Nade
timing
into
here for
double
Narrate to
satchel
pop his
देखना.
ult.
ठीक है?
That's what it comes down to.
और ये
Rebound.
blind
Towards the
ah.
back of the side. Shin! Nasty! Anchoring position! Let's turn around. Rocket might not even be necessary. Narrate. Fuse running out, doesn't know where to fire it. Pre-fire into the corner. That is ridiculous. And now just Tens. Last alive. Disconnecting, snapping the cord and the tether.
ये अगर निकाला ना मैं नंगा ना छोड़ूं.
Paranoia, blind as a bat. 6-2-6 for Carmen Core. What a return to equalize.
Incredible
Bye.
comeback, powered by an
Double
excellent
satchel,
timeout as well
bye.
taken. Both of the smokes
कैसे
players,
रे
I say
double
both,
satchel
that's
blind
good.
miss
Thomas,
हुआ
she's
क्या?
also playing smokes, but Shin and Tens up towards the top of the
Blind
scoreboard.
किधर गया?
And Shin with a perfect cap put on the end of that.
भाई उसने बहुत अच्छा
Absolutely
मारा शिन
impeccable
में.
stuff from the
Shin
anchoring
sexy
position. Now earlier we heard from the rate a little bit before this match as well, heading into things. Let's see what he had to say.
भाई 6 में से 3 राउंड शिन भाई ने निकाला है.
एक्चुअली भाई MVP है भाई. मेरे इसे दिखता है हैंडसम.
ना 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 ना
I'm Neri,
na 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 na
nervous going into the match. I was thinking about
na
playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go, because obviously our team is a very young
भाई
team.
इसके बाल यहाँ पे
So
अलग
it's
है
really
वहाँ पे अलग
important for
है.
us to just learn from every
ये
match.
narrate है.
I didn't really have any doubts
वो भी
about
तो narrate
whether
है.
or not I'd make it
ये
to
है
the
narrate.
national stage. For me, I don't really
अलग
think
दिख रहा
about
है.
winning or
यही
losing.
तो है.
But me personally, like every game that we played in EMEA, I just felt like we couldn't lose.
Flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back.
देख रहा है इंटरव्यू नरेट का
Narrate is on one.
दिखा रहा नरेट को ही
He's
दिखा
on
रहा
one. Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0.
Merci to the French fans and
Oh,
appreciate everybody
man.
for coming out.
ये
It's
कैसे
incredible
हो
that so
रहा
many
है?
French fans come to Madrid just to watch us
बोलने
play
तो
a
दो
video game.
sentence.
It's really an incredible
हाँ?
thing, and I can't thank you guys more.
6 भाई आपका कल का दिन बहुत
Certainly
अच्छा
filling up
जाएगा.
with quite a lot of that. The cheers from the blue wall. You can hear it building, emanating.
And with all of the success that Zekken had on the attack
ऐसे
side
जिंक्स
playing
कर रहा हूँ मैं
Raze,
तेरे को.
now our eyes are going to look towards Narrate, who you just heard from, and Martin together. The double-pronged tip of the spear. Does that make it more of a fork? I
कल
suppose the
अचानक
Carmen
से
Core-
रैंडम
the Carmen Core
रैंडम
2.4.
नंबर से कॉल आएगा. Hey Strix, I want to break up with you.
Carmen Core's composition, the double two list.
पूरा
I think it does
पूरा दिन
look better
सोचता रहेगा कि
on the
बेंच
attack side
कौन
than
थी
the
लड़की.
retakes. You know,
तो
not
मतलब
so
ये
much
jinx कर
in
रहा है,
that
इसका opposite
mid-round
होगा.
battle on
Oh shit,
defense.
हाँ ना.
But they weathered the
मतलब एक
storm.
लड़की का
They
फोन
won
आएगा.
5 out of the latter
इसका
6
opposite
rounds
बोलेंगे.
to be able to tie this one up. And now we get our
ब्रेकअप
second
का
part of
ऑपोजिट
this big
पैचअप
discussion.
मतलब X आने वाली है.
The things are even here. It resets. We know that Sentinel's retakes have looked
Things वाला
unbelievably
इमोट होता
good.
था अच्छा
Does
होता.
Carmen Core offer them the opportunities?
X
Are
की
they
बातें
able
मत
to get
करो.
advantages early on? What does this half?
म्यूट कर ले लैंग्वेज. 6 तेरे को सच्ची लगता है क्या? मैं जिंक्स सच्ची
Familiar
बताना.
scenes from the previous half of how slow going it was just off the
कभी
rip.
कभी होता है
All
कभी
of
कभी
this, all
Nah.
of this is all just a fake to allow
कल का
Carmine
stream
Corp's
देखा नहीं
players
इसने,
to
सो गया था।
mostly try to take space on A.
It's pulled them forwards. I mean, you've got 4 players of Sentinels looking for a reclear fight through the smoke.
3, 2, 1, लग गए.
Timing! Gone away. Even as it goes, 2 for 2 here. Carmine Corp, in the meantime, walking away through. Going to be hearing them on the ropes. So now the sound cues betraying them.
John deciding whether or not to swing, tried to find a
Oh,
time, didn't
almost
quite
था,
manage it.
almost.
3v3 है क्या लगता
Tens
है?
still with paranoia, so they still have flash
नेड
to be
है
able to
जगन
put
के
pressure
पास,
on these
ब्लाइंड
Headphone
भी है,
players.
जीत
Our
गया.
team,
के पास
though,
भी need है.
is
जीत
very
गया.
far away. Do they anticipate this?
किया वो लोग ने.
Miles away.
I think Sen जीत सकती है.
सेन नहीं जीत गया.
Triples are broken. They're walking all the way in.
वो
again.
walking कर लिया पूरा. What the fuck?
Opens himself up,
देख
just
लिया.
showing himself at the back. Nade. Rebounds. Paranoia now. And a
ब्लाइंड
connection
तो
if there
है.
is going to be any sort of follow-up from behind.
Oh, no
Martin has already caught them. It's all up to John. Low enough, dodges the flash. Expecting and anticipating, but now 2 players to deal with.
Oh shit.
The reposition is immaculate from the rate.
कर लो जी.
With pistol round under their belt. They're going to be more than happy with it.
कैसे?
Great attempt there from Carmine Corp. I think they
भाई
looked
इसी
coordinated
मजाक
as a
छाट कर
team.
जीत
You could
सकता
see
है.
that they had a clear game plan going into
अरे
it.
लोग का
That got
इससे
disrupted a
attack
little
रहेगा
bit
ना.
by the camera. Their team was thinking
मैं तो
about
बोल रहा भाई
calling
JC
the audible
जीतेगा.
and going to punish the players in mid. They decided no.
लेकिन ये लोग
let's
किधर
just
मार
play
खाएंगे
play
पता है?
post plan. When
ये लोग
Martin's
जो
positioning, even though he was
वो
tripped
क्या
off,
ना
ended
डबल
up being
वो
really
डाइसी
important.
कि हम लोग को वेंट
That
से
pistol
जाके
means so
क्लियर
much.
करना है या हमको सीधा
You were tied
साइड
6
जाना
to
है.
6. You've taken the lead.
वो
for,
डिसीजन
I
मेकिंग
think,
में ये
the
लोग मार
first time
खाएंगे
in this
आगे
match.
जाके. क्या बोलते हो?
ना भाई मैग्नम है भाई. सीधा देगा.
Feeling of control returning a little bit for Carmine Corp. Too used to being on the back foot. Hasn't happened too much, really.
No, and it's another one of these rounds where we're just seeing both teams rotate around away from each other.
The race
Narrate.
hunting. Yeah, it's hunting. You can smell the blood in the water. Back
Second
down
by-
a little bit more as well.
Second by
Destroying
love
warning
you.
shots popped off.
वो चल के
It
कोई
would be a
और
major
गया.
ultimate to try to get out.
That's part of the reason why he's
Love
playing
you
so
second
aggressive.
by.
And I think the
जो
other
बहरा होगा
reason
अभी.
is both of these teams want to play
हेवन में
disruptive
उछल रहा था
against the
सीधा
other team's
बीमन जा रहे हो.
retakes. You see them on paper, both of these teams have ridiculous retake win percentages, especially on split. So trying to play aggressive and catch timings.
ऑफिस में जाके माइक ऑप्शन
one
ऑफ
of the
कर दे.
best ways to
Hater.
disrupt that.
Hello.
That's an anticipation from
ये नहीं
John
करना
Cutie
था.
though.
सब उससे मरेंगे स्पाइक.
Surely no danger though
भाई
around.
I don't
मेरे को
believe
पता
so. I
क्या
think these
फायदा
players are
स्पाइक
just
से
gonna look
मरने
to
से
dive
अच्छा
spike.
या फिर
They
ट्राई
do
करने
not
से.
want to
अल्ट
start
पॉइंट नहीं देते ना.
the alt cycle
हाँ,
going for
और-
KC.
मेन
बस
वही है.
It's a good call.
Yeah. Not the time there. Everybody going down.
पर किल का
Martin
बोनस
did
भी तो
actually
रहता
manage
है.
to pick up a kill, but he was nowhere near getting the ult online. So this is going to be a pretty dry bonus round with some
पर
good
किल
weaponry.
बोनस रहता है और उनका
But
एम
no
तो
danger
और गरम
particularly
क्यों
coming
करेगा
from the
समझ
alt
रहा है?
एक बार बहुत लेम चीज है भाई करना.
क्यों भाई?
We've seen KC
तेरे को पता है जब ये प्लांट
not
करते हैं ना
really relying on too
वो
many
लोग
of their
टैब
set
दबा के
play
देखते भी है कि
ideas.
कौन प्लांट क्या है. अल्ट पॉइंट जिसका बढ़ता है
वो भी
उसने
पता है,
प्लांट
वो
किया.
तो पता है.
तो
Two, I suppose.
बहुत
the B
important है
retake,
अल्ट पॉइंट.
and then
लेम
that
क्या?
aggression with the
फिर
Euro
भाई को
ultimate
बुलाओ
and the
कैसी की
paranoia.
तारीफ कराओ.
But on their attack side,
तूने बोला था
we could still
13-8
see a
जरूर होगा
lot of
बट
new
लॉस
stuff that KC
नहीं
have cooked
किया.
up for Masters Madrid.
फ्लॉलेस जीतेगी सेना.
KC being one of the more creative teams that we've got at
Flawless.
this event. Really innovating in terms of just the compositions. Even ways to
Absolutely.
counter-strap.
स्पाइक से मारने से एक्स्ट्रा क्रेडिट्स मिलते हैं.
Up through there with a flash prowler. Right through the snake bite. They do not
अगर
care.
तुम
Tens
लोग ने
just
सेव
taking
किया
a
तो
peek there from
क्रेडिट्स
heaven.
नहीं मिलते.
Punished. Celsius spotted. Boombot lucky. He gets away, hightailing it, but guess what? Right behind him is Narrate.
Sentinels are trying to apply pressure with these peaks in B heaven. The first one got punished.
भाई शिन को मारना है
Celsius
जल्दी.
also looking for information.
चिन
seeing if
को
he
मार
can catch
देगा
somebody.
लेकिन पीछे से सीन होएगा अभी.
It's a little worrying here if John QT gets pushed away. But Shin almost taking the fight.
There it is. Walking
देखा?
right into it. Good crosshair
Problem
placement from
इधर है.
Celsius, and he recognizes it as a threat coming from behind. Satchel through!
Oh.
John! What is that?
केसी के लिए.
QT quality tactics. This man just hitting.
प्रॉब्लम इधर है
Nasty,
केसी के लिए.
nasty shot. Seas avoided. Narrowly now, but 2 players left to stand here for Carmine Corp. Spike in their possession.
Look at this flank. This is really nice from Zekin and Sassy. It's going to be unexpected.
30 seconds left.
Magnum's stuck in the middle of the map. He doesn't know where to go here. They only have
और वो
25
साइफर ने
seconds.
कहाँ से रोटेट करके आया था.
About 20
John's
seconds.
read
This
it.
fight, this
Saifar
fight, this
ठीक
fight is
है.
so important.
No.
Unbelievable. Who wins that? 4 HP and a dream.
And now look how far away they are.
They are miles away, but they know it. It's going to be planning towards B so they can get a jog on and get a move on. But luckily time to spare. Horn thrown. That's a critical mistake, honestly. He might not have time now to reposition. Backing to the pillar, fast through Satchel in the back. And that's just good calls. All adds up for Zekken to just run him down with a classic.
Very well done.
Why Oman taping back
I'm
towards
amazed, frankly,
mid
that
round
John
and
was
round.
able to get
पहला तो
both
वो
of
लोग
those
पिक कर
kills.
लेते और
did
दूसरा वो
look a
किधर
little
टीपी किया
off
मालूम
from
नहीं पड़ता
KC.
मतलब बॉक्स से ऊपर भी
As
टीपी हो
Narrate went for
सकता
that blast pack
है एग्रेसिव भी
where
टीपी हो
was the
सकता है
second player?
इसलिए
The spacing, not quite there. Now John's aim, fantastic, and the spray control too to be able to pick up
सच
the
में थोड़ा
second.
दोबारा हो
ridiculous.
जाता
But KC are going to need to have super tight play if they want to be able to keep this advantage.
Crowd building up. Barrier's going to be dropping. Carmine Core fully grouped up as 5. By around 4 number to Horn the TP. So gain control. Nightfall scatters. Going wide. Sassy. There is danger here for him. He's tucked in a very forward position. Follow up. Yeah, he can't see or hear. Bloody thing. Narrate already into the back of the site. Magnum now with the plant.
बाकी लोग
Wants
को
to
घुस
go
जाना था
a
रे
little bit more this time. Aware of it. Both of these teams trying to disrupt that retake potential.
अभी लग गए
Just equalizing
अभी लग गए
4-2-4. How does this get played?
लग गए
Into the
ब्लाइंड
post
दिया
plant. Players close up. Into the position still with the paranoia available. Flash through. Now the
Bye,
paranoia.
लग गए लग गए लग गए लग गए
Forwards, gate crash wide. Damage done to Martin.
Bye,
but
come
he
back
still
SN का
survives. Alive and kicking into
I
the back
mean
of the side.
round
Magnum
SN का
tucking. Dodging, weaving, tens forwards. This
Bye,
is
retake play पे
relentless. Nice Sen.
टेंस ने देखा क्या किया
Really lovely
ऊपर से
play.
नीचे टीपी मार के ब्लाइंड दिया बे
Relying on that
सीधा
individual ability that's coming out from Tens and Zekken. They've been tearing apart the KC players in terms of duels taken. And you see the difference in style there. Really solid awareness to be able to punish Narrate, who went for that same
ये
piece of
थोड़ा
pressure.
ज़्यादा गया है वो
Something now that Sen are expecting. But in terms of just also the duels won, I mean, Tens is swinging.
टीम बहुत अच्छा बस
Not completely alone, but
Goat
certainly
है बे,
going
goat.
to try to take the 1v1s, and they're winning them. So now the score is 8-8,
मैं बोला
but
था
the
ना
economic
Sen
advantage
जीतेगा
in
बोला
favor
था
of
कि
Sen. KC can't buy. Sen have ults.
चुप हो जा पैर
Trying to
पड़
take the
रहा हूँ
lead back.
लैंग्वेज
Closely matched. Such a high degree between these two teams here. Satchel's
Zelsis got spotted by the Prowler.
Yep, spotted, horned, cleared. He needs some help here. Decoy forwards. Showstopper relieved from Zekken. That was just to try and spot that one player. He's got a timing. He's right past him. Ships in the night. All the way through. Shin wins it out, but still the follow-up there from Tens. Hopping across the box. This man is just...
भाई ये क्या
punching
देख
him
लिया
down.
And if that fight in mid had gone slightly
हाँ
better, Narrate's
स्टेंस पे
timing
मार दिया
might have
भाई
been worth something.
स्मोक
But
में
now
कोई और
stuck
स्पॉट
in a
हुआ था
1v4, they have the timing to be able to go and look for him. And they pick it up.
भाई टेंस कैसे
Sentinels
फ्रैग
deal
कर
with
रहा है
that.
भाई
It was
पता नहीं।
scrappy, but they came out to the good in mid. That was
टाइमिंग वाला
absolute
पुश किया
chaos,
उसने
but
लग रहा है
I tell you what, Zekken and Tens look amazing in those spots. When things get really messy.
ये मेरा वाला है ये
Look at
मेरा
Tens
वाला है
here. The way that he plays around all of the smokes and decides to go in
स्मोक
aggro,
स्मोक पुश
he just looks really aware and quick in these moments.
मैं भी आज से फैंटम यूज करूंगा
And now
Thriving.
he's
मैं
gonna
तो यूज
become the
करता रहता
operator.
हूँ मैं तो ऑफ यूज करूंगा फैंटम जैसे
We saw some unbelievable rounds.
I mean, some silly rounds.
One in
नरेट के
particular-
पास
one in
अल्टी है
particular.
इफ देयर इज अ
Maybe
टाइम
not
टू
fast enough
अल्ट
mid for KC.
Narrate!
रेड
He's
का सेक्शन
punished!
थोड़ा
Oh, it's a big player for Carmine Core, especially when he had the rocket available, but he's taken out early. Horn broken, spam.
The molly was
Roughly their position.
The molly was amazing from Zelsis. He caught a little bit, I believe, of vulnerable onto Narrate, so that he only needed half the spam to be able to take him down.
बोलते
Great punish.
भी
In
बोलते
the decision making to do that so quickly
इतना
and
क्रुशियल
land
था
it and not get
उसका
caught with
अल्टी
utility in your hands. Very sharp. Pressure.
कभी
back.
ब्लाइंड देगा 1 मिनट में
Silence settling in, isn't it? Carmine Core don't really have that advantage. Maybe just hoping to fake some presence with Marty on the other side of the site, but the jiggle is good from Sassy. He gets that information now. Gets himself back.
ओह शिट
Sentinel's not really biting that one. Already to full rotation. Coming through.
बोले बस पीछे जाने का टाइम था वैसे
Time to spare for Carmine Core. They fake and switch and pivot.
And Martin has been continuing to put a little bit of pressure onto John Cudy's setup. He knows that there's a Cypher playing here. He knows where this trip is too. His clone caught it. Didn't break it, of course. But he hasn't made too much noise up
भी
here.
जाएंगे अभी टाइम नहीं है
As we divide. Feels like B now, but breaking the trips as well. It's all over the place. Zelsis just takes a peek, take a gander. Zekken, is your turn
And
to
there's a
shine.
blood
Swings
bounce back.
out
It is
wide.
strong.
There's that
Like
operator.
that.
Hello. What a surprise. 12 seconds left. There is no way in hell Martin has any chance in this round now. Just
बुलेट ने नहीं किया था ना डिफेंस में आप
sidelines
करने
now.
नहीं
And the team going to be simmering.
Economy crushed. This is where Sen are starting to pull away. And it's not based on the
क्या
retake
बोला था
stuff.
मैंने
It's
13-8
based on
बोला था कि
punishing,
नहीं
Again, that level of aggression from KC. And they did win one of the previous important rifle rounds by going for a slower paced retake, stopping their 8 from getting inside that smoke. But
पता नहीं
these
देखना
rounds,
पड़ेगा ऊपर
they've just shut Carmine Core's early round ideas down. And now Senna primed to pull away to a 3-round advantage. Only 2 away from taking the map. This is where things really matter. The pressure starts to mount. And these players who are new to a
घर पे बैठे-बैठे कर रहे हो कि नहीं तुम
most
लोग
of them going to be listening to their coaches here, getting that input and trying to stabilize themselves. They did
Like
look
करो
a
सब,
little
like
bit shaky,
करो।
I would say, in the game against FPX to open things up.
पहले।
I don't think it was the best performance we've seen from KC. Today looks a bit cleaner, but how are they going to perform in the big moments, the ones that test you and add all of that mental weight?
Could argue outside of that
Oh
EMEA
my
finals, there
God.
really hasn't been anything.
ये
bigger.
फुटबॉल का वो है
First
बोल
stakes
रहे
of
थे
this one,
कोई
win this series.
Context.
Ticket to the playoffs. Not just a couple of days rest, but listen, that's preparation
तो
time.
सेकंड की मॉम थी शायद
Presumably, bit of the higher
किसी
seed.
के टीम
And that's
किसी के
dodging
सपोर्टर
the
के
other
साथ
sharks in the water.
Oh yeah, that lower. I mean, we call it a lower bracket, but I mean the losing teams.
by
there aren't no
narrated
bad
by
teams at this event.
it's now or never
So KC here
narrated by it's
has
now or
some
never
ultimates that might end up making the difference. Martin could
करते के भाई वो लोग बहुत
dimensional
सारे
drift
लोग हैं यार
online this round and cook something really interesting.
समझ रहे हो हम दो भी उधर जाएंगे तो
Counting
भसड़ हो
Carmine Core out by any
जाएगा
means, but Sen are favoured here. And look, Zekken with the op.
Yeah, adjusting. Nails a shot straight into the race.
narrate
Backing
बहुत
away
बार
here with the
मारा
paranoia. Has to respect the TP.
जाए
Through
जा
to
तो
back
ये
side.
भी रहा है सेकंड लेकिन सेकंड मर नहीं रहा है ना
Going to be given this one.
वो लोग का एजेंट भी कैसा है
What's the call now? Grouped up. Looks like it ready to try and take this fight. Shorty. Close flash. Satchel. Great movement. Zekken. It's blinded up entirely there. Couldn't see a bloody thing. And I wants to have another go of it. What a snap. And what an adjustment. A rifle for your troubles.
Heavy
Another
दिमाग
fight taken straight to them. They can't withstand it.
अय
Kind of pressure is
ये
way
भी
too
पकड़ा
much.
गया
And even Shin spotted out. Poor
भाई
Shin.
मेरा हो गया
बेस्ट रेस
That
नहीं
is
लेकिन
an amazing
क्या उसका
round
टेंस का
from
ब्लाइंड
Zekken.
देखा
And the
ऐसे नहीं
setup
गया
for the
वो
rest of his team there too. Tens throws a paranoia through for him to be able to
Ah.
blast back onto them. Insane value from the blast packs. He's full blind when he decides to use the one to disengage.
Get the hell out of here.
And then goes back in with the shorty.
वो देख
And that's following up on that blind.
Punishing.
ओपी उसका बुलेट्स ने क्या था क्या मारने को
पता नहीं भाई टीम तो 60 रह गई
Or unraveling.
And this round
Second
is a
OP, मैंने
must-win
बोला
for
था,
KC.
second top strike
Rifles,
करेगा।
ults, they have it all.
मैंने बोला था
Time to offload all of them. Gotta get your head back in the game. Gotta try and stand a
ये
chance.
सोच में कैन भी आला तीन तेरा देश में रहा
Connects, giving that information forwards. Dimensional drift going to be clearing out that
ये
side.
round
Gives the Carmine Core.
थोड़ा सीन हो
Go
जाएगा
ahead. They know it's now fully cleared out.
ये राउंड
Bullet.
सीन होएगा
Sees a kill trick. Set that one up. Rocket forwards. Everybody narrowly avoiding, just dodging away from it. Fuse running out. Second.
Damage.
Big damage. Sassy though, he's regrouped and refound that angle. TP broken. No gate crash for you, but still. Shins in the back lines here. Flash repeat of Martin seeking to do some damage and take some risks.
ट्रैप में कैसे
potentially
फंस गए वो
clear
लोग
away a
वॉक
couple of
करते
these
करते
players, 'cause they are disadvantaged. And this is
वो
Sen
trap
looking
बहुत
all the
लंबा
way
है,
now,
समझ
set
नहीं आता
up for that
तुमसे।
12th round.
अरे फिर भी
It's
बहुत
gonna have to
टाइम
be
था
hero
लोग बस
moments. It's
क्लियर
gonna have to
करते
be
हैं
individuals putting up big performances. Another
भाई,
flash
Tens
is
का
perfection.
blind
It clears
देख
them
भाई।
out in the
Tens
open.
का
One player
blind
left
देख।
to stand. It's
शिन
Shin.
भाई सेव करो हो गया आपका
It's just not possible, man. There's
आज
just
तेरा
absolutely no
देश
way
मेरा
he can
बेबी
hold on. The Sentinel's retake utility there was perfect. There is no
भाई
other
कम से
word
कम
to describe it.
मजाक सेट कर सेंटिनल्स ने हर मैप पर डे 23 आवर्स रीटेक प्रैक्टिस की है भाई वो लोग का रीटेक कितनी गलत लेवल की हो रही है बे, देख ना बे, कुछ भी मैच 4 मैन भी चलेगा, 3 मैन भी चलेगा, प्रैक्टिस वैसी करते हो लोग।
So many waves of things.
3 मैन
And
प्रैक्टिस
KC's post-ball
करो
aggression
पैच।
cannot find any timing. They can't disrupt it, can't stop it. The war train keeps
Huh?
on going. 6 rounds in a row.
Binks today, no jinx, let's go,
Taking seven from
yay!
losing to map point.
It's all in from Carmen Court. This is it. Showing
वो
her hands a
किसे
little
नहीं
bit early,
पड़ता बे?
forcing out the nade second. The timing through the wall, Paladin spots him! And the race finished! Run and gun! Drive by, going wide, anger in position of Sassy. A safety in numbers, and numbers are right
shit, oh shit.
But he does indeed!
करती नहीं, मेरा बराबर था,
Smiles in a
मैं
class of his
jinx
own,
नहीं हूँ।
on fire. And once more, poor Shin left alone with the things, but that is Sentinels leading the charge and leading this series.
What outrageous dominance.
Easy
बहुत
winner,
बड़ा
easy
जिंक्स किया पता है, मैंने
Easy
The
KC का
first
सपोर्ट करके
full
सबसे बड़ा
credit to
जिंक्स किया।
KC. They came back into it and made a
हाँ मेरे बेटे में गया
go of
पावर्स।
that.
It really did.
But when Sen got onto defense, there was no stopping them.
One of the scariest teams out there, of course. An absolutely electric first map. and
एक
even
राउंड में
more
जीते
to
ना
come.
पिस्तौल के बाद।
नहीं
भाई,
पहले
अच्छी खेली,
हाँ,
अच्छी
उसके बाद
खेली।
एक भी नहीं जीता।
अच्छी खेली बे, अच्छी खेली, मजाक से हटकर, मतलब क्लीन रीटेक। टेंस का ब्लाइंड ऑन टॉप था, पता है?
एक्चुअली भाई जो बंदा स्पेक्टेट कर रहा है वो ब्लाइंड हो रहा है।
हाँ बे।
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm gonna
Stream
walk you
snipe
through
हो
the
सकती है?
tackle curl. Watch out for the stairs, clear the
difficult
circle.
टेंस भाई आप हो चैट पे? टेंस भाई देखो कॉट इन 4K तो हुआ है। हाँ हो, टैग करो मेरे को। हो सकता है नेट तो रहेगा ना उनके पास, ऑल टाइप करके, समझ रहे हो? बरोबर। लाइक का बोल दे भाई, भाई माफ करो यार, मैं भूल जाता हूँ, माफ करो, इधर प्रोसेस नहीं होता। चैट लाइक कर दो, लाइक कर दो। 8.3 के लोग अभी भी देख रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट मैप चालू होने को 2 मिनट का समय है, तब तक मेरी बेटी की बुंड फाड़ दो क्वेश्चंस पूछ के, और लाइक कर दो। T69 रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस पूछ सकते हो। 2 सेकंड वो पढ़ना, चैट पढ़ना, मैं पानी लेके आ रहा हूँ। वॉच पार्टी में 3 मिनट के हो जाता सब्सक्राइब बॉक्स, ये हो सकता है क्या? क्या
सिर्फ सुपर चैट पढ़ता हूँ मैं।
डन से तो सुपर चैट देख रहे हो? 10% तेरा, ठीक है
डन।
अभी से, ठीक है
जल्दी
ना?
जल्दी
हरामी भी बाप पे गया, हाँ? कुछ भी बोलो, बाप पे गया है। ये देख रहे हो कितना मस्त है। कामे हमें हाँ, कामे हमें हाँ। रुको पानी लेके आया मैं। 606 एक्सक्यूज मी, चैट लाइक कर दो।
व्हाट्स अप गाइस, कैसे हो? गाइस नेक्स्ट मैप कौन सा है? गोटस भाई, गोटस में भाई इजी है भाई, इजी केसी जीतने वाली, इजी। वीसीटी में कब जा रहे हो? अरे फ्रेंचाइज टीम से ऑफर आया है तो जाने वाला हूँ सुन भाई। You play 1,000 times better than Binks. Just saying. Thank you, Sudarshan bhai. Love you. Yaar. Six by yeah. Why you always support team which is against Binks? भाई जो टीम जीतने वाली है उसके सपोर्ट करूंगा ना भाई। सिक्स बाय T69 में कौन कौन है? हर्षवर्धन भाई कैसे हो? जयदीप भाई को टाइम आउट। एक गाना गाते मेरी नींद खुल जाती। भाई मैं आपका कॉलेज के वॉचमैन बोल रहा हूँ। हैं? हैं?
Welcome back to Masters Madrid, and we saw that Sentinels really were able to get that first map. However, KC they came prepared. They came like with guns blazing against Sentinels here, and I think that they were talking about how challenging this match
Next
is going
stream
to be
when?
because Sentinels
Sunday bro,
probably
Sunday
didn't get as much
morning.
rest, as much sleep. I don't think so. But before we dive fully into map number 1,
Esports का क्या सीन भाई? देखो सिंपल सी बात है, सिंपल सी बात है।
so spam in chat right now.
अभी नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट आएगा, क्वालिफाई होंगे, जीतेंगे, उसके बाद फिर हर एक टीम को हराएंगे। खत्म भाई, वो सब जीत के वीसीटी में नेक्स्ट मास्टर्स T16 भाई खत्म। रोड मैप है ये वाला।
Such incredible ideas of how their opponent wanted to play this one, but to me it was really defined by the protocols, and Sentinels showed why their defense split is so good. I think something like 7 rounds in a row to close that one out, Bea.
Yeah, exactly. The retakes were on point. The fact that they were reading off of each other, exactly what they showed back in Americas, but actually the fact that they're able to do it here, and also the KC is not prepared and somehow does not expect it, cannot think through that, is what surprised us, that they're still that comfortable doing it.
Yeah, and I wanted to take a look at a round from actually the first half that talks about just how good Sentinels
सपने कितने
protocols
अच्छे हैं
are,
भाई,
but also
सपने बड़े
how
रखो।
intense his looked on the Omen. So we're going to start this one off. The situation that we're in is we're in mid, and Sentinels have started off by heavy fighting here. There's been a 1-for-1 trade. And, well, John QT is
GRY का मैच देखा क्या? नहीं।
Sentinel on the KC composition. So instantly you see him and Tens
तूने मैचेस नहीं देखे?
मैंने नहीं देखे सारे।
अपने देश के मैचेस नहीं देखे तूने?
तूने खुद ने देखे?
मैंने पूरा देखा, रेवेनेंट का भी देखा, ग्रे
चल
फॉक्स
बता,
टीआर भी
चल
देखा।
बता, ग्रे फॉक्स का लास्ट मैप कौन सा था?
ग्रे फॉक्स का लास्ट मैप स्प्लिट था।
मेरे को खुद को चेक करने दे।
और वो लोग वापस हार रहे थे, फिर से थोड़ा कमबैक मारा, फिर से हार गए। ब्रीज था, सॉरी ब्रीज था भाई, लेकिन हर मैप वैसी था, 1-5 डाउन, 1-4 डाउन टीआर।
चल लाइनअप बता क्या था? टीम में कौन कौन था बता ग्रे फॉक्स के?
कोहली था,
हाँ
वेंका था,
हाँ
और 3 उनके फ्रेंड्स।
वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस।
दो इंपोर्ट से इंडोनेशिया से।
कौन
मत हाँ, 2 इंपोर्ट्स थे इंडोनेशिया से। 5th कौन था
भाई? तो एड्रेन किंग को भूल गया?
एड्रेन किंग
भूल गया उसको? वाह,
मैं खेला है उसके साथ, मेरे को याद था, लेकिन लैक ऑफ स्लीप के वजह से मेरा ऑक्सीजन नहीं मिल रहा मेरे दिमाग को।
कितना गंदा है भाई।
हाँ, मेरे दिमाग तक ऑक्सीजन नहीं जा पा रहा है, समझ रहे हो?
चल सिंपल क्वेश्चन, टीआर का लाइनअप बता दे।
टीआर का लाइनअप मेरे 2 स्वीडिश आर यू डिस्टर्ब, ठीक है, डीएम, एलएफ, टेक्नो।
नाइस, ये तो इजी था।
आई विल हैव बाद में स्ट्रीम के बाद।
वो सब तेरा है?
नो, हैव हाफ।
नो,
आई एम नॉट हैविंग फुल। थोड़ा सा you have
enough and definitely shows up how prepared Sentinels was for this split. As you said,
और बोल
all the
भाई।
weaknesses were exploited time and time again, and those
मैं तेरे को
timeouts
क्वेश्चन
were
पूछता हूँ, मैं तेरे को क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ।
पूछ।
अपने एसके रोसी 4 के बाय की टीम में कौन कौन है?
देख, रॉसी, स्किल्स,
हाँ
और फिर सेवेरिन,
हाँ
डॉस 9,
हाँ,
कितने हुए?
5
हो गए ना? और पैराडॉक्स
4 को 5 बोल दे वो तो हो
Paradox.
गया ना.
Could be anybody's game, even as we look at the fan reception, right? But right now, it is going to be time for the AIM Lab shoot around. So let's check in.
Yay,
on
I
KC
miss you,
Shin right
buddy.
now. By the way, Shin had some amazing plays, and a big part of why Sentinels had such a hard time against KC was this player.
I think that there is a couple of things that made a
Carmine Corp का लाइनअप बता.
Carmine Corp का लाइनअप सामने है.
नहीं बता.
सामने है.
बता.
नहीं मतलब
नहीं बता.
ऐसा करना चाहता है तू मेरे से. हाँ? इतना हैवी खेल रहा है Carmine Corp. इतनी हैवी सामने है भाई. एक बंदा तो एम लैब भी कर रहा है. हाँ? हेटर है बेसिक.
also his utility coming from an Astra. When you don't have
बराबर
that
के लिए.
Sentinel, there's a lot of responsibility that
शर्म
falls
करो,
into you.
शर्म करो.
Absolutely. Across that
भाई
first
मेरे
map,
को
both
पता
teams
है भाई,
really
मेरे
had
को
such a
पता है.
great read. I think they both had this idea of really forward committing to fighting in towards
बता
their,
ना,
their,
बता
their
के
opponent
क्या
when they're
करूं
in their
मैं?
post plants to stop these set retakes. And I really think that's what
चल,
got KC
मेरी
in
बारी.
particular.
सबसे हाईएस्ट ACS प्लेयर कौन है?
लास्ट गेम का
नहीं, VCT का.
भाई पता नहीं.
नरेट है. शर्म करो.
भाई पहला मैच है आज.
अबे VCT का जिसके वजह से यहाँ पे पहुंचे.
वो इतना नहीं पता.
नरेट है.
It's having the right read and the right response, and what the information that you gather, even when you're having one player down because of getting that information, the fact that they're so in sync into following onto the steps, into knowing everything that comes after, has to come into play also in Lotus. FPX showed some of the cracks that are already on that map the other day, and it was only because of that crazy performance that by Narrate that they managed to close that one out, because FPX, trust me, a 13-10 is not that much. And specifically, after seeing the retakes that we got from Sentinels and how we struggle on that on their attacking side,
well,
I'm worried.
Well, as we're going into Lotus right now, and there are no big surprises here on the Asian composition. But Mimi, I think that, you know, we're going to have our eyes on each and every one of these players right now. And, of course, the Tense Omen again.
In this first half, what I'm watching is Sentinels post-plant protocols. In their match against Heretics with the new...
शर्म कर ले. शर्म. हैशटैग के साथ शर्म करे भी.
देखो किसका अच्छा लग रहा है.
मेरे को सेंटिनल्स का.
मेरे को कैसी का.
Again, they have a real chance to close out the series 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. And for K-Corp, we know how important for them is the aggression at the beginning of the round, how they're going to be fighting for A control time and time again. But I assume that Sentinels is going to be very ready for it.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map number 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
All hope isn't lost, really, if you are a Carmine Corp.
Our agent say में तो it's clear cut the.
They have shown great success in the past.
IGL diff. Strat diff.
Listen, no slouches.
What's the team,
That's the reason we were so excited about the map pool heading into this one between both of these teams. Seeing an interesting
Attack में कौन सी team है? Attack में.
Already, it looks like it's gearing up for a lot of aggression out towards the middle of the map.
Go giving
looks
thanks
like
for the
we've got a set
20.
pistol round coming out here, especially from KC. Anytime you see the Killjoy player on defense not buying utility and just going straight for the Sheriff, you're expecting something a bit pacey. KC trying to take tempo right at the beginning of this round. Walking up with the paranoia prepped.
Gaya, turret.
No signs of life, John.
Oh, the timing there. If that had been a tad earlier, KC probably would have stayed to try to take the fight.
चार है भाई, चार है. ज़्यादा दिख रहा है.
And they've read it correctly.
डिफेंड के 5 लोग बी पे थे. 4 हैं.
लेकिन सेन ऐसे नहीं घुसेगा.
Ability, Brendan. I feel like that's going to be key on both of these attacks.
Info लेके घुसेगा आराम से. ये देखो ट्री का
with
info लिया.
ability comes confidence. You have to be confident to be able to make that play.
Hit and
Trust
ट्री
the
का लिए.
call, take the swing, and so far that's been one big area where Sen are looking better.
एक stats पे दिखा.
Missing a little bit for Carmine Corp. Maybe a symptom of.
It is smoke किया मैंने.
As we already mentioned, a new guard versus the old guard. Sentinels have got some experienced players. So do Carmine Corp. Don't get me wrong. Magnum himself was shut down his hopes and dreams in a Reykjavik 2021 Grand Finals by Tense himself. So now we see it, a bit of an explosion pivot here over towards B. Open sight line rate. Ooh, chunk load of damage. Has to back away and respect the nade now.
And that's their star player.
Spike planted.
दरवाजा ने खोला और फ्लैंक भी नहीं है.
Heels online as well, no
Impossible
chances
retake.
there for him to get top back up. Contact call by Carmen Call right behind them. That's 3 players.
ये होती है ना
Looking to set
पोजी.
their
ये मेरी
sights
वाली
on
पोजी
the
है.
link.
सौसी भाई love you.
Distraction plays with the Prowler, peeking. Sassy is out wide. Probably too much in terms of the connection. As Zakan taking the time here to reposition up towards heaven. What a call made. Still nearsighted, blinded up, but narrate. He will fall. That prior damage done. Clearing him out into the site. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dicey. A little bit all over the place here.
Zenzel, buy Sentinels bundle.
Definitely doing it here with the players.
Popin diya be. Popin.
No time left whatsoever for Carmen Court.
Popin diya Zelsius bhai ne. Hey, loading. Bhai.
And again, look at how mobile Sentinels are in these post-plant situations. They got into an uncomfortable spot and immediately Zekan calls to push.
भाई सेन के कॉल्स इतने अच्छे क्यों है पता है?
Not your standard smoke.
गैस करो सेन के कॉल्स इतने अच्छे क्यों है?
क्योंकि उनका आइजल जोन क्यूट है.
नहीं, तुमने सुना नहीं, कास्टर ने क्या बोला? सेन आर सो मोबाइल, इसलिए उनके कॉल्स अच्छे.
You can only go for those plays if you're feeling really confident and very in sync with your teammates. I think that's been a clear difference today for Sen.
Keep an
eye on. I don't actually think that Martin can swing through this gap between the turret and the wall.
He can jump it.
मतलब
He squeezes his little legs through.
Yeah, he's through. He's past him.
And he's dead.
Watching.
ये
Yeah.
कहाँ है बे?
Very
इतनी
aware
love
of it.
story.
Now the door opens wide. So this is
Paid by Chatko.
See, oh my. Okay, could have got dangerous. It's all good though. Nade. Thomas out wide. Take your pick. Do you die to the nade or do you die to us? And now just Shin left standing. I feel like I've been saying that quite a bit, but it is the eco round in early days yet for Lotus. Still, 2 in a row now for Sen. They got the expected one with 4 players surviving.
Pick the Binks Jinx and or give him a tupply. Excuse me, मैं नहीं करता Jinx अभी.
We're expecting this to be a pretty attack-sided map.
Sentinels.
Sentinels versus Heretics. That's exactly what we saw. Right, Heretics got up to a really big lead. I think it was an 8-4 half, something like that. And Sen were able to bring it back. Incredible attack sides, and both of these teams have been good in that situation. So it's not over for KC if they can't build some momentum here in the first half, but it is going to be very difficult for morale, for the way that they approach the map, for their confidence.
भाई हम कभी ट्राई करते क्या ये वाला? A पे Killjoy.
Paranoia and a satchel.
मेरे को लगता है A-Link जाएगा. तेरे को क्या लगता है? Close left nade, satchel मार के right A-Link.
Taking a few liberties out towards a rubble.
मुझे लगता है डोर खोलेंगे.
Hoping to spot it out at a jump spots, but there's a lot
B
to
जाएंगे वो
account
लोग.
for. Here's jump spot. Yeah. Wow. John not even really aware
Side
of the fact that he
reveal,
could have walked all the way
close
back up
nade.
there. So first kill. That direction. Similar scenes for Sentinels here, just to try and clear through the front section of C Mound. Meanwhile,
क्या बोला था? डोर खोलेंगे और जाएंगे C पे.
अबे
He could win this round for them despite being down 4v5.
behind them, they don't seem to be aware of this at all.
Not even slightly.
There's been a couple of defensive protocols, a need to force these players out wide. The damage being done to them. The raid looking to the side. TP.
He missed the teleport.
Missed the TP. Shit.
कैसे?
Wait हो गया
by
Thames.
every part of the definition. Prowler forwards, jumping, damage. The shot's going wide. Seconds. No way to get away with that.
I love the attempt though.
मैच का आवाज बढ़ा.
इसको दिखा कैसे नोटिफिकेशन?
It felt like there
उसको
was
दिखा, उसको
serious
दूसरे बंदे
danger
को
in that
पहले
round.
मारना था.
The time in the tens
पर
found
भागना
was
चाहिए था उस पे.
extraordinary, and I think possibly one of the reasons
वो लोग को यहाँ पे मरना नहीं था. ये क्यों मरा सॉसी?
like and just ended up dying. That's the
Tens
unfortunate
के लिए
play
रुकना
though.
था बे.
Two of the players both got seized there towards the back of the site. Shin and Narrate. And Tens, he just missed it. You can see the frustration there.
भाई कुछ तो
I mean,
लिखा
he was
उसने.
absolutely dominant map one, so he expects to be able to win those.
मुंबई सर्वर नहीं खेल रहा था.
Always back up on either side. This time, Carmen Core more keen to fight overseas, man. Look at it setting up with the paranoia and a few players.
Trying to deny the ult ops on both sides of the map.
3 round.
Good plan, but well, Magnum's just out wide.
भाई मरने के बाद एलम बोर्ड का है तोड़ रहे हो जॉन क्यूटी भाई.
Oh, he's going to try and get in behind the showstopper.
Yeah, Odin and this map.
Instead of being a
Love
vulnerable
story
victim
made
on
in
site.
Mexico.
गया गया.
Zone still. Showstopper. Tomsey can't hit it.
गया.
Spraying through near sighted with the Prowler. Second Forcer just fired a rocket blindly.
ये वही जगह है. अश्वमादा जगह है ये
Players
सेकंड
down
बाइक
now
के
for
लिए.
Carmen Core. Do you really still choose to take this one, or do you choose to take the save? They're looking, hoping for a bit. That's an odd one. Bouncing off the tile or something, but the orb still does the job. Cuts off that one.
Save
side,
करेंगे.
now
भागो.
has to be the call, surely.
I
Save.
think you got to save here.
Yeah, you have to.
Save.
They're still sticking around though. They want to
Save. Martin.
On Shin and Thomasy
Martin.
is not good enough to be able to go for this one, I don't think.
अच्छी call है. अच्छी call है.
लगता है मेरे
That's
को यहाँ पे
a
बैठना
huge win for Sen here.
अच्छी call है.
Sen, by the way, getting into their very standard post-plant setups where they have Zekken up top. So they often tuck somebody in towards the box. They have a one-way smoke as well. And you can see here, that really is the crucial duel when Sassy is able to get that pick onto Tomashi.
Oh, yeah.
That's the real one that matters.
अच्छी call थी.
Standing as
थोड़ा
well.
game sound बढ़ाओ. और
Second fry.
सुनाई नहीं दे
Just
रहा
builds up
तुमको?
these ults like it's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Hello.
you could see that the clear game plan there from KC was, we're going to fight over all
Huh?
tops on both sides of the map. So they had
Huh?
a triple play over towards C, fighting very heavy for mount control, because that's where they expect Sen to start the round. And then they had a crossfire setup, but it just ended up with Magnum kind of wandering around in the open. He missed the timing, didn't tuck, couldn't play the cross with Tomashi properly. Ended up giving away his life a little too freely. And Zekken has started this map, much as he started the other one, dominating.
Just rolling. A fight to contest over the A rubble control. Sentinel's happy to concede it. So Karma Core going to just place Shin into that forward angle. He's going to be getting a lot of
This is
mid-round.
B की feeling आ रही है six.
मैंगो
Some
सीड
juicy
बकवास
bits that Magnum.
दरवाजा खोल के C पे utils और B पे जाएगा ऐसा कुछ.
These are the situations on defense where it's so difficult to get a read on where the attacking team is going to end, especially if they have a really competent IGL like John Cutie.
ये किधर है? ये किधर है? ये किधर है?
If he was playing behind Rubble or on top of it, but Shin is playing that jump spot angle a little further forwards.
Rubble के पीछे साइड वाला तो क्या है?
जिनका पोजीशन बहुत अच्छा
है
भाई वो उसके पोजीशन में खड़ा है वो वो वाला शक्तिमान
so they couldn't lurk out but now backing away few stray shots
and this is where KC start to lack information. 45 seconds. They know that Sen might be pressuring A, but are they really there? Is it a fake commitment?
Crossfire. Not even quite. I mean, Martin's just trying to play, weaving in and out of this wall, see if he can get that time with the door.
It looks like a fake. I mean, Martin's seen that there's nobody really pushing off the back of this.
Yeah, it's not really going to be calling as well for the rotations here. Paranoia force Martin! Can't do the same moves as Zekken was doing, not in that last map. Can't get out of it with the satchels.
मस्ती नहीं.
Is this going to end B? Straight into Shin!
Could have been a difference maker, might still be. With only 12 seconds left, they've really just got to get a move on into the site B plant. Magnum forwards, pressing.
half check किया उसने.
All over the place. The time pressure maybe just getting to the nerves, getting frantic for Karmin Core.
Those are the kind of confidence moments that I'm talking about, where it feels like Sen
it's
are very strong in those kind of spots.
I think it's a 2-0.
You see Zekken or Tens in a situation like that, they're taking the swing, they're taking the fight.
Feels a little more
tentative from
never,
KC,
never.
And they're getting caught out. A half clearance by Magnum. And it does look like that at the moment. You see Sen are fired up.
में तुमको मैं सुनाता हूँ.
They believe that they have
जो
the
भी हो
most
भाई,
difficult run.
जो भी हो.
I mean, their run through kickoff,
Aggression यही होती है मेरी.
their run here,
292 go again. Love you. 8k more for 300k.
Two big heavy hitters coming up from EMEA.
You got to think as well. I mean, you got two of those teams in the EMEA. It's only EMEA and Americas who are winning the titles.
बेचारे sad होके slow हो गया बे dance लोग का.
And
ये लोग का
Kaplan
dance slow हो गया
clearly
sad
not
होके.
happy in the interview at the arrival and having to be last out, first in.
कम
Not
करो
having
sound.
that
कौन सा
I
वाला?
saw him at breakfast. I don't think he got sleep.
No, I mean, he's come in here, and I feel like the whole team has just got an aggression about them.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they're fired up. There's a certain rage about it with the way that they're carrying themselves in this one. They are determined. Doesn't matter how many obstacles you throw up in their face. Doesn't matter if you give them the #1 seed, the #2 seed.
भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा
They
हूँ?
don't care.
कल संडे ठीक है, मैं सुबह सुबह जल्दी रूटर खत्म करके शाम को थोड़ा रैंक पुश करे, उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी, क्या बोलते हो?
उसके बाद
हाँ
मतलब शाम को 3-4 बजे खेलना है
6 बजे के आसपास,
तो फिर 2 ही घंटा खेल सकते हैं अपन.
2.5 hours.
Can't let off the gas.
No game.
This cooking.
दो
Okay.
मैप कैसे 30
Fast play,
मिनट का एक मैप होता है.
But they don't fight. They don't go for
40
an
नहीं जाएगा,
aggressive
अपना डेडली डुओ वाला
reaction somewhere else around the map. They're playing it slowly. So many players from Sentinels are close to these ults coming online as well. The
Sunday को
lockdowns
बाहर
were
नहीं जाना
to
कौन सा संडे को मैंने छुट्टी लिया है बे
of course back end of the time
आज टीबोन को भी याद नहीं था उसका शादी हो गया
there's a couple of kills collected on either side, yet it's still Sentinels out on top of that one, whether the weaponry or otherwise. But they've got the protocols, they've got the aim sharp as anything.
हर फाइट शट डाउन हो रहे हैं वो लोग शट डाउन
players that were dominating the duels on split. Tens and Zek.
भाई कोई बोलो कि सामने केसी है विंडोज में शट डाउन कैसे हो रहे हैं
duel, obviously here it's against the sheriff, but it just has tracked all series long. You see them taking a fight, you expect them to win it. The way they're swinging it, you know they expect to win it too. It's been monstrous.
There's none of that swinging into crouch spray, uncertainty with your aim, with your own abilities. It's just decisiveness.
इतना शॉट मेरे को आज तक मारने नहीं मिला
They expect to be winning every single fight.
पहली बार जाता क्या तू हाँ पहले वो टरेट को एक गोली उधर इज डेड
I know we've already mentioned, listen, it's an attack side of map. Everything points towards it so far.
ये अच्छा था love you
No matter what changes they made on Lotus, it still points into that direction.
कैसे मेंटल आ चुका है भाई कैसे मेंटल आ रहा है भाई दूसरे गेम में इतना जल्दी कुछ नहीं होता भाई
The question is just how many rounds they
Sentinels
really
is
need to
a
get
good
online.
team और कुछ नहीं
We don't know that, right? Sen didn't look like they put together too much defense on the last time that we saw them play Lotus, but their players were still good enough in the game against Heretics to give them rounds every now and then, which was more than you saw on the other side.
ये रबल फाइटिंग नहीं ले रहे
They're a very dangerous team. Even if they get outplayed against the macro, even if the map doesn't lend itself to one side or the other, they're still going to find those win conditions. And here, you have huge ults up for both teams. KC, eco swing round. They have to invest all of their ults to try to win this one.
It's happy to play close here because he's got the showstopper. There it is.
Beef on the movement?
Acknowledge, yeah, beef on the movement. Massive one, in fact. He sees Tevet to the spot, rooted down.
Oh,
getting value with that. In fact, the second one to take a revive into this.
That's wild. That is wild.
The nade,
and I said beef on the movement, but I think Zekan threw a blast pack to disrupt that,
कुछ
and the
मिस
Seas
हुआ
came
है
afterwards as well.
A little bit unlucky towards the end there. I think that nade was meant to be tucked into the corner.
फेड खत्म नेड खत्म फेड बोल रहा हूं सीज खत्म नेड खत्म रॉलर खत्म
And they've neutralized the threat again, slowed the round down, denied information for KC, and now they can go wherever they like.
9-4 through the site. That's one trigger onto it. So they're going to know that at least there's one player there. That's Thomasy! Time to shine, son. Time to step all the way up, and he certainly has done so. Still in control of Tree. Here's the pivot being called. Door broken.
अगर clean plant मिला तो post plant ult मार के जीत सकते हैं.
Really set that one up. Shin giving them this space.
Oh, जल्दी मार
Be
दिया.
committed. Goes towards it with 15 seconds to spare. Is there any attempt by Carmen Core? Do they want to be aggressive into it? Looks like they're going to give them that space, and now planning for a retake of their own.
This pit could allow, John Cuty's going to commit pit here, and this can allow them to get back into the site and help them flood, stop the lockdown from really finding too much value.
We'll see. Even Tense as well, holding the TP as well, making sure they can get straight back into the fight. He's forwards, into the corner, barely expecting it, but it's traded almost rapidly on the approach. A counter pit online, layers it forwards, and Carmen Court have got the players, they've got the bodies, they just need to win, and they're going to get it around. Going their way, finally. Looks like it's been a bloody long time at that, but that second one is on the board for them.
नहीं हो सकता.
And they took a lot.
कौन सा यूज करते हो endless name बता दो. Very interesting.
Sen made it extremely expensive,
मेरे
and
को
I think
पता है,
that's the
but
silver
I
lining
would
to
like
KC
my
winning the round
wife
there
to
if
answer
you're
this.
looking at it from the perspective of Sentinels. But a lot of ults being drained
बड़ी
on both
lens है.
sides. This
इतनी
play,
बड़ी.
though, it just wins the round.
Oh, yeah.
और कैनन भाई का
Thomasy is going to be passive in this
Lens
situation.
बड़ी
He's
है.
going to respect the nightfall, worried about being pushed from one angle. No, he holds his ground, steps up when his team needs him,
कैमरा
and
की
puts
लेंस
one on the board.
बड़ी लेंस
We'll see more of that.
Exact
Show me a bit more
size
fire,
इतनी
Carmen Core, come on.
इतनी exact size है ये देखो इतनी exact size है
Satchel through for Zekan. It's fast.
Canon
Double
camera.
satchel, both being used to
Ult,
punish
straight in.
potentially. All from Tenzi's just taken out.
Completely punished.
Bullet to the
Tenzi
thumb,
भाई
that's
तो
all it
गुस्से जा रहे
takes. And yeah, that's more punishment, a stick in that one. I suppose he thought it was clear. Door opened up, rotating now, calling. Pivot, getting a move on.
भाई सिंपल है 40 में इतना ही मिलेगा.
Entirely open. Util still going to be used to clear it.
समझ रहे हो?
Seas and a nano swarm. It's going to be completely given up, in fact.
10,000 में मैं full info दे सकता हूँ full. कहाँ से लिया कौन सी दुकान से?
Their post-parent aggression was timed well. They played together.
Amazon को भी
sloppy for
दुकान बजा
KC.
जैसे
Here we see John with a bit of a timing.
Bit of a timer, but he might just miss it here. There's a nightfall as well.
This
Move
is
on
where
forwards,
Alambot का
Nightfall.
क्या scene?
The sound cue is going to be missing from a few of these players. Elsis is in a one and done position. Blinded. Satchels.
Ooh,
Martin
blind अच्छा था
barely
लेकिन.
grappling onto that
इसका
one. A
blind
Satchel
था वो.
Forge just in case cuts it up. And now everybody playing from Mount. A backwards
Oh,
position. But
Saucy
smoked
का वो
off.
था,
Immaculate
lol.
stuff from Shin. Almost going down to the spray. Down here. Damage done, but the bullets flying through. And true for Carmine Core. Narrate. Able to stick this half. 1v2, 1v2, not sticking it out wide. The patience played by Carmine Core will get the job done.
निकाल सकता था रे Zekken हाँ
That's
there
more
was
like it. That's what you
a
got to see
world.
from KC when they were playing in EMEA.
4-5.
Coordinated on the retake. I was worried just for a moment when they lost track of where the final player was and one went to check waterfall, the other mound. But they got the play there. The punish onto tens through a snakebite nanoswarm to stop the rest of the team coming in, isolate tens, get the swing and punish. Very nice from
Martin
KC.
अच्छा मारा Martin
And they
अच्छा
follow
मारा
up.
Martin अच्छा मारा
2 rounds back to back
अच्छा
now.
please Canon
Puts
का modern
KC in a
and
much better position.
नंबर कितने
The
mm
ults
and Canon का
still
कौन सा
nowhere
मॉडल
near for
थोड़ा अच्छे
Sentinels
से
after
बता
that
दो
huge
इतने बजट है
explosive
कहाँ
round
से
in round
दिया
7 where both teams
भाई कैसे
utilized the
बताओ
entire war
मुझे नहीं
chest.
पता
Canon M50 Mark II
Follow from
with
the Prowlers,
Sigma
just
30mm lens,
check there. Front section
1.4
of B.
f1.4
A real aggressive map control other than Shin. He's
1.4
close to
GB
Mount.
GB
Pressure
नहीं
one
होता
way, so
है
you'll be able to TP out of dodge if there is any danger.
Now you can see
Ball map.
here though. They're getting
Send.
ready to
Vishal bhai,
put pressure
send.
B and actually crush
मैं
this
already
C
3000 के
setup.
lead में हूँ अभी
Shin
बोल रहा
has got to be so worried about this.
हूँ अभी भी 3000 के lead में
Oh, yeah, but still, it's going to be coming from
Canon
multiple angles. And yeah, does have the
M50
TP forwards. What a call!
That's
Martin
confident.
just swinging right through. Narrate
Oh,
follows it up,
bhai.
and listen, there's no one else watching for it.
विशाल भाई एक
What's the
सेकंड
danger there if you ended up losing that fight, but they
रुको
don't. It's exactly right, Josh. What you were calling for, that confidence is back, and it's boundless right now for Carmen Court.
Opportunism, looking to take the timings, even if they're not playing together.
6 कौन जीतेगा तेरे हिसाब से
KC find themselves in
Send
another
it, Nichi.
5v3, very similar to round 7.
नहीं देख तो what you said वही बोला रे बाबा
Easy as it
100%
goes.
100%
Forwards
विशाल भाई
past it, tens. Tethered to the floor, can't see it.
Send
Celsius
जीतेगी,
just
send
to watch his
जीतेगी.
teammates back. He can be trusted with that at least, but will fall. Spike dropped out in the open. 2v4, make it a 1v4. John, no chance whatsoever here. He's on the opposite
What a
side of the
counter.
map. We've got
भाई
20
अडेप्ट
seconds
तो
left.
कर
Will be
लिया
safe.
किसी कुछ भी बोल हाँ
KC finding that mid-round aggression. Sure, the previous was taken
ने इतना
with that
जल्दी
punish
GG
on the
लिखा फिर
tens,
भी
but they found themselves the player advantage situations so many times in the last 3 rounds. That's one of the biggest reasons why they're able to actually win them. They're able
Okay,
to
then
find a
अभी
double
5
kill
मिनट
that
में
comes
ऑर्डर
out
करता
from
कैन
Tomashi,
इज
then
इक्वल
they
टू
get the
लेंस
punish on the
थैंक्स लव
tens.
यू
And in this round, it was such a nice
But it's
audible
just
called
only
by Martin there and Narrate,
किसी
deciding
को
to
जिंक्स
take
करो
the swing
नहीं सेन
through,
जीता बे
using Shin almost as bait over towards C.
5 राउंड काफी है
Pre-planned.
तुम लोग को
or
पता ना
called
ये
on the
लोग
fly.
एक भी राउंड नहीं
Shin
देते ये
was
लोग का रीटेक
completely
ऐसा
alone
तुम
on
लोग
C.
भूल के लगते हो
I
सेन
mean,
का
this team is
रीटेक
big brain enough that they might have set that up as a bit of a fake there, like, oh, look, we're playing Mound, come and punish us. Lovely setup by KC. And you were asking a question earlier, Bren, as we go into this Sentinels timeout.
मेरे को एक बात बता क्या ये लोग को पता है ये लोग एक मैप डाउन है
Because this is generally an attack-sided map.
कहाँ से
Now that they've got 4,
एक मैप
you're feeling relatively comfortable, even if Sen take all the rest.
जीत
at
गए
minimum. A4 half, you can definitely come back from that one,
अच्छा 8
Lotus.
बजे चालू है
You need things to go right for you, obviously. You need, either a pistol or to start rolling with the rifle rounds and get the ults online.
Let's
It's
say
not
love
a
you
given,
thank you for the 500 मेरी जान के टोटे
but there is actually
क्या
reason to
दिखा रहे हो
celebrate
भाई
for
क्या
KC
दिखा रहे हो
right now.
Not even watching a game. I mean, obviously there's not a game going on right now, but everyone's facing away from the screens. I respect it, man.
They don't need to look.
They are the loudest ones in the building, and they are taking up probably.
CC
one
Duo Magnum Goat भाई
the
ये
loudest
सब
for
हमारे बारे में नहीं
There's a lot
बोलते
of
हाँ?
Sen fans here.
तू और ये और वो
Yeah, I mean,
mistake.
I like that the desk threw the KC versus Sentinels on the English broadcast, by the way. Just ruining
Yeah.
the KC fans.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Only 15% of you think KC is going to win. That's funny.
Do that Caminos chat, see what happens. See what happens. Telling you, probably 100%, but.
Zekken now has a judge. Does this mean we're getting into something a little more pacey?
Fast C fight क्या बोलता है
It's got prowess with that double satchel plays, can really take the space quite rapidly. This time, again, a lot of players are coming
Bhai,
court. Grouped up behind Mal.
Blind
Looking
double
to try and
satchel,
fight
let's
this
go.
one eager, in fact.
That one Prowler makes them think that it's going to be the split.
Three,
push again.
two,
Trying
चलेगा.
to get proactive just in case to punish those players.
जैसे बंद होएगा.
Nice idea as well. She's
3,
using a second
2,
smoke, but here we
1.
go. Follow-up fight.
Blind.
He doesn't have a smoke from one way here. Paranoia is
Yay!
excellent. They're all grouped
Nade
up.
किधर
Right
है?
towards the back TP on top.
That's
Amazing. This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
And all the way forwards, Judge in
Nade
hand.
किधर है?
It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving.
By
The rate can't
10.
withstand it though, the pressure.
तो
It's
देखा
too
कौन सा
much to
कैमरा है.
miss. This
अच्छा
man
मैक्स
is a
मेरा
thing
बजट
of
1 लाख
nightmares.
1.5 लाख का. कैमरा लेंस
The
का
mobility,
अगर
the
कोई
confidence.
पता है तो वो भी बात है तो जिस बेटर है वही ऑर्डर
He's
करने
on
का
for the
वेबकैम
ace.
Give the
यूज
people what they
करने
want.
के लिए परफेक्ट. वेबकैम
One
के
less
लिए
standing, the counterpart on the
अच्छी
Omen.
कैमरा आ जाएगी उसमें.
Notion
वेबकैम
is
क्यों
around,
लेना है?
Notion is lurking.
क्या लगता है एस मारेगा?
To spoil the clip.
पता नहीं यार, difficult है यार.
भाई सेंटिनल्स टीम हराम ही है, नहीं देगी मेरे हिसाब से.
10
अबे
and
वो
4.
भी
What a
पीछे आ रहा
demon. You saw that the counter paranoia there
नहीं
thrown
ले रहा
from
है, इस
Shin
नहीं ले रहा है.
pushed back
इस
the
नहीं
rest
ले
of
अबे
Sentinels.
पीसी नहीं चाहिए
Nobody
लगता है.
else was able to get the punish in that kind of way.
मार मार
But then
मार
when
मार.
Tens teleports
कहाँ
up
से
top,
मार?
he's not been caught by it.
टीपी करो उस पे.
Everybody else
और
is
लेके
flying.
अल्ट मार.
It is shooting fish in a
हाँ.
barrel.
प्लांट के बाद तेरे फाफा ने और चढ़ा उधर. हाँ?
And it really is terrifying what Tens is able to do
Huh?
on Omen. It's fit him like a glove. this new role.
Ace.
पता नहीं. मेरे को तो
That's how you
मिला
know
ही
he's different from 2021. Not just the agents being played, man, but
बहुत
even
स्ट्रांग है
playing
लेकिन यहाँ पे मत डालो इसलिए तो
Oh,
बहुत
shit.
स्ट्रांग है. हाँ ऐसे ओपन रख स्मेल आ
क्लिक
रहा
के
है.
लिए क्यों नहीं खेलते भाई?
Now in that round there was still a little bit of danger, right? I mean, Shin got the pick onto Tens.
Huh?
If Narrate had been able to punish Tens too, oh sorry, Shin got the pick onto Zekken. If Narrate had been able to punish Tens, maybe KC could have come out with something.
2 more rounds.
अरे यही गिर
Confidence
गया.
is building here in the Madrid arena.
Ascend
मुझे
fight for
DeathAdder
rubber
को
control,
भाई
something they have
तुम्हारी
not been
तरह
doing very much
वेबकैम
of.
यूज करना है.
Zelsis
बेस्ट
quite far
सोनी का
away.
बता
His
दो.
lockdown
सोनी का
could be a
पता
large
नहीं,
entry
सोनी का
piece of utility, but
बहुत
they could also
सारे
save it for post, as Zekken now had
आपके
showstopper
बजट के
online
हिसाब से
too.
वही
Narrate
चीज
for the
गूगल करो
swing.
सबसे बेस्ट.
हाँ.
या फिर चैट अगर तुमको पता रहेगा तो हेल्प करो.
ये इजी टू कनेक्ट है कैनन के कैमरास वेबकैम के लिए एक वायर कनेक्ट
tell Zekken as a player that-
करोगे कैम लिंक कनेक्ट.
भाई
Decided not
चल
to
मेरे
use the
जैसा.
ult, though, just taking space on
बहुत
site.
सारा चीज है इसमें.
There's a chance of it. Everyone setting up from Carmen Core side. Backwards, spots ahead. Vulnerable.
अल्ट कॉल सेकंड.
Look how nicely though they've saved all of this utility
क्यों?
for the post plant here. Sure, the spike isn't down just yet,
भाई ये अल्ट का क्या पॉइंट था? मेरे को
but they're
समझा नहीं.
anticipating the fact that KC are going to
Already
play
उनको
retake
site है,
because of
सब
the
कुछ
नहीं
ult.
है.
बैक साइड नहीं मिला था ना वो
The
लोग
threat
को.
बैक साइड
is
तो मिल ही
more
जाएगा ना भाई.
dangerous.
ऐसा
Easily
कैसा मिल
action.
जाएगा भाई.
जैसे
बिना
मतलब कितना-
बिना किल के मिला ना.
Second, here's it.
इतना यूटिल बैक साइड.
Satchel! No way, Magnum! Nasty shot, nasty business. Here, Tens will fall. Perfect. Magnum through the back now in a site control game.
Darcy!
Shin instantaneous with the trade sticking now. Tomasi onto it, but
वो हाफ
strides
नहीं
man
हुआ.
through the
हाफ नहीं
smoke.
हुआ.
2 players caught. Surely that's the fuse.
हाफ
And now
नहीं
another
हुआ.
attack from Magnum, but it's just him. 1v1. Him versus Zelsis.
One
Sticking
Magnum.
have on it all the way through the defuse.
ओ फुल
Zelsis
कर रहा था वो. हाफ होता तो
puts
जीत
him to
जाते
bed.
थे. हाफ होता
Little
तो
bit of
जीत
danger
जाते
again there
थे.
as
हाँ?
KC started to get that retake working. Really lovely the follow-up on the paranoia and Martin's entry through, but
बहुत
Sen
run ले ले
stayed
map.
solid.
सेन जीत
So
गया.
many of these post plants are set up with 2 layers from
Oh,
Sentinels.
very bad.
A few players playing further forward to draw all of that utility, and then a few
क्या लगता
players
है
further
टेंस में
back
जीजी लिखा रहेगा
playing
फिर
the
से?
spam game. You know that we see the same thing when it's planted over towards
जीत गए
C.
फिर.
You have Tens in a more advanced position on top of the box, a few players playing out towards Mount.
मोड में
Works
मोड
all
में
across
मोड
their
में.
map pool, and we're straight back into things. No early fight over towards Rubble though. KC dominate that area
भाई
early on.
एक
open the
राउंड ये
door,
लोग ने रबल फाइट नहीं किया
and
है.
it's going to tell John right
एक
at the
राउंड.
beginning that it was heavy Rubble control.
हम भी सेम खेलेंगे.
There was no signs of life from Martin.
स्ट्रीम
so
वॉल्यूम कम कर. क्यों बराबर है भाई सब.
expecting perhaps to call that pivot here on either side. You can see it, the territory being slowly gained.
Sassy taps the orb. Once the rest of his team's got ready, that's Nightfall
भाई
online.
मार्टिन के पास अल्ट है.
Through with a Nightfall, Prowlers. Chin the targets, a few of them, but broken in time here. Now potential for the retake. Still that danger.
She's
with the
made a
showstopper.
combo.
Back pocket, no way.
Ah!
That's just spam.
The rate finding it onto Tens. Beautiful first kill for him,
लग
and this
गया.
is going Bad to worse for the Sentinels here. They still can't get a safe plan down. Util flying through along with the rocket. Martin fortunate really not to get that one. Satchel through into the back, pushing his teammates right into forwards. Magnum is there, collapsing, colliding, spraying them all through. Jong.G's got so much to deal with here. No more bullets. Right click, but everyone's there to collect it out. And so a 7-5 half Carmen Court. A sneaking suspicion that they're going to be happy with it.
Very happy. That's an extremely solid defense side, powered by those retakes. I mean, don't let the technicality fool you. They flooded back in there using their same retake setups, and the timing for Magnum to swing around the side when the rest are putting pressure up on top, it all worked really well.
Tense.
Signs of life from Carmen Court. Really excellent stuff on their retake.
Pistol का जीतेगा, pistol का जीतेगा.
A steady lead for Sentinels, a steady lead I should say. And let's send it down to the floor with an interview with some special guests.
Sen जीतेगा शायद.
लग रहा. Family बोलते हैं.
Joined by Mama Zekin and Mama Tens. Give it up for the parents.
Oh, Tenu.
Mama Zekin, we saw you in America cheering on your son, and now you're here in Madrid cheering on your son. How does it feel to be able to travel the world and support your son as he pursues his dream?
I feel like I'm the happiest mom in the world.
ये सब क्लिप अपनी मम्मियों को दिखाओ.
And Mama Tens, I found out this is the first time that you've ever watched your son play on stage. How has the experience been? All the fans here in this building.
It's been amazing, incredible. It's a dream come true. I met so many amazing fans of his. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Guys, give it up. Give it up. It's a beautiful thing for sure. Have you been enjoying Madrid?
Yes, it's beautiful here. First time to Europe.
First time to Europe. First time to Europe, everybody. Wow. All right. Mama Zekin, how has the Madrid experience been for you as well?
Mi amor en Madrid.
I mean,
Madrid OP बोला उसने.
Right here, baby. Let's just send it back to the cast and get this party rolling. Give it up one more time, guys.
By WB.
Oh my.
सारे अपने अपने मम्मियों को स्ट्रीम दिखाओ.
To get the crowd on your side.
हम गेमर बनना चाहते हैं मम्मी.
For the broadcast.
ऐसा.
A bit of crowd work.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Kick Golden Boy off.
मेरी मम्मी को इंग्लिश नहीं
Grand
आती.
finals. Mama Zekin out there hyping up the crowd because I mean I'm loving the hype though because this match is delivering so
tell
far.
anything
We
about
got to see
SK
excellence from
please.
Sentinels
Love you.
when it came to split.
Tell anything
it was
about
close in the
SK
first half and then they pulled away.
मतलब anything क्या होता है?
And I think
OP
KC
बंदा OP.
may have done enough here to feel confident going into the second half of Lotus. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean they're even favored. But when you look at what's on the board, 5 rounds on defense, normally KC very good on attack. Got to be feeling good.
Mini Boo के पापा दिखाओ. Mini Boo के पापा.
Stay in the
Big,
series. They have a chance
big
of things
Boo.
here, but players are grouped up and they're meeting side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
बिना
Prowler.
info के जा रहे हैं.
Right into the faces of Satchel. Martin.
हार गए
KC.
Hey, बिना info के जा रहे हैं.
Certainly Sentinels getting surprised by how deep KC got before the trap play was punished.
Hey, repeat after me, my man.
Still here on the C side.
Hey, बिना info के जा रहे हैं. Hey, हार गया KC. Sing along.
What a peak. Chicago classic.
Jinx कर ले. Jinx.
Look at themselves. Dodging and weaving out of the woodwork is what it feels like.
Really nice. All of that fundamental prowess that we saw from KC being demonstrated here. Certainly warming up into the tournament. Starting to showcase the strengths of what made them a team to be feared. This pistol round.
ये नया
great call coming out from Magnum.
जीत गया
As long as they can secure
KC.
Jong.G
Hey, मेरा लगा BC. Hey.
Feeling again really good about their chances.
भाई कैसे भाई?
The tools
Stack
for it. I
में.
mean, a lot of players.
भाई stack में कैसे घुस के मार गए बे?
So pistol round.
Stack.
Should, you know, as long as
3
things go
versus 4
correctly,
stack with smoke up and
end up
tubes
being
all
that
around.
7-7 equalization.
And that's Magnum that actually gets a kill there, but there's so many little
सात
set
HP
plays
पे.
that we saw from KC when they were playing in EMEA, things like that. Doubling up and setting up, you know, maybe a high-low setup or a jump peak and the second player swings in. Now we see Magnum picking up the Outlaw, actually. Nobody on Sen buying armor, of course.
हाँ?
Not going for that force buy.
Dinner करूँगा रात को.
Few pieces of util.
And how many times have we seen this in the
Cloud
series?
लगाना सही
No
रहेगा
real
क्या?
possibility for the team that lost the pistol to do anything because both teams just kind of rotate around each other. I feel like every time
normal
a team's
camera
on the pistol, we've seen this in the series so far.
मतलब room तेरा बंद ही
Dodging
रहेगा
that
most of the
variance.
time.
Roaming around the map like a pack of wild animals.
और plus वो lens का वो आता ना
Resight for Karmikor.
डब्बा.
Plan for
Problem
mount
नहीं होता.
control.
Yeah, and a great plan. And
Protection
now,
आती है
once you
उससे.
get the plan down this easily, you have the
जब
mental
जब use
bandwidth
करेगा
to
ऐसा
start thinking
protection
about
खोल देने का,
how do
समझ
we
रहे?
optimize our ults. Right, so
एक
do we
ring
want
light
to try to
लगेगा
load them
लेकिन.
into narrate because he's already halfway? Do we want to try to prioritize Martin perhaps? These kind of things you can really start to ponder. But there is still pressure here onto Tomashi.
In fact, Sen are committing utility into this. Things they really did purchase and buy. They've squeezed the players out towards Mount.
20 जगह से मारा वो लोग city
Time
control ले रहे हैं.
ticking away, running short. Free clearance, called by Karmikor. So right through the back there, and Sentinels realise that there's really no chance of this. They're making another call now, moving their way forwards.
And I think
Guns
just looking
गिराने
to
का
try to
सोच
dive
रहे हो
the
लोग.
spike here. But Sassy is going to take a little bit of a time in.
Players are caught out in the open. They're going to be able to die to the spike. Yep, okay.
So really successful there, to be honest, from Sentinels, not allowing KC to get close to any of the large ultimates. And that's very
Mega
important.
ultimates.
Lotus, I think, more than any
सिर्फ
map on the
ulti के
board
लिए
right
वो.
now, is so ult cycle dependent,
Cloud lightning room
especially
में लगती है
with it
किसी
being
काम की
attack
नहीं है
sided
वो.
and both orbs being accessible.
और वो
to the
खराब भी हो
attackers.
जाता है, धूल भी ज़्यादा लगता
It's
है,
a
पता है?
mixed bag of a buy, though, for KC. They've come into this bonus
उसका
with some
ज़रूरत नहीं है.
unusual weaponry. I'm interested to see if Magnum can get anything done with
लेकिन
his
दिखता
outlaw.
अच्छा,
He's the sole
starting का
player
6
holding
महीना
back
अच्छा
the
दिखता.
A push. And Sen have committed 4 players to dominating that fight.
Yeah. 4 players with light armor too. Lots.
Yeah, that's a
to
great
choose
point.
from.
Great point. 4 players that would die in one
पैसा
shot.
भी
to
ज़्यादा
Magnum.
मिलता है. भाई
That extra
अगर
danger.
तुम
So
सेव
consider
करोगे तो
decision
पैसा
making
नहीं
being used
मिलेगा
here
और
by
तुम लोग
Karmikor.
मरोगे तो पैसा ज़्यादा ही
Smoke
मिलेगा.
setup as well.
चाहे वो तुम spike
allows them
से
to hide
मरो या
play.
किसी और के हाथ से मरो.
Not quite an anti-flash position, but at least hiding from the initial haunt if there is a call from Sentinels to refight when the orb is tapped. Loading up the ult orbs onto narrate, making sure that Nightfall gets online.
You can see the pings over towards
Cost क्या है
Rubble,
lens का पता नहीं.
pointing out the 3 main positions that somebody like Tens would be playing if they got him posted up in an aggressive
Same
spot.
sentinel जैसे.
So they're going to go through the motions there,
Retake rubble.
making sure that they clear all of these angles. There is nobody home whatsoever on A.
4 घंटा ये लोग ने
This, I mean,
practice
back and
किया है.
forth as
4
the calls go for
घंटा.
Karmikor. Looks
Retake
like there's
कैसे
a lot
कर?
of uncertainty.
I mean, Sen are basically just playing rotate through spawn right now. They're not trying to, anticipate this so much as just rotate.
No way. Don't know what gave that one away still. It's a kill. All Sentinels. First kill going
Hey,
their way.
gang,
They
ये
anticipated
बीजा
this
रे,
pivot.
बीजा.
Yeah, they're looking for it and expecting it. Out towards B. Smoke still.
भाई
Up to
सेंटर हिट
heaven.
देखा तूने पर
What's the call going to be here?
हाँ.
Only 15
वो
seconds
लोग
left.
गन की
Chance
नली भी
already to
दिखी
try and
ना.
fight them aggressively. Haunt broken. Boombot now. 11 seconds plan. Finally going down, but what is the fight? Yeah, right through. Sees no connection. Second.
गया भाई,
Oh,
घुस गया
hopes and dreams
भाई.
torn away in this round.
घुस गया.
Shin wrapped and
भाई ये
lost.
लोग भाई सिर्फ retake
Cheeky
ही
flank
practice
timing.
किया ये लोग ने.
Not getting away with that.
मैं बोल रहा
That
हूँ.
was a really bizarre round, though. Sen were
ये
rotating
लोग के
through
कोच ने
spawn,
क्वेश्चन
off
पेपर भी
noise
डाला है.
cues, off reads,
मल्टीपल चॉइस के
and
दो.
just trying to
अगर
stack
यहाँ
the
प्लान
correct
किया तो
position
तुम
where
कैसे
KC would
रिटर्न
end.
करोगे?
They're
ऑप्शन
not worried
ए
about leaving
ऐसा.
holes because they're just trying to be hypermobile around the map.
हो सकता है.
That can really bite you. If you're
क्या
planning to play
देखना
defense like
राइट
that,
में ब्लाइंड
sometimes
2
if the attacking
लेफ्ट
team just
में
cuts the way,
सैचल घुस
you're
गया.
just running around having no idea where things are going to end. But the reads there from Sen were perfect.
बहुत on
They got
point
the
है.
right call on what KC were going every time.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
No damage on that bonus.
Yep. Really good job, boys.
सेकंड में स्ट्रीम लाइक करके जाना अभी बोलो.
Side. Vibes Merchant making sure everything is in order.
ओडिन आ गया.
TP forwards, dash it across here, sees Nade,
Love
everything
guy,
being
love
combined.
guy,
Shin
love guy.
surely goes down. He gets a kill.
मारा उसने फिर भी.
Shit!
How has he managed that?
He was caught dead to rights inside the C's name.
To almost single digits, evacuation called. Tens backs away.
कैसे बचा?
पता नहीं.
So listen, call up the cartographer. Power lines being redrawn. But
लोग नॉर्मल नेट से मरते हैं, ये तो
not even
सीज
posting
नेट
the
था
player
बे.
up deep onto A.
और उन्होंने मारा भी एक बंदे को.
मारा भी बे.
Certainly very willing to
और
rotate
HP भी
around the
उतना
map
नहीं
themselves
गया
on the attack
उसका.
side. And Sen
आधी HP
now
गई है सर.
a bit frozen in place, expecting this to be an A re-hit. Even when Sassy doesn't really spot anything over towards Rubble.
Narrate by
Zelsis
Orb
has
skin
all
ले
the
रहे हैं.
utility here, but he is just one man.
He's caught here still with the Odin. It's a very big gun and a lot of targets to really choose. And Beam down, spotted. Beaming, he does.
क्या
The
है
noise into the back,
भाई?
he had no clue about it. Snake bite.
ये क्या है?
Been utilized on top of it. Ruins his day there, but still getting two. Position
Hey
he
guys,
was in.
आज का सातवां
Miraculous
सवाल.
made it an even job
अगर
for
3v3
Sentinels.
retake है,
Four position of Magnum. He's hoping
तो
for an
तुम
easy
कहाँ
kill.
से retake करोगे?
A cheap one. One-way smoke. Has to force out that paranoia early. So Magnum, he's done his job. Pulling out that util early. Now
ये
back
लोग
to the
करते हैं
rest of
लोग
his team so we
theory.
can play side by side. Shoulder to shoulder. Sentinels. This is Carmen Core. Comes down to the fundamentals. It comes down to the aim. The battle being won. The Sentinels in charge.
मैं बोला तो.
भाई उससे टीपी
भाई ये लोग एग्जाम लिख रहे हैं.
In theory, could have planted anywhere, could have positioned anywhere, and Sen still got
भाई
the
ये
site
लोग
so easily.
ये लोग पक्का मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
KC post planters into a tiny corner.
ऐसा क्लीन रिटेक्स कैसे हो सकता है बे बिना एग्जाम्स के बता?
The orb. This amazing that Zelsis gets two out of that situation, but it basically just equalized.
पहले ब्लाइंड मार के सिटी वो किया, फिर स्मोक में टीपी मार के एक साथ हुक में क्या है ये?
They kind of gave Sen too much space there to do whatever they wanted. But that is two huge rounds in a row from Sen. One to make sure that they didn't
वो कौन है?
take any damage from the bonus round, and the other to knock the economy of KC. If we're talking about Lotus being attack side, being momentum based,
भाई है बे
Sen have
ऑडियंस
just
तो
stolen
है,
all of the win
ऑडियंस तो
out
है,
of KC's sails.
Essentially back-to-back gun rounds being won.
ऑडियंस तो है बे.
From the retake protocols. Not just that, I mean, they've earned themselves up to some pretty serious ults. Utility and kit looking nice and clean for Sen. They've got a showstopper. Zekin's not having a world-class game, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's sitting at 9-12, but he's doing his job and he's doing it well.
2-0.
Yeah, I feel like though Tens has been that guy.
Oh yeah.
From map 1 to map 2, Tens' performance has been amazing.
ये
When
क्या है?
they need him to
Exit
get
song है?
aggressive, like for example in that retake, John Cutie survives on the other side of the map. There's a Viper orb up in the middle of sight. They pop it up. That allows Tens to only focus on one angle, teleports forward, takes the one fight. Again, fighting off the back of John's utility. Bada bing, bada boom. He can do it all. You need an Omen entry? Call me up. that's Tens, man. He's looking awesome. He really is.
भाई पूरा VCT गोट ने अच्छा खेला है.
Fight over C
उसमें
early.
दिख रहा है माँ.
Again, same smoke, but it is that weaker bio Carmen Core.
And you either need a really good set play to be able to push this one across the line, or you're looking to try and, do damage to the economy and draw out ultimates.
B घुस तो
Certainly
जाएंगे
B
लग रहा
is the best site to fight with these
नहीं बे डोर
more
खोलने
close
पड़ेगा.
range weapons.
सेकंड डोर खोलेगा, ये ब्लाइंड करेगा, मारेगा, सेकंड उधर ही देखेगा.
They haven't cleared back.
Oh, way, Tens!
क्या?
टेंस देख रहा है बे, सेकंड नहीं देख रहा. थोड़ा उल्टा हो गया. इको था.
2-7.
I mean, that was wild. Martin was just stuck in the corner with a judge
but
there,
कुछ भी
but he
मारता
got
है.
blinded up, and I don't think he realized that people were pushing through the door on him. He probably had a couple freebies, but great adjustment from the Phantom Tens.
सेकंड ने मिस किया ना
Completely
उसको.
neutralized that round. This very reminiscent, actually, of one of the earlier rounds that we saw from KC, where Martin and Naray pushed out through B, trying to find that timing. And here, Sentinels on defense, being proactive, clearing out that area in the mid round,
हो गया, BT हो गया.
before they could set
हो
up.
गया.
टिल्ट हो गया भाई.
टिल्ट हो गया.
Carmen Core aiming to win that fight out, but they don't actually have anything planned for the Horns. Potential mistake there. Lots of
जल्दी
pings,
से भी और बहुत
variety of players. Carmen Core though, not dissuaded. Now with a nightfall. It's going to scatter. Flow forwards here. Zelts is getting tagged. Same with John QT. They're not going to know how close these players
Hey guys,
are with the
question
alarm
number
bomb
9.
broken. Season to the back of the site.
अगर
They
वो
really
लोग
don't
A
have a clue.
side में
Zelts is
plant कर रहे
spraying
हैं,
away and
तो तुम
praying.
क्या करोगे?
Just hoping that the reinforcements arrive, but he backs
कोच
himself
हम
into a
एक
deeper
बंदा
position.
लड़ेगा,
Tucked to the back,
बाकी
still
लोग
danger.
retake
Vulnerable,
करेंगे.
no way in hell. Second showstopper, but there's players right behind him. They don't have a clue. Shut down. Close to the corner of Shinny, surviving, keeping his team alive in this round. It could go in
ये
any
जिंदा
direction.
कैसे है बे Celsius?
And the Ray is still struggling to get the plant down.
Some of these fights, the way it goes, I mean, flip a coin, you have a better chance of guessing. Still, up onto the ropes, that's Shin. Forwards. Do Sen expect it? Do Sen expect it? Do they expect it? They do not, John. Brought down. Angles watched. Forwards now. Sassy, keen to take the fight, keen to trade it out. Through the box, though. Couple of straight bullets and Sassy's dropped down. Everybody watching. Eventually, the adjustments are there.
Well, that one was dangerous for Karmine Corp, but they come out on top. Magnum's position in pit ended up being so important. But there were moments all throughout that round where things could have flipped in either direction. So much of it coming down to timings that they can find on one another. This, for example, not even a half clear from Zekken in that corner. Too many positions to try to guess at. Great aim from Magnum there. Big readjustment. Pulls KC back within 2.
कितना बटन दबा रहा है टेंस भाई एक बार खराब नहीं होता है भाई स्पैम कर रहा है टैब
of an economic cushion.
Be the win con.
मैं भी टॉप पे रहता स्पैम करता कुछ भी बोलो.
That's the rocket. Prowler, Boombot. Let's wait for Util to dissuade it with the Nanoswarms, both of them being deaded. Celsius putting the Odin to good work. Spraying through into the angle. Timing. Both double swinging through, but they're vulnerable up now to Nate. Goes flying forwards. A connection. Celsius couldn't withstand it.
अरे ये Odin लेके throw होता है
as well. You have to respect it.
लेकिन यहाँ से spam लगता ना यहाँ से spam मारेगा देखना.
Would open himself up into that sideline.
The plan for Mound this time, instead of the more claustrophobic one on site, allows KC to play 2 layers of this. They still have Mountain Showstopper to work with.
Surely they win it. Wow. Looks incredibly favoured. At least with the ults. Horns. What's the back? Sentinels are already in. Showstopper. No one to break it. Let loose with the Prowler defuse burning away. Half into it. It's a gamble. John QT. He finds it. Still 4 versus 4. What other util did they really have? They've got to play it side by side. Time working against them. Paranoia 10's waiting for the timing. He flips the switch and now moves forward. So do Karmine Corp. So do Karmine Corp. In complete control of the front section of the site, and the decision is made.
नहीं अब जीतेंगे.
Hightailing it out of there.
अब जीतेंगे. क्योंकि ये लोग अल्टीज खत्म हो गया अभी.
Adapting to what Tens was trying to go for. Sentinels, you could see, were expecting KC to have already fallen back to Mount. They thought that they had the site roughly for free as soon as Martin got picked off after using the showstopper.
Viper ult आने वाला है. फिर next round Killjoy ult आने वाली है.
Expectations. And it's Celsius, a headshot through the wall there that actually sets up the nade kill. A little unfortunate. But both of these teams are looking sharp. It's mind games on mind games in these retake post-plant situations. But Celsius was left alone over towards C, and KC, like 5 hungry wolves staring towards a snack on the C site.
Just that, I mean, vacuuming up these orbs. Granted and given the C mound area basically every single time. There's no plan in action for Sentinels. They did manage to take rubble over towards 8, so they've got 10s posted.
We haven't actually seen 10s in this position before. We know that KC have got protocols to clear this out. We just haven't seen the fight actually occur. Do they believe that 10s is not on top of rubble because they've seen Zekken?
They're not going to use a molly to clear it. One way.
They do not like what they've seen. No. They're happy to return back over to Magnum. He knows that there hasn't been any re-aggression.
Free में रबल मिलेगा तो रबल लेंगे वैसा वाला सीन है.
See, Magnum did not give that one up already. Through forwards. Well, John QT. Sort of orthodox one, just playing closer to pillar here. Now sets down a Viper's Pit. This is a difficult one. Karmine Corp. What chances do they have? What is the call to be made out forwards in front of it? Lucky to be alive. Still smokes on smokes. Who knows which direction this one's going to go into with a nightfall now? They don't know anything. That is disgusting. But Tens, he's forwards and through, eventually removing that pesky problem that is the IGL. 2 players, forwards to the right, has fallen. Shin. Lost alive. John QT.
John QT.
And Sen somehow
भाई क्या बीटी है ना लेकिन
despite the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 3.
Bhaira is like
it looked great for Sen though. That
Headphone निकाल के नहीं खेल सकते जब ulti मारा फेड ने.
I'm amazed frankly that KC even got the spike down because there
was
so much
pressure. आवाज तो आएगा क्या बोलते हो?
Used Nightfall used as well. That is excellent awareness. They've often been using Tomashi's smoke to be able to get into the C site, and John Cutie just reads that for the first kill. And a little whiffy towards the end from Narrate and Shin. Otherwise, Magnum had given them an opportunity.
It's time for some timeout, baby. It's time for some timeout.
2 rounds ahead again.
नहीं
Maintaining
बे.
the lead are Sentinels.
Technically, कैसे कुछ गलत तो नहीं कर रहा. It's just the sense strats.
Cord from
अरे
either
मैं
of these
loading हुआ?
sides. It's a good one. Both the IGLs could be working overtime to try and get that edge.
Into C again.
Celsius. Really deep off angle. There was a chance he could have been punished, but safety for now at least. But the snake bite fades. And here's the second go of things. Prowler, Satchel's up above, doesn't expect it. Stinger. Exactly where it's favored. Close quarter combat.
भाई 1000 का stinger
Don't
से
have
मारा
to
यार
suggest it. They know what John
उसने.
QT is. John needs some help. John needs some help here. Swinging wide. Sassy will be punished for it. Casualty. Line of fire and a line of action here. It is.
ये पोजी अच्छी है लेकिन
It feels like
ये वाला
only just
सब
getting
लोग यूज करते हैं.
ground underneath them. Plans, paranoia, that forces it out, and a satchel forward, smoke fading away. Martin! Oh, he's on right now, on for the ace.
ये
One
ओडिन
more
देखा हुआ लग रहा है. ये मारेगा इस.
to it.
मार सकता है.
ये मार सकता है.
Spotted.
1v3. Spotted and shut down.
एक HP पे close
That's a
था.
wild situation. I mean, Sentinels realize that Tomashi is one away from being able to get his pit online, so they can't just allow him to go for the plan. They're forced to go for this entry. Excellent from Martin. And
सब
wasn't really
भाग जाते
expected
थे
in this
मारने
spot.
के लिए लेकिन.
But yeah, they're forced to go for this level of aggression and run into Martin's Odin here because they
वो
need to deny
कुछ
the
क्यों नहीं
plan.
गया रे?
Otherwise, they're going
Blind
to be
game बाद
retaking into a
smoke के
pit.
through right side.
Unfortunately, they lose the round anyway, and now
उधर
Tomashi has
stick
pit
तो था
up for
नहीं
the
इस बार.
next, and Sentinel's economy is getting stretched. I mean, look at this. 10 is the top of the scoreboard.
भाई क्या सीन है भाई. ओटी वाली फील आ रही है मेरी गोटी को. क्या लगता है स्ट्रिक्स? इट्स वेरी क्लोज.
हो सकता है ओटी.
लेवल 11 होएगा ठीक है. इसके बाद सन के पास 2 अल्टी रहेगी मैच पॉइंट पहले लेने के लिए, लेकिन तब तक केसी का रेस का अल्टी आ जाएगा शायद. मार्टिन के एंट्रीज तो है. क्या होता है?
They have a chance here of being able to close out the series against the #1 seed from EMEA.
ये अच्छा है ना. ऐसे दिखा रहा कोच यासी बात कर रहा है.
Into playoffs, set themselves up potentially as tournament favorites if they make it through. Heretics and KC playing like this.
तब से नाच
Other
रहे
teams
क्या?
will certainly be having words about that.
हाँ?
But there
टाइमआउट
would
पे
be
डांस कर रहे हैं.
little to doubt if they could close things out here.
Most people ahead of this tournament. Common Core Sentinels penned in as most likely finalists.
13 11
Two
10
teams that look the
नहीं ओटी
strongest
जा
going into this
सकती
event.
है.
Been a banger of a game so
देखो
far.
मार्टिन के पास
So
भी
back
अल्ट
and
आएगा. मार्टिन के पास भी अल्ट आएगा.
Kinda have to
सेकंड के
favour
पास भी अल्ट
KC's
आएगा.
chances of being able to pull this
जॉन
round
क्यूटी
across
के
the
पास
line.
अल्ट आ
A
जाएगा.
C's feint
ओटी आने से
combo.
पहले
Sorry, C's
Magnum
nade
के पास
combo.
अल्ट आ जाएगा.
Very possible here.
Not using it.
बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी
Hold
है
though.
ओटी जाने का.
Deal with that one. Not sure what that lineup is, but
It's a different lineup actually. Sassy was throwing it
क्वेश्चन
previously
क्या
from B, now throwing it from A.
तमाशी
Still not
भाई
good
अल्ट मारेंगे ये राउंड. भाई ये वेरी
Happy
रिस्की पोजीशन
follow
लगता है
that
यार.
trail of noise. They've stacked it with a lot of
इसलिए
their
ऐसा
players.
एजेंट जो
Power
पांच
forwards,
हिल ही नहीं
Martin.
सकता.
Satchel in to clear that space and take up control of Tree. With them breaking the Prowler, really does feel like an A hit, and it might still be so. Sees nade. Wrong timing taken for it. Guess what? They want to go forwards. Second.
क्या
That's
बीटी
a
है
snake
ना.
bite that takes him down.
There's so many layers to that.
It really is.
सीज डाला, नेट डाला, ब्लाइंड डाला, सचिन मारा बे.
And with the satchel, that has really put Sentinels in the driving seat.
But Magnum broke the alarm bot on
अभी
B.
तो ना.
No response from anybody there, so he's calling to narrate that B may be clear. Is Tomashi going to try to fake this with a pit or something? What are KC cooking? They had a free B site to go for, and they're still going A.
Coming in, Ten just walks forward to the information. He's brought down 3 versus 3 still. 2 players at the back of the site. What is it called? Double face! And
Oh, nice.
Oh, bye.
Equal parts on either side here. One
GG.
left standing. It's Narrate.
बीमिन का क्या है ना रे टोलो का बीमिन का इन्फो नहीं था इसलिए
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
शायद
13-10 होगा.
Series point.
मेरे को लगता है उनके पास बीमिन का इन्फो नहीं था ना.
Celsius is still tethered to his turret.
तो उनको लगा ऑलरेडी रोटेशन हो गया रहेगा, सैंडविच हो गया रहेगा. थोड़ा रीड गलत हो गया.
Just no chance, surely.
Anything taps it's hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and open.
Yeah.
Unbelievable this time. of seconds available.
Celsius is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble.
Narrate, 9 below.
Yeah.
Ridiculous!
That is one of the most important clutches that we've seen in the tournament so far. Narrate somehow saving his team. How does he line this one up?
ये कैसे लगा उसका दोनों headshot?
I mean, what was
No
that?
wonder वो highest ACS है भाई.
0.3 on the timer or what? I don't even know.
बस उसने 4 सेकंड में प्लांट किया है. अगर एक भी मरता तो भी चलता था.
I mean, barely contained it. It's just like, okay. I'll be the stoic one.
Somehow Ing expects that, apparently.
Yeah, not shocked.
None of us did.
God damn.
Magnum is buying an outlaw here to get his team up to map point, knowing that
ये retake हो सकता है
Sentinels are on
लेकिन.
an eco.
ये retake हो सकता है.
And the ults are all in favor of KC, really. There are still ults over on the side of Sen too. Do they choose to use them?
कर सकता है.
Just 5 players.
Omen blind nade such an
I
ult.
don't know what gives this read
Or
away.
good
It just
job.
seems to
Let's
be
go.
a gamble. Celsius forwards.
Tens is set up for a paranoia. Are they going to try to clear this?
Yes, they're going to be trying to fight this one. Paranoia, forwards, haunt, broken, tags it in the smoke, forward, Sancho's backwards, a boundless second. He let the rocket loose. There's no way. From the jaws of the field. Back Magnum has taken so much damage in the mix of things. 3 HP. Spike retrieved, backing away, not quite. It's dropped down. And Sentinels out of nowhere.
मैं बोला था जीत सकता था. मैं बोला था बे.
टीम के बंदे लोग info नहीं ले रहे भाई किधर. ये लोग डायरेक्ट हिट कर रहे हैं.
Utterly ridiculous.
अबे इन्फो लेने के लिए साइट के अंदर जा तो रहे थे. लेकिन जैसी स्मोक डाउन होगा क्या ब्लाइंड है बे. वो रिवील ब्लाइंड देखना. मिंगना बे.
Big time. They could not have found a bigger moment
Holy
to slam the pressure back into KC.
और अगर वो फेड रिवील में नहीं दिखता था ना तो ये लोग नहीं करते
It's
थे.
already here. Shambolic buy for KC.
रिवील ओपी था वो वाला.
It's bottom of the barrel. It's all they're working with. It's desperation. Individuals need to step up to even stand a chance of staying in this
लग गए बे.
series.
इकोनॉमी के लग गए.
Emotional
मार्टिन
rollercoaster
1
doesn't
HP
even
है.
begin for
कैसे
the players there
तो.
on stage. You go from
गन दिया था
elation
बोला रिटर्न दे.
to devastation.
उससे रिटर्न लिया गन. F कुछ F नहीं है.
Backing away from Tens there. Prowler connected. Gives them that space freely. Carmen Corlo, Spike in a different direction. Now Shin does have his ult. There's a chance he can pivot.
Martin has the showstopper.
भाई
He took
4
block
अल्टी है.
24 at the
OT हो
beginning of the
सकती है.
round.
क्या बोलता है?
अबे
He
ये
took a
वाला कॉल
long-range
गलत है
phantom
भाई. वो
headshot.
सीएल्ट करेगा और ये लोग वॉकिंग
Lockdown being used here to try and make it feel like this.
अगर एक ही बंदा है और वो किल जाए वैसे भी रिटेक कर लिया.
Reactive off the time cues.
तो वाइपर अल्टी मार सकता है ना.
Now the showstopper forwards Martin. He'll go down to the turret. He has to send it flying. Poor Timmy. Drop down. 30 seconds. Spike can't be planted. There's desperation. It's frantic in nature. Really sticking it.
नहीं वाइपर अल्टी अच्छी है.
Will stay up and this retake is happening.
लेकिन यहाँ से स्पैम लगेगी क्या?
Celsius dominating the angles. One tap to force out the util, but this could be it. All on the line for Carmen Core. And the calls are being made here. Fighting forwards. All tucked away. Celsius. The hopes and dreams ripped to pieces. Shin desperate for it.
मारो भाई. मारते रहो. मारते रहो सबको. सबको मारते रहो. प्लेयर ने दिखाया ये लोग को. एक प्लेयर ने दिखाया बस. सिर्फ गोलियां चलाई है ऐसा करके. भाई हैवी पे हैवी जीते.
Oh, this might have been a 2-0. This match delivered.
हैवी
Those
जीते
final
बे.
moments are just
सेकंड नहीं जेंसी से वो.
Send being able to take this match
अच्छा वैसे.
with a 5-player gamble stack over towards C that takes the win.
अच्छा खेले पर
यार लेकिन अच्छी खेल रही है बे टीम्स. मजाक कर अच्छी खेल रही है बे. मतलब सेंटिनल्स मेरे हिसाब से मेरे सपोर्ट की वजह से 1-2 राउंड जीता रहेगा.
They're spotting playoffs for now. This team still with options being able to make it through our Swiss stage.
By
But the path
Sentinels
for them
are
continues.
back.
Number 1 seed of Americas.
Tens is back.
Taking out the win.
Sentinels
against
are
the
back.
winners of EMEA kickoff.
By Sentinels bundle is back.
And what a game it was.
Oh yeah.
Sen definitely the better team there on split, but a hair's breadth between them on Lotus.
I mean, the smallest
ये
of
वाला
differences.
close था बे, close था.
I was convinced we
वो
were going to be
C
seeing
वाला
fighting.
round
I
में
was
BT हो गए
convinced
लोग.
it looked like it was preordained, man. But it's Sentinels
गलत
moving
read था
forward to
bro,
the
गलत
playoffs.
read था.
They'll be happy for it, I'm telling you. Kaplan and Drew been gaining grey hairs at a rapid pace. They haven't had a break, man. They haven't had a break, but finally a bit of peace and quiet, time to prepare. Sentinels are first team in the playoffs.
And you've got to be thinking,
भाई
they're looking like one of the favourites to be able to
सोचो
tie the
lower
entire
bracket
thing.
से आई ना
Because
Sentinels.
chewing through, and listen, they had some close
लोअर
matches, some close
ब्रैकेट से
games, but
सबसे
chewing through
लड़कर
both of
मास्टर्स
those
आके
EMEA
सबसे
teams
पहली
who are
टीम
looking
क्वालिफाई होने
so
के लिए
hot in their regional matches.
Goat.
Sen are looking excellent here. And with all of that time to be able
अभी
to
नेक्स्ट
press,
होएगा
certainly they're gonna be looking
कांग
at all of the other teams, seeing like who looks dangerous as they head forwards to
भाई
playoffs.
मास्टर्स फन है रे
More dangerous as well. I mean, of course, can't out
Masters
Carmen
for the chat,
Not
like
out of the
करो.
tournament just yet. It's the Swiss stage.
Like
Listen,
करो.
they're going to get that
Fans
chance.
by
of
stream
redemption,
देखते हैं
that
मेरी,
chance
याद
of fight
रखना.
against who? Against who?
Like करो
Against
जल्दी.
who? I mean, there's too many unknowns, man. There's too many unknowns and too many other good teams. I mean, we're barely any way into this tournament, and we're just seeing such a high quality of play. It's just insane. It's insane.
ये वाला डांस
It
नहीं
really
लग रहा.
is. It's also just incredible individual ability being brought to the big stage by these Sen players. They've worked so hard to
वो
increase
मडागास्कर में था
that
ना.
fundamental stuff. The retakes, the discipline, the coordination between the team, the IGLing that John Cudy's brought in. But throughout it all, the backbone that's
Vishal
standing
bhai.
up and winning them games here against teams
कितना
like
था?
Heretics
इसका
and
कितना था?
KCU, no
3000
slouches
plus
individually.
ये.
One of the
जल्दी
big
करो.
things that's powering through
इसका
are
मेरे
those
हिसाब
individual
से
performances coming out from players like
2,90,000.
You know, Zekken on map 1 as well was just unbelievable.
Notebook
And
में
John
लिख
up
देना.
towards the top of the scoreboard here for the second map too, whilst also calling an amazing game too.
भाई एक टीम गया
The
सीधा
IGL
cleaning.
Hold honestly as well. Those macro calls. I mean,
Huh?
just a gamble in that,
तो
in that
भाई
second to last round.
How'd they get the read?
Making a difference.
How'd they get the read?
You're joking.
It couldn't have been better. The timing
क्या
too.
पता है किसी
The
ने
timing
कॉफी
on the
गिरा दी
wall,
होगी.
the break, the paranoia, the run into the
भी
smoke.
हो
I
सकता.
mean, these are what dreams are made of for Sentinels, but also KC, that is going to be going through your head over and over. Very difficult actually
वो
to
round
get those
यार,
kind of
वो
moments
round
away
गलत
from
read
you.
था
Yeah, I'm
बेशक.
taking a gander, trying to see if the interview's ready right now. Will be, I hope so.
Yeah.
At some point, and yes, it is. I've got the cue. Go straight to the interview.
What's up, everybody? Let's give it up for Sentinels one more time! Yeah!
Thanks है इस बार.
I'm here joined by QT,
QT.
and we're going to have a little bit of I
QT,
want
John
to
QT.
hear the feelings after this matchup. Estoy aquí con John
Vex.
QT. Vamos a hacerle unas
John
cuantas
QT,
preguntas
¿no?
sobre este partido. First of all, after failing to win Ascension, getting back to
हो गया अपने भाई के बंस भाई.
making it to the big
Finally
stage.
हो गया अपने
Now
भाई
you're
के
on
बंस
to
भाई.
playoffs.
मतलब
I assuming that you're feeling amazing and crazy.
That
but
is
how
cool,
different
मतलब
is actually IGLing and preparing for Americas compared to this?
100 के हो गए अपने भाई के बंस
It's not
भाई.
much different.
अच्छा.
We just have our
आपके भाई
process
को हो
that
गए.
we follow.
Congratulations
We
आपके
just
भाई
trust
को.
our protocols.
Radical भाई.
We're approaching the games the same
Hearts.
as we approach them in Americas pretty much.
Hearts, आपके
just
भाई
making
को
sure we
hearts मेरी
understand
जान.
how the other teams play and how we want to play and just trust
Very
ourselves
big
pretty much.
congratulations to your
sobre,
brother.
obviamente se tiene que
Love
estar
you,
sintiendo
love you.
encima de una nube por toda la trayectoria que
Oli.
ha tenido y estar ahora aquí será además
क्या
el primer
Oli?
equipo que se clasifica a los
Just read
playoffs.
it well
He preguntado
and
cómo es de diferente
Bye.
prepararse para América que prepararse
Spanish
para aquí. Y
or
dice que
French?
básicamente hay que confiar en sus
सबसे
protocolos, en lo que tienen preparado.
सबसे
La
best
diferencia
language.
realmente es
क्या बोलते हो?
mínima. Okay, you say that the difference is not really there, right? But coming into today's matchup, knowing that you barely had any time to rest, how was the preparation, if there was any, especially, you know, with the maps and everything that we saw?
Tips मांग रहा है, शर्म करो.
The preparation wasn't that long, to be honest, because we had no time. We just made sure to trust ourselves, discuss the veto, and the coaches watched the games. I also watched the game, and we pretty much just predicted the veto. I watched the Lotus and play. I was very aware of how they played, and they didn't change much, so it wasn't that hard.
What was the hardest thing to adapt within the game for you?
The hardest thing was just to make sure we're not nervous. I think yesterday we definitely played bad and we still won, but we were very shaky, making stupid mistakes, stuff that we're not used to do. So I just made sure that everyone stayed comfortable and played well.
Le he preguntado que también cómo se ha preparado con tan poco
Ay,
tiempo, ¿no?
Yele,
Desde que ayer fueran el último
Ah.
partido y hoy el primero.
Pero
Dice que
¿vale?
tampoco ha habido mucha diferencia entre lo que Carmine Corp ha hecho en días anteriores y lo que han hecho hoy. Con lo que más dificultad han tenido sí que ha dicho que es con mantener las energías y no cometer los mismos errores pequeños que cometieron
यार
en
वो
el día
बेचारे
de ayer.
देखो कब
Well,
से
thank you very much, Gen.G.
LFG
Let's hear it
सेंटिनल्स
one
लिख रही
more
है
time for
बेचारे.
Sentinels as they make it to no os preocupéis porque tenemos más partidos. Don't go anywhere. We have another matchup coming up next. Gen.G versus EDG.
ये तो 2x पे बोल रही है।
बीबी नाम रख ली क्या? स्ट्रिक्स क्यूटी।
मैं बंक्स क्यूटी रखूं क्या?
रखते भाई। मैं तो रख रहा हूँ भाई।
मैं रख सकता हूँ। डन से।
स्ट्रिक्स क्यूटी।
बिंक्स क्यूटी, स्ट्रिक्स क्यूटी।
डन।
डन से। T69 भी चेंज करके क्यूटी रखे। क्यूटी 69।
क्यूटी 69।
डन से।
डन वेरी।
नेक्स्ट इसमें। हाँ। गाइस जल्दी से जल्दी 8k लाइक्स कर दो, सिर्फ 200 रिमेनिंग है, जल्दी। ये नहीं, मैं पहले चाय पी लूं, थोड़ी बची है।
कहाँ है चाय?
मैं रखा हुआ है, गर्म करना पड़ेगा। सोचा कि फ्रिज में रखो, ठंडा कर दो। फ्रीजर में नहीं, फ्रिज में। तो स्ट्रॉबेरी पिंकी हमारा नया नाम
क्या?
बिंक्स क्यूटी, स्ट्रिक्स क्यूटी।
कौन बोला ये?
स्ट्रिक्स बोला।
अच्छा तो है भाई, इसमें क्या?
जॉन क्यूटी का
हाँ।
कॉपी कर रहे हो तुम लोग?
हाँ।
कुछ ओरिजिनल करोगे या सिर्फ यही सब करना है, कॉपी कैट्स?
उसमें क्या, हम फैन बॉयज है।
वही भाई, फैन बॉयज है हम। क्यों ओरिजिनल करना भाई? फैन से तो है बराबर। या फिर हम ये कर सकते हैं, जैसा टेंस है वैसा मैं रहूंगा बेंस और तू होएगा स्ट्रेंस। ये कर सकते हैं ब्रो। क्या बोलता है?
क्या है?
स्ट्रिक्ट सेंस।
हाँ ये भी कर सकती है।
मेरा क्या होगा? मेरा क्या होगा?
आपका वो होएगा सुपरमार्केट लेवल 99। रिक्स भी कैसा हंसा बता।
आया था ना बात। उसका हम शक्ल नहीं आया।
I can love you। चाय लेके आया मैं, चाय। ए 30 सेकंड्स ही देना ना। 30 सेकंड्स
और
गरम करने का।
वो कप में मत डालना।
वो कप में नहीं, वो चाय वाला।
हाँ।
दूसरा।
हाँ।
अपना वो सिरेमिक वाला।
बता मेरे को पहले। और पिएगा चैट? बिंक्स के बदले आप पी लो। उसको चाय पीनी है।
कंकान क्या टेक्सचर बताओ? कंकान क्या टेक्सचर? ओए ये
हाँ
यही है, पता मेरे को। दे वाटरमेलन वाला, फ्रिज में डाल देता हूँ। वाटरमेलन
आराम से भरा पड़ा है वो। बिंक्स भाई का सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर तो नंबर 1 है भाई। पिंकी दी इसी चक्कर में फंस गए इतना भाई प्यार में। सही बताया, सही बताया। You missed the ending. I was on the call and then I was making the juice. I was making juice for him. Nice, 30. It just had biryani. Title change. मैंने कल किया था तो वो वापस लिखा भाई। यार अच्छा, हाँ नो दिल से बुरा लगा यार। हस्बैंड मटेरियल वीडियो देखा मैंने, देखा। ये कैसा साउंड है? ये कैसा साउंड है?
क्या ग्लिच टाइप लग रहा है ना?
हाँ मेरे को 1 सेकंड के लिए लगा मेरे हेडफोन्स खराब हो गए।
ऐसा डबल आ रहा है साउंड अलग ही।
लेकिन बिंक्स को बोला साउंड में नॉइस पड़े। देखा गाइस, केजे और ओमन थे उसमें, देखा तुम लोग ने? नहीं, 1 सेकंड। डिड यू गाइस सी? केजे और ओमन थे। KJ और Omen, the two agents that I play. उसी लिए रखा था यहाँ.
One seed, Gen.G. I'm Mika Fabs, back on the desk once again with Mimi and Kakuka. I hope
Hey,
you ladies are ready for
दोनों
another
दो है.
banger match today.
तो Wingman क्यों single है? Wingman क्यों
Well,
single है बताओ?
But this series is going to be
Wingman
so
तो
exciting
नाम भी
as
Wingman
well.
है.
I feel like it's been a long time coming. For the
ऐसे
best
तो
of
नहीं
these
हो
two
गया.
regions
Wingman ने
in kind of
सबका
their
settle
new
करके
form with
खुद
Gen.G
single
taking
रह
over
गया.
that crown in Pacific to have a match.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus
And
Christ,
especially after EDG getting the final win against PaperX, I feel like everything is coming to fruition. Sometimes when we talk about the placements from the teams coming into the tournament, I think that both these teams really deserve that top one. Gen.G proved it the other day, and so did EDG.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of big
Where is,
surprises that happened the other day, and
the
that's
other
how these
POC?
teams came to this point, right? But there was also a lot of trash talk about this match, and I just love it. Here's what Munchkin had to say about this match. Are you ready, Kang?
Not like full trash, I like
mistaken
recycling talk maybe, but both these players.
A little light, a little light.
That's a saying now, Bea, and you can't stop that.
Yeah, I won't stop you. I'm never. From the beginning of LCQs, many
Oh.
Japanese fans call me the god of operator, but now I want them to know I'm the god of duelist.
Every Kung Kung quote is so hard.
It's so metal.
I mean,
It's
they
so
chew
metal.
the bones to like pieces, or how was it? Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna chew my opponent's bones to dust, I think.
Something like that.
He's crazy.
You know what?
with the
If
quotes.
ever Valorant has like a heavy metal kind of theme, and the lyrics of like the opening song should be like
Wingman
Kang Kang's
अकेला ही
quotes.
काफी है.
I feel like that's what
I feel also like in the past he was more about the teams.
Wingman
I like the fact
commitment
that
to
he's
Gecko.
humbling a little bit more. You know, I think that he's taking a step
He's
back.
focused on himself.
Yes.
I think
Let's
that's
meet
amazing.
him.
That's
We look good.
everything.
No. Yeah, I think it's great. I think that the evolution that we're seeing within the
Let's
players
meet
themselves
them.
and the personalities coming into emerging with the rest of the community that we already have is perfect.
Well, I guess, you know, when you talk about EDG, you usually talk about Kang Kang, but there's so many other players that are really delivering.
There's actually nobody else to talk about.
There's nobody else to talk about, really.
Photo
Well,
चाहिए,
let's
photo
send it over to Golden Boy and hear from EDG's Nobody.
Nobody, come here real fast, my friend. Hello. Good to see you. How you doing? Oh, stand right here for me if you don't mind. Yesterday, you guys overcame a massive challenge by defeating PaperX. And now, today, you enter a new era here where you have an opportunity to overcome new challenges. Is the next challenge to win the tournament, or are there more in the way?
那其实，在昨天的比赛，你们也是完成了一个属于自己的挑战，打败了 PRX。那你觉得接下来会不会有更多的挑战在等着你们？或许是赢下这整个所有的比赛，又或者说还有其他的挑战，你觉得在等待着你们去完成的？
我觉得今天的对手来说，对我们的话是一个挑战吧。如果今天能够顺利拿下的话，我觉得我们后面的旅程将会
刚刚
Today our opponent is definitely another challenge for us. If we can overcome this, maybe after this we can do everything well.
Shrix तेरे लिए
I
क्वेश्चन
think
है.
a lot of people would love to see that. Good luck to you, my friend. Back to you.
EDG का लाइनअप बोल. हावडोंग कांग पता है, आगे बोल.
सुन हावडोंग कांग फिर उसके बाद
खोल दे साइट दूसरे स्क्रीन पे. शर्म कर स्ट्रिक्स, मतलब तेरे रगों से वाकिफ हूं मैं अभी.
अच्छा चल इसका पूछ.
शर्म कर. किसका?
ओपोनेंट में कौन है? जेनजी का पूछ.
टेक्सचर बाय.
और
टेक्सचर
सुन सेम क्वेश्चन. जेनजी का लाइनअप बोल जल्दी.
बोल.
टेक्सचर में बोल रहा हूँ ना.
और आगे.
टेक्सचर और
रुक जा. टेक्सचर है
बराबर.
मोने बाय नहीं है. ठीक है, वो PRX में गए यार.
इतना इजी वॉच पार्टी करने के बाद भी देखो नहीं
इतना
पता.
पूरा दिन वॉच पार्टी करने के बाद पूरा दिन वॉच पार्टी. मैं बोलूं
सबसे ज्यादा कौन मारता है? टेक्सचर मारता है बराबर. और
चैट नहीं देखना है.
चैट नहीं देख रहा हूँ, इसलिए उधर देख रहा हूँ. अब मीटियर है.
ठीक है.
टेक्सचर है, मीटियर है, और और 3 अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं. चीचू भी है. और जिनके कारण वो जीतते हैं. जिनके
चीचू भी है. एक मिनट, चीचू भी है.
चीचू नहीं, जिनके कारण वो जीतते हैं. जिनके कारण, समझ रहे हो? वो है
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है
ठीक है 3 बोल दे यार ठीक है यार
चीचू नहीं है
चीचू तूने बोला
मंचकिन भूल गया तू मंचकिन
और लाखिया भाई को भूल गया
हाँ यार लाखिया भाई को कैसे बोलूं मैं उन पे तो मैंने गाना भी डाला था लाखिया ढाक लाया लाखिया ढाक लाया लाखिया उस पे तो गाना भी है हाँ कैसे
भाई कैसे देखते तेरे को लोग ऐसे ऐसे जोक्स मार के कैसे
एंटरटेनमेंट प्लस वॉच पार्टी ये देखो हाउडोंग भाई कोलैब के लिए बुला रहे मेरे को डन सीन है हाउडोंग भाई एक बार खेल के फिर मैं आ जाऊंगा चलो मेरा हाथ पकड़ो डन सीन हो गया
Great to see, by the way, that he is also evolving because, you know, you usually lock him onto the duelist role and in the super opper of EDG, but now you see him actually flexing onto different roles. He brought out the KO, for example, a while ago, and he is no stranger at all to events like these. And I believe, Mimi, you did sit down with the EDG duelist. Now maybe flex to talk about his return to the big stage.
जल्दी सो रहा आजकल
क्यों कल तो संडे है
I'm joined here by Kong Kong and our translator DJ. Kong Kong, welcome to Madrid. I wanted to start off by asking you, this is the first event now that you as EDG has been representing the CN International League. How has it changed from previous events to now playing in the league?
ठीक है 1 बजे
那其实对于
रैंक पुश करते 4 बजे तक
我们 CN 联赛赛区
ठीक है
4 बजे参加这个世界性的
फिर सो के सीधा दोपहर को 2 बजे उठना तू
来到这次马德里大师赛有没有什么不一
फिर
样？
स्ट्रीम करना तू
我觉得这次
रैंक पुश करेंगे
可能更多的是背负 VCTC
फिर 5 बजे मेरा शूट है
荣誉吧，所以说
वो शूट खत्म होने के बाद फिर से रैंक पुश करूंगा
为兄弟们登上这座山，然后为兄弟们插这面旗。
I think like we kind of like take the pride of
ठीक है बोल मेरे को आज
CN
करने वाले
for
तो
all of
मैं
my
करने वाला
brothers
हूँ
from
आज मूड में
CN.
हूँ
I kind of like I want to
भाई
climb this
सेंटिनेल्स की
mountain
वजह
for
से
them.
Yeah, well, you're already kind of starting on that quest. I
Chal,
want to
bhai,
ask about some of your games that you played in CN. For
Chal,
EDG,
bhai.
it feels like sometimes when we watch you play, you see kind of different versions of this team. When you played against a team like Case, it's a very like put together team, and when you play against
स्लीप
FPX,
दीजिए
sometimes
भाई
it gets a
2
little
दिन
bit
से
more
3
chaotic.
घंटा 4
Do you
घंटा
think
सोया
EDG
मैं
is a
वैसे
team
भी नहीं आ रहा नहीं
plays to
इससे
the
अच्छा खेल ही
level
लूं
of the opponent they're against?
其实我们会发现 EDG 在面对不一样的对手的时候，其实你的打法风格会有改
कल
变。
लेकिन
比
हम
如说你们在面对
रैंक पुश वैलो स्ट्रीम प्लस वॉच पार्टी करेंगे यार
那样去玩，
मैं पता
但是
नहीं
在
मैं
面对
मूड में आ गया
的
ये
时
सब
候，你又
मैचेस
会
देख के
可能也会打得比较冲啊，比较有是那种打得比较有侵略性那种。那你们会根据队伍的不同来改变你们的打法风格吗？
我觉得这是以前我们的一个弊端吧。然后
बराबर
我觉得我们现在要做的就是在他们像 PX 他们可能会打得很混乱的时候，然后我们做到不要被他们的节奏所影响到自己需要打什么的东西。对，我觉得我们现在应该做的是做好自己。对。
I feel like if we change our play style, depends on who is our opponent. It's kind of like a disadvantage of us because we want to like keep play our own thing, no matter who is our opponent. For example, if it's PRX, we don't want if they play chaotic. If we discipline and do our things, I think that will be better.
Okay, very interesting. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but thank you very much for joining me, Kong Kong.
Yeah.
This is my brother's favorite.
Well, Kong Kong talking about scaling mountains, and the next challenge, the next mountain that they have to scale will be Gen.G. This was their first global qualification, and right out of the gate, they took down Loud of all of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G's debut showed that Pacific was not a fluke. It wasn't just a one-off to go out there and beat a team like Paper X. This squad was here to play. Loud came out, playing some funky comps. They went back, they changed onto a Yoru on their ascend. They did a lot of stuff that I think would be really hard to deal with as a team seeing it for the first time, and Gen.G adapted to it incredibly well. Again, comparable to EDG, this team does a great job at slowing down these rounds, not letting themselves get dragged into the chaos and instead setting up to find the right mid-round idea and adapt to even these weirder comps very well.
And we've been so excited to see, you know, faces coming back.
भाई
with new
मजाक से कर
faces. Lucky
सबसे
is one of them. I
ज़्यादा
think that he had
knowledge
a
है ना
good
मिमी
day.
के पास रहेगा.
The fact that we're seeing Texture in such a good
मजाक
form
से
coming
कर
into the
उसका
international
knowledge
stage. Those are the kind of players
बहुत
that
ज़्यादा है.
will make a difference, right? The one that has to be the explosive player and also the one that has to bring all the knowledge and
बात तो
all
बराबर.
that calmness onto the stage.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, you mentioned Texture, right? He was a player that was already one of the best duelists to come out of Pacific, and you set him up in a team that complements his playstyle perfectly, and suddenly you have
ये
one of the
बोलना
most
जरूरी नहीं
dominant duelist showings in an
हाँ?
entire tournament that was Pacific
10
kickoff.
जन
I
अभी
was
वापस
honestly
किधर
kind
और
of
ट्वीट
disappointed
करेंगे.
watching him play all
ये
of last
किसके
year and
साथ?
be
Oh, she wants
tossed
more.
around on all these.
ये बोलना जरूरी था.
All the, I mean,
You meant the other day.
No.
Best
Think
duelist
about how
Texture
many different
करके.
agents he was playing, how often his role was being switched around. No, he gets on this team, he's playing Jet, he's playing Duelist, he's playing what he's good at, and he's damn good at it.
And he's probably one of the reasons why they were able to manage it, to get this miracle run
For
that
sure.
Gen.G had in Pacific. And I think
Pin जा रहा हूँ भाई.
the fact that he's able to translate it here.
कौन जा रहा है?
And by the way, I
गरम
do not
करो.
think that he's still 100%. It's amazing and will probably take Pacific very far.
Well, let's see if we have more from Gen.G with Golden Boy and
क्या
Munchkin.
एक गोल्ड प्लेयर को राइट बड़ी मिल सकती है. Met an opponent
Munchkin,
who
come here,
was
buddy.
really
Aw,
bad.
man,
किसको
it's
भी
been
मिल सकता
so
है राइट
long.
बड़ी. Giveaways
we
में
gotta
मिलता
get the
है.
awkward hugs out of the way, buddy.
Streamers
It's
को
been a
मिलता
minute.
है.
I saw your post
Viewers,
online
बहुत viewers
to
को
Kong Kong.
हमारे
You had
इतने
asked him
meetups हुए,
हम
if
लोग
he
ने
was ready
giveaway
for
भी तो
today.
किया था.
Is it safe to say that
हमारे
you're excited
meetup
for
में
this
तो
match?
क्या
And why
harbor
is that?
event और वो
T1
Yeah,
Munchkin lost to EDG,
A lot of
but
giveaways
Gen.G
happening, no?
Munchkin winner.
Oh, Gen.G Munchkin will not. Good to see you, buddy. Always a pleasure. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. This is match 2 of the day, and we'll go ahead and get started. EDG, do you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Gen.G, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ben Bind.
Bind. EDG, your ban.
Ben Lotus.
Lotus.
Yeah.
And map number 1 from Gen.G.
We pick Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
याद रखना बाइंड बैन किया है. याद रखना.
Attack.
And map number 2 from
देव
EDG.
भाई नहीं
देव भाई ना मान रहे यार. देव भाई आज ही घर करी
side on
तुम्हें.
split.
क्या सीन है देव भाई. लव यू मेरी जान. Love you देव भाई. Thank you for so much
Okay, next set of bans starting with Gen.G. You have
continuous
Ascent,
constant
Breeze, and
support.
Sunset.
Love you मेरी जान. देवर स्टडीज भाई कल खाली करने के बाद आज दिखे ही नहीं. इसलिए बोलता हूँ आराम आराम से दो. देव भाई जरा देवर स्टडीज को यही आइडिया आप दो.
एक मेरे लिए भी खरीद
एक मेरे लिए भी खरीद लेता हूँ. डन सीन. 1 करोड़ का एक राइट बड़ी मैं अब भी दे दूंगा. अभी ऑन स्ट्रीम.
घर की बात कर रहे हैं.
ओ वैसा घर की बात कर रहे हो.
Ban Sunset. Your ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
अच्छी बैन है सनसेट. अच्छी बैन
So
है.
map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. Gen.G, side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
भाई ब्रीज में कांग बहुत मारेगा. खुले मैप्स में कांग बहुत मारता है. समझ रहे हो गाइस. तुम्हारे लिए एक क्वेश्चन है. एस्ट्रा लोग क्यों नहीं खेलते हैं अभी इतना. भाई ये अच्छा है बे. दूसरी टीम का एंट्री में स्लो के ज्यादा बीट है.
अरुण भाई मारेंगे बहुत.
ये देखो. टक 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 म्यूजिक तो है. म्यूजिक तो है. DCM यहाँ पे तो है.
देव भाई चैट में.
देव भाई चैट में. देव भाई क्या बोले माफ करो.
A battle
मेरे
for
को लगा
that
ये
sure
DCM है. माफ
spot
करो.
into playoffs. China's #1 seed.
हाँ अब मैं बताता हूँ तुमको आंसर कि एस्ट्रा इतनी पिक क्यों नहीं होती.
जियान
क्योंकि
है.
जब मैप पिक हो रहा था उसने बोला मैप पिक इज प्रेजेंटेड बाय ओमेन. समझ रहे हो. इसलिए सारे ओमेन पिक करते.
Epic, Gen.G have been impressing everyone on the run-up to Masters Madrid, and this is their chance to lock in playoffs early.
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a miracle run in a Masters tournament. And I think that not only making it into playoffs would be enough for Gen.G, they should be hungry for more after defeating a world champion in Loud.
But think about for EDG as well. Every international tournament they've attended, they've gotten better. The placement has increased. They ended at a crescendo last year as champion with a new CN League in place with them on top again. There's definitely that pressure to succeed, to make it international, to represent China the best they can.
I love that you brought that up because, like, you know, you're just reminding everybody that EDG kind of had a later start than all of these teams, right? And now we're seeing them here dominating so many others, and it's going to be a memorable performance for them for sure, especially since, as you mentioned, we're seeing them getting better and better and better.
They're the only team at Masters Madrid who didn't make a roster change into 2024. They are really the last, like, I guess, old guard team that is fully intact.
Send one, bro. Send one.
Tournament. I think it's crazy and outrageous. And also, if we think about the map veto, the
VALORANT official song है क्या? सारे
knowing that
official song
Gen.G
है जो लोग
is the
बजाते
team
हैं.
that has played every single one of them that has played every single map that is out there in the map pool is very interesting to see where EDG wants to be taking things, and also if Gen.G is going to be changing things around.
Yeah, we're starting out on Icebox for this series, and I think this is an interesting because Gen.G have been so damn good on this map. They're yet to lose it in 2024. 5-win streak. The last name they took down was Loud, who a lot of people considered one of the kings of Icebox through the history of that team. They play the Gecko KO composition, playing around those dizzy flash combos, and they're so good at it.
And it's perfect, right, to play against EDG. They do not have that much into it. And we see in the H-ons already.
Yeah, and no changes here. EDG have been playing this comp at home in China. The comparison is playing into that Sova versus that KO. Both these comps play pretty similar when they're on the attacking side. They don't have that Sage wall, they don't have cover utility, so on their B hits they have to be fighting forward, going for space. So what I'm looking at in this series is Kung Kung and Texture, two jet players that we know are incredible, and how well they can be set up to take space forward and allow that plant to come down or to win the retake.
Yeah, and I want something else. I want to see the Gecko making and being the difference. I want to not give them the space that they want and actually finding not only the lurkins but the right timings to go into execute.
Well, we're all set for our second match of the day. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Tom.
ज़्यादा explosive है लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से.
Thank you so much, Mika. I'm very excited for this one, Tom. It looks like we've got a pretty juicy series in front of us. You want to throw out a favorite before we go into it? Any predictions?
Oh, that's brutal.
Throwing you under the bus today.
I think I'm slightly leading the way of Gen.G. I think they've been in slightly better form, but EDG are one of those teams that they're on the war path, is the way I want to put it. They are slowly improving better and better, and their game versus Payprex showed they could weather the storm. Well, they've got slightly different weather conditions as we kick off on Icebox, and that's not the greatest start with T2 already going down.
Yeah, losing out on their Killjoy. A lot of space behind them is now wide open for Gen.G to take. So they've got to be a little quicker or move back towards the site, make this a brief site take. Instead, it's going to be much faster as they look to fight on the site. You're good for one at least, keeping numbers in favor. But Haodong, this man was impressive, able to constantly get behind enemies, but this time he's taking them head on. Back in the round, a fourth just around the corner with Munchkin so desperately low, but Haodong falls. Texture putting up one hell of a fight. Connections, another with the headshot on Smoggy, and nobody, 68 HP. Texture's gonna find it hard to get him dropped with 2 bullets left. He needs to be precise, and he has no idea where nobody has snuck off to. Texture creates some space to pop the reload back to 6 bullets. A bit more spam ability, and he's right in the corner. Only one shot, and he needed both to land. That is 1-0 for EDG.
Yeah, that's a real back and forth in the initial pistol. Already seeing a little bit of what this man Texture can do with the Sheriff. Definitely fearsome opposition. But I do like this, sort of a slightly more direct approach initially from that side of EDG, just looking to take their way straight in towards the side, and even Texture can bail them out of this one. Of course, just looking at this map in general, we've already seen the actually very good attack sides coming out of the side of Gen.G. So they're starting on the weaker half.
Heavy round
EDG, they really struggled, but we've only seen them play it versus FPX, who I'll be honest with you, that's not a litmus test of how you play a map, because FPX are playing the double duelist, Reina Jet, aggro, crazy style of play. So I don't think that it's something to really worry about too much in terms of that match going
thank you
down
for the
poorly. And 3DG, obviously getting
39
off
at
to
the
those good
first
starts,
super chat,
being able to
Marijan.
build the economy up a little bit, is a good place to be.
Well, Tom, we've seen the famous words pop up on the screen. Of course, we're in a technical pause here. After just the first round, best time for it. You know, realistically, if you're halfway through a series, that can really break momentum for any team. But right off the bat of the pistol, it's going to give more time to ConCon, for example, who had already decided to purchase an outlaw. This is something I am thrilled to see. I look back at one of their previous Icebox games, didn't see them purchasing the outlaw, and got very sad, because ConCon is one of the strongest snipers we see floating around the international scene. And I just think he can maximize the potential of this weapon. So super excited to see if he keeps that, what he can do with it. But for now, we're going to be sitting in this tech pause while Gen.G get their gear fixed up.
Yeah, I think this is a match filled with storylines as well. Like, you're looking at Lakia looking to make his way back to the playoffs after a career that hasn't been where it should be. I think that's the best way to put it. He peaked in Newturn and now has been on his way back through the entirety of his previous rosters. For Gen.G as an organization, this is a real opportunity for them to get into the playoffs, a team that last year started strong but then underperformed. Now have an opportunity to do it at a Masters. For the side of EDG, this is a story of, can we now see China overtake Pacific? Because that's the thing. They've been pretty close a couple of times. They've battled versus Paperex many a time and finally beat them just yesterday. Now they have an opportunity to take down both Pacific teams and become, well, basically the kings of Asia. That's what we're looking at here. So it really is an important matchup for either side. Gen.G to finally sort of prove themselves, and even just sort of what we saw from Munchkin earlier, the sort of like, okay, I lost to them on T1, but I'm not losing to them here. Maybe just feeling that little bit extra confidence with his new roster, with his new team.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're back. We got to see actually pretty cool over the shoulder of them just testing it there at the end. Mouse is back online, game's running smooth, and so the game is running right back into things with EDG 1-0 up. As we can see, ConCon didn't decide to take the outlaw. He's gone instead for the Guardian. Different uses, different ideas. This attack side, nice and slow, a little bit of A control. They had the recon go up, but it was contested by the side of Gen.G. They've refocused and they look towards the B site. Drone clearing out a ton, and a Viper wall. They can easily push towards the site with. Don't imagine Gen.G will be playing ahead of that with their pistols.
Normally in these sort of rounds, you expect Gen.G to, like, they'll have utility to deny these plants. Like, you're talking about nano swarms, snake bites, you're talking about the mosh, fragments. But this is a low buy round, so they haven't used any of that. So it gives a lot easier access, because that's always one of the things we talk about with this sort of composition being run by EDG. They have to take a lot more control to get that plant down. In this sort of round, though, just a farming exercise, a chance for to really build up those orbs. You know what, he's still going to get a couple. Still makes it a little bit costly.
Trying to see. We're going to have Chichu pick up a weapon. He did make it just about. So 3 rifles carried forward for EDG altogether. Decently successful round, and I think the main thing being that ConCon finds so many kills and the death, this might be able to cancel out some of the economic disadvantages that could be coming after this round. For now, they'll play it as a bonus with some pistols. And he's, ConCon's 3 away from the Blade Storm.
Yeah.
Again, he might be baiting me. But as we get back in, you see a scope in his hand. The weapon dropped over, Tom. We're going to get it. Let's see what he can do. Attack side outlaw on this man.
He has to get kills here, because he basically needs the Blade Storm for the next round. Okay, Chichu does actually have extra credit, so maybe they can drop an extra one, but it will leave them with some gaps going into the next. Obviously, again, the real benefits of their composition is being able to execute onto that A site. But yeah, it also...
Light armor
this is the thing, and Lackey are both now terrified because they've got half shields. So that outlaw rings out, and you realize we're in a bit of trouble. I wonder if even an element of that is looking at previous iceboxes and seeing this wasn't a preferred weapon. With ConCon down, that rifle can still be retrieved and used later on. And really, you got to think about damage. You got to think about the game damage.
किसी नहीं हुआ साउंड आ रहा है नहीं हाँ वो पीओवी चेंज क्या करके ऐसा फील हुआ लेकिन नहीं 2 बार साउंड आया
either way we are going to see them building up back towards this A site again. Nice work from Haodong to at least be able to find one.
दूसरे जगह चालू है क्या
This
स्ट्रीम?
2v4 situation. Oh, looking good. Meteor looking really needs to get something. Really needs to get something here. And now Caron is the only one remaining. 1 versus 3. Try and turn this. They planted in an audacious spot. I guess expecting him to come around on the flank. This man has been a real showstopper when it comes to Gen.G's success. And he might be able to get a second player planting. Definitely got a little bit tight for a second there. Looking to try and isolate one of these jewels, faking out the sound. But now know exactly where he is. Needs to try and drop one of them. And Haodong is waiting on the other side. Great start to this map from EDG.
कैसे EDG जीत गया?
Well, we've seen these leads fumbled before the 3-0.
Haodong मार रहा है, Kang मार रहा है.
This one, it has a very sweet taste for the EDG fans. Their economy is stacked. You've got 3 players floating around that 5K mark. In fact, coming out of that round, you've got players close to 9K, but big reinvestments being made. Big upgrades too. The Blade Storm will be online soon, so definitely no economic struggles. And a Viper's Pit to work with, most likely in this round. Will it be used in this round? That's a different question, but these are huge pieces of utility and abilities to have. Where Gen.G now find themselves trailing and on an eco.
Yeah, I do wonder when the moment will be that we see Gen.G kind of stack up a little bit over on towards that A site. It's what this composition for the side of EDG really relies upon, is these A site hits, because again, it can be quite difficult without having a straight up blockade of something like a Cove, or even like having those extra flashes that you might see coming out of Gecko. For now, at least, though, already shutting down the players in mid, and they are just winning every single battle very easily indeed.
Blade Storm even going to come out here to try and close out this round. I'm not sure this was needed, but you know.
Either a misclick or he's just like, I'm going to get 5 kills next round anyways.
Audacious play if it's the latter. I would side towards a misclick, but maybe it's just asserting the dominance. Oh, first shot, not gonna lie. He's up in the window!
Oh, shit!
You go what you deserve.
Absolutely.
I'll be honest.
Economic damage now looking pretty good for Gen.G. Already 2 rifles dropped. Let's see how many more. Again, there's so much money on the other side, but Munchkin was really starting to dice them up. Haodong was left on 8 HP. Looking far enough away. Now 4-0 we go for EDG. And now the buy comes through from Gen.G. But the thing is, the attackers have quite a lot to work with, not just on the credit side. Like we said, the Viper's Pit now is online. The Hunter's Fury is there. The Blade Storm isn't, but that's a different story.
Okay, he hit 3 headshots.
He only
actually got 1 kill from headshots. Because of some of the players are so far away.
But pata nahi.
I'm looking at that operator though. This is
कुछ
where
तो लग रहा है
Texture can bridge the gap a little bit. You can see that gamble already beginning. 3 players over. They're going to look to try and pressure, but this is why they have 3 players on the other side of the map. The reliance on Texture. No escape available at this stage, so he's just going to have to run. And he will hightail it out, but there's been a catch in mid.
Yeah, this is a big kill. Losing their utility, they're going to filter back in very quickly on the side of Gen.G to take that space, but the cost is massive. 2 kills and a big player taken down. If Gen.G decide, or if EDG, pardon me, try to switch directions, Gen.G would be blind to it. Up close here, Texture's already used his dash. There's no easy way out. And with the shot, not now. Nobody is punishing again and again. Lakia, the last man standing. Once the herald of this region. It was all we heard about again and again. Oh, wait till he steps on the international stage. Well, doesn't look too good in this one. There's a 1v4 though, so we'll give him a chance. 5-0.
Doesn't he only play bind?
वो पोजीशन में कोई भी एंगल से उसको 2 नहीं मारना था। करेक्ट मारने के बाद उसको मारने के बाद भी उसने मारा बे।
It's really funny as well because the first map Gen.G banned was bind. So we're not doing it, buddy. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. But no, what a start from EDG. This is a map that they played once in the season in China. They lost to FVX, and that was in the final. And on the other side of things, a 5-0 record.
Level 2 मेरी जान के टुटे.
And of course Loud, which we saw within this tournament. So you're talking about a Gen.G in massive form on this map, and an EDG that have barely played it and lost.
OP long.
And right now they're winning 5-0.
Well, the sign in the audience might be spot on, up long, and right here they've
अच्छा,
given it off
up
over to
long
Kankan.
भाई, up
An
को भी
opportunity
OP
for
बोल रहे हैं
EDG to
ऊपर.
further extend that score
सारे
line.
EDG
Their
fans.
opponents not having a lot of
सारे
credits.
EDG
They're
fans
going to be
दिखा रहे
coming in with
cameraman.
a couple rifles, maybe a big iron on a couple players' hips, but for the most part, it's not going to be pretty. Tom, this is a flying start for EDG on their attack side. Do we expect Gen.G to turn it around on the next? What's their minimum, their benchmark?
I'm looking at this round purely because Texture is a blade
Map
storm.
किसका है Gen.G
He's
का?
one of the OGs when it comes to the Korean jet.
सारा
And if
details
he
उधर है देखो
starts hitting
ऊपर.
his shot, that's why they've
Current
actually
icebox,
invested
उसके बाद
a decent
logo.
amount. Like Munchkin's
Next
got a
split,
rifle,
उसके बाद logo.
along Karon has as well, but I genuinely think they believe they can win this round when Texture has a blade storm. He is that good.
Well, he's had a tough time when it came to the operator up on B. And one of the other things is the consistent knife coming out of Smoggy early on sort of deters that early aggression. You're never really gonna have a chance to actually use it now.
फिर भी 29 months देखने के लिए love
I've
you.
heard that blade storm pop.
He's
Membership
And he's
upgrade हो
gone for
जाता
a moment. For a moment. It will be
Salesman
back,
बोलते.
and there's no pressure immediately applied. But they are keeping 3 players towards the B site, and this is exactly what EDG want. The rotates just now started for Gen.G, but EDG are already knocking on the door of A. It's all about pace here. How soon they're going to actually commit to this? It looks like not soon enough. Texture has rotated in, and in fact, Karen's on the way to help out. It's going to be a stacked site, and Munchkin at least grabs one. This is what we needed to see, and Texture now cancelled out completely.
Yeah. Second time he's lost it, but he was given an opportunity. Nice shot from Meteor, though. Gonna go back in with the Sheriff. Still just means a 1-for-1 trade, but Karon starting to step up. This is like doable as he gets a second off the back of the Guardian.
सारे 1v1 जीता ना Karen, सारे 1v1 जीता.
Should be online. Smoggy just waiting patiently. Little bro is going to give his position away, and eventually, finally, that knife comes through. The MasterCard Thrifty will give Gen.G their first round.
Yeah, Texture waited quite a while to get to use that. A funny round for them, but the early contact on B. I guess from EDG, the fact that they didn't follow it up, you have the drone go through, the knife fall, and then they immediately move towards that A site, but shifting the whole way. It allowed them to rotate in on the side of Gen.G on time. They were ready for this play, and they obviously held back until you saw those knives come back online. Good crunch, and 5-1 on the board. This was not a round that most people would have expected them to take. And if they did, probably off a massive play from Texture.
No, I thought they'd win it, but yeah.
You just expected the 1 kill from the Blade Storm, did you, Tom?
Yeah.
That adds up.
Let's just not play back any of the audio of what I said.
No, we can replay it later. It's okay. The op again on Texture. He has another opportunity. And the dash still online. They've been spotted. Yeah, that recon just saw the player in the corner. This would be the great bait, firing the op, running back, telling them like, oh, I'm scared, and then easily mowed down by Lack.
The aggressive position as well. Like Munchkin has pushed up. Nice shot from Meteor as always. Won that battle versus Chichu for the first time. Now this position becomes a little bit more audacious because you already have the man advantage. You don't really need to be in such an aggressive position anymore, but there isn't a safe way out. This needs to be at least a 1-for-1 trade, and I think he's going to get maybe even more than that. The only thing is the timing. There's that Smoggy comes around the corner. The hard check.
क्या check, क्या cover fire दिया Smoggy ने.
Nobody's going to recon out after dropping Texture, making it up top, but Karon spotting it.
Spike
for EDG, the spike is now down. They've got plenty of control. The B side is theirs. But what are they going to do with it? Nothing without that spike.
अच्छा strat था EDG का.
1 versus 3, 20
cover
seconds
भी अच्छा
left.
था, लेकिन
And it
spike
seems
left
like this round is already over. No, the angle's a little off on Timmy. So he's sneaking his way through, but now he's being spotted. And with 12 seconds left, there is no chance to plant. They're just going to send one player. Well, actually, they're going to scatter in every direction, ensuring no matter what, he can't get all 3 kills.
Yeah, if it was anyone else, I think maybe there'd be a bit of confidence. You're going, do we want to face into Kankan? Nah. Not really. They are going to hit the steps, though.
That's why.
That's the exact reason why. So clean with it. But I'm liking the adaptations we're already seeing.
Vishwan Patel bhai,
exactly
love
what I was
you,
saying in the early rounds is, are they going to now adapt to stack up that A side? Because, as said, with all the utility that's there for
you can't
EDG
have friends forever.
Something to help them get the plant on that B side.
To give your answer.
It becomes a lot easier to
सारा
back into the same sort of
streamer
trades going in towards that A side and looking for that after plant. So they've just started stacking up players. You've had aggressive positioning from Munchkin, and then they've gambled in the early round. Okay, let's see if they push B. If they don't, we'll quickly rotate. And it's worked for them so far.
मिलाकर भाई वो सब मत करो.
Certainly starting to find their footing on this defensive side. The 5-0 was worrying, concerning.
वो चीज करते रहते.
But it's still very much alive. Even in the last series,
और वो
thinking about
मिलकर
the Lotus
कोई
game,
भी
you saw
point नहीं. सारे मेरे
Sentinels
भाई है. जो
flying into the lead, and it's much closer at the
इसलिए अपने
halftime.
कुंड भाई,
It's fairly
कुंड
common
भाई.
for teams to need that little bit of time to see how your opponents are playing.
What you were saying earlier, I think 4 minimum, 5 rounds, I think Gen.G are fine. They've shown that they have normally about 6 to 8 rounds every single time they play their attack side, so it's definitely their favored of the lot.
भाई करे एक episode.
Looking to now set up towards the speed take, but again, the read from Gen.G, they've got that early rotation.
Situations देंगे कि यहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है.
And actually, we're going to see a Hunter's
Pinky
Fury.
भी like गाप देख
They're going to try and get that opener, and they might just succeed.
भाई मार दिया.
Nice work to take out Karen. That weakens the defense a bit, but there are still multiple players here, and the hold on mid to make sure they can't rotate back.
Well, that hold's just now given up, but they're aware it could still be online. Instead, they're going to commit towards the B side rather than going A, and it's worked out fantastically. Just Munchkin left. He's got some support on the way. Meteor just making it through the halls, but look who's right behind them. Nobody snuck his way in, and he's grabbed a quick double. The lead now convincingly in their favor, and with alert from Chichu, the final nails in the coffin for that round. 6-2. EDG back on the board.
That was gorgeous. The way they isolated each
मतलब
of the
you are
bites,
proud
okay.
of me,
I'd
but
say the
वो
Hunter's Fury had a
बोलने
little
का
bit of risk
तरीका
to
थोड़ा
it,
casual
but
था.
you can normally gamble, especially after seeing the snake bite. You know that he's on yellow, so either you clear yellow or
ये
you
अच्छा था ना.
at least
देखो हम लोग क्या करते मालूम है? फ्लैश फेंकते फिर डैश मारते. इसमें देखा क्या किया? जैसे डैश मारा, वही टाइम में 1 सेकंड में आगे फ्लैश हुआ और फिर पिक किया.
Concon's getting that kill.
I think I'd be pretty confident with that one. So long as he's on the same side of the map, that player's dropping now. Concon wants to get greedy. He heard the orb be tapped, but there were players covering it from far back. Lots of big irons in play. 4 sheriffs and a classic for Lakia. But the real danger here is when it comes to ultimates. Retake with a Viper's Pit. Even the pistols can be deadly inside of that, and a Thrash online as well. There's definitely potential for Gen.G to play retakes with some success. Although, again, it would be risky. Really, if we see them commit anything big, I imagine it's going to be on the back of a couple kills first. They need to find those Texture, a good candidate for it, but they're going to be forced back by this lockdown.
I think that's been the problem, because some of these ults have been online for a little while now, but they just haven't really found any opportunities to actually be able to use them. And a lot of that is because they've stacked the right sites most times. And at least the lockdown and other stuff is very good for retaking. Again, they do a little bit of damage, but ultimately, Mitch, not really much to write home about.
No, and I think certainly not with the amount of credits that are in play for most of the EDG players. Even the reinvestments will keep them with a 2-round buffer. So for Gen.G, coming towards the latter stage of this half with just a couple rounds left to compete for, yeah, it's not ideal. They have those 2, rounds 6 and 7 under their belt. Things were looking good, but we do need to see them build the rest of those foundations fairly soon. And Tommy just pointed at my screen, and I almost just don't want to bring it up. But yeah, I said Laki's had a tough time.
उसको गेम में नाइफ किया, क्या करूं?
It means that so far there's been almost literally no impact, which is a pretty scary prospect. I've loved the way that they've used this combination of Gecko and KO in the past. So far, it's just not really been there.
भाई मुझे पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है, जूते उते पड़े मेरे को.
A little bit of extra sound.
अभी तो सीधा वो लेके आई है बेजाड़ू. 1 लाख व्यूज होने आए झाड़ू मारने का.
Already 3 players
शर्म करो.
alert from Chichu. This battle between
लव मैरिज की टिप दो.
Meteor
I am
has been
29
a
now.
regular
Perfect
occurrence,
8
but
जीता.
this time it looks like it might go amiss.
सिंगल और वॉट सबसे मेन.
Chichu's at least been spotted, but they don't react in time. A free kill for him, but not the follow-up. Meteor's at least able to keep this control, as the lockdown now is a big threat for EDG. They're going to give up the site control. Spams on the way as they retreat. Concon keeping their back secure, but a Viper's Pit to stop them from getting back into the site, to stop them from keeping their Viper's Pit online. EDG completely shut out of the A site. Now they've got to go looking elsewhere, but in fact, they've already gone looking elsewhere. They've pushed up mid, made it through the tube, they'll be spotted immediately by the turret, but with 5 HP here, a big threat for Texture. He's got an op that can one-hit them. If they've got anything, they can one-hit him back.
Yeah, they still have the spike over on A, though. They are still going in this direction. Howdong needs to find something here, and he does.
Oh, shit.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karon might be able to just throw in that day, and that's exactly what he'll do. 3 kills. A good reaction initially off the back of the Viper's pit, but also a solid hold as he was the last point of defense.
And just a really good read from him as well, that if he sits inside that pit, they'll push in. If they go through the pit, probably he gets them both. But there's a rope right up top. Instead, he just waits for them, lets them try to jump straight through to get the plant. The time was what was putting the pressure on them. Yeah.
Karen is less of effect.
7-3.
More क्यों नहीं भाई?
Gen.G found another round. Economy's good. Thrash online. They committed a couple ultis to the previous, but they also managed to deny Howdong's Viper's pit. This is an incredibly aggressive push coming out of Munchkin. No flash on the corner. Looks like he just wants to hold it, but soon you have to imagine he goes for that pit. He's out in no man's land, backed up by Karan, but now the real trouble comes into play. Where can he go from here?
They haven't actually pressured. I guess at this point they expect that there's an operator on the angle. Yeah. So they don't gonna go pushing around that corner and give Texture a free kill. Little do they know Texture actually isn't there at all. He's on the other side of the map and again has a little bit of aggressive support from Lakia.
W format L schedule Q.
A slower approach though from EDG, and this is what
works. Binks of Watchman of the year
very good at pulling those rotations. The calls from Howdong have been fantastic.
Love you, Chris. Bye.
For now, at least, looking like a similar setup to what we've seen before. Now, Karan has to be careful. He got isolated last time. In fact, he's playing anti-flash, ready for it, and will even pick off that first kill.
He's done extremely well. They know he's here, but the backup is covering him until he swings into Con. A dangerous play for anyone to make. One that was punished that time, but the trade is good. 2 versus 4. Munchkin and Meteor extremely low after that engagement.
Knife hoega.
But what can really be done by just a lone gun of Smoggy? 15 seconds or so to get that spike on the ground, and it looks like it will make it to the ground. Unfortunately, not planted. 7-4.
Comeback 7-5 हुआ तो possible है.
After a shaky start,
क्योंकि ये लोग का attack अच्छा है Gen.G का.
They could have a 7-5 half.
Yeah, and as I said, that's not bad. Like that will be workable for them. I do think they're going to have to be careful because, as you've already mentioned, the sniper of Khan on the other side is always going to be a prospect. But they've made this one look doable after what was a blitz of a first 5 rounds. Even still, though, an 8-4 and EDG are not going to be too worried whatsoever. Looking to again build up in towards that A site. The real threat, as always, is going to be Texture. Already going to clear the close angles. It almost seems like a direct counter to just the position that Munchkin was playing earlier.
Well, here comes the no command, and assumably the rest of the EDG squad will be following up with it. A full play towards the A site. Seems to be point of contact. It's nobody to find one with Texture down. Munchkin soon to follow, but EDG find a roadblock. Lakia just the one before he falls. As the defensive side is now locked down. 2 versus 3. Meteor, okay, he's caught nobody up top. The spike still not planted, but Smoggy finds both kills to close this one out. 8-4 at the halftime, a significant lead for EDG. But Gen.G, they recovered it a little bit towards the end. They certainly seem hotter now, moving on to their attack.
Yeah, Lakia got his first kill in that round, so there you go. He's at least on the board, but it definitely was a rough half for a bit. Meteor is the one we're really going to be singing about, but no, I think the side of EDG are going to be very, very happy with the way that one has gone. A fantastic start for them, but also just continuously adapting. I think they did very well slowing down a lot of the rounds and just playing with their opponents for the majority of this half.
Yeah, most definitely on the side of Gen.G. They've gotten warmed up, but I want to hear what Chichu had to say earlier on in an interview. Let's see.
Chichu bolte. If they win pistol round, they can come back. Yep.
我在队里担任的是自由人的位置。我觉得赢下 Papers 的感受是消除了这么久的争议吧，就是我们其实一直是有打赢他们的方法的，但是我们一直我们的心态没有放开，导致我们的操作很变形吧。因为我们在赛前的时候有看他们的比赛录像，他们是已经有拿出过这套阵容的，而且我们在赛前我们有很多的研究去如何去应对他这个。我觉得今天浩东是今天潜伏的最好的吧，他今天在图2的时候扮演的对我们的帮助很大很大，工作了，我觉得对我们今天掰平比分很重要，对。然后图3的话，我觉得就是我们整体的一个协同跟练习了这么久的战术的一个展现吧。
is Haodong.
भाई
Managed to
ये
get
तो
one. The blue
हाउडोंग
box done
गेम
a
था बे
significant amount of
बहुत
damage, but he's still in the corner. They haven't spotted him.
बहुत
Still
राउंड
just
दिया था
surviving now.
हाउडोंग ने
Chi-Chu's
बहुत
found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going
अटैक
down
साइड
as
जो
fast as they
लर्क
are.
किए थे भाई साहब ने
我觉得我们的信心就在来自于我们的两位教练组吧，他们两位对我们的赛前的就是如何针对对面做出了很多他们各自的想法吧，然后去帮助我们去在赛前的训练的时候去练习，然后去适应可能会遇到的情况种种的变化，这就是我们现在临场比较厉害的一个点吧。我想
भाई तुम्हारा डीपी देखो, तुम बाहर भी जा गए हो स्नो के यहाँ पे, समझ रहे हो? ये डीपी से मिल सकता है चीता भाई, पैसा है आपके पास, टॉप 4 फाइनेंस कंपनीज चारों में काम करता है। टॉप 4 भाई मैं समझ गया प्रॉब्लम किधर है। टॉप 4 इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकिंग में हो क्या 40 रुपीज सुपर चैट कर रहे हो ना, इसलिए ये हो
Is those executes around that
ये
double flash, the dizzy flash
मेरे को
combo
और
that you
कोई
can throw out
प्रॉब्लम
with
नहीं दिख
KO
रहा।
is fantastic. So hopefully they're
आपका
going to be able to
डीपी
get off
अच्छा
the
है,
mark here. Otherwise,
समझ
they're
रहे
going
हो,
to have to
घूम
head
गए
into
हो,
split, which
पैसा
has been
कमा
an
रहे हो,
amazing map for EDG.
एक्सपेंडिचर नहीं हो रहा
Yeah,
है।
it's been tough so far. Like you said, that get-go unlucky. It's hard not to be drawn to.
Short
He's dead.
way,
Well, that's
short.
about as poor a start as you could get for the poor
Short
guy.
way.
He's got the 1 kill, no assists on the back of it, but his teammates looking to pick up the pieces here in the pistol. Already finding a lot of value is Meteor, and he's got backup. Even if they
मर
take him
जेट
down now
मारेगा,
that he's super
simple।
low or hear his steps running away, they should
Oh,
not
steps आ
assume
गया।
that there's another player around here. It's free for Texture. He's also not being off to a great start. A lot of whiffed up shots, but this one, it couldn't get any easier.
Nice.
There you go. Smoggy down, nobody left. 1v3, Meteor low, but everyone else is healthy. And the time is on Gen.G's side. This will be a impressive clutch, to say the least. He's got the first already. Okay, maybe there is a chance. A Meteor down below quickly shuts it down. Big round for
भाई
Gen.G.
बाहर
get
की
on the
दुनिया
board.
इतनी बड़ी है ना,
You
ऐसे
can
स्ट्रीम
take
में
the man
मुझे
off the
लंड नहीं
duelist,
पता
but
क्या
you
हो
can't
रहा
take
है।
the duelist out of the man.
मजाक
Meteor
सेट
has
कर,
been
सुबह उठो
clean so
स्ट्रीम
far
करो,
in this
शाम
game.
को सो जाओ
17
स्ट्रीम
and
करो, हो
10,
गया।
Really putting up a lot of numbers individually, but also just finding space. That was basically what he did this round. Just while the rest of the action was going down
Crucial
elsewhere,
था। क्या
the
लगता है
B-Lock
चैट, comeback?
just manages to get through that mid position and find that
Working
initial
in
fight.
one makes you a member of
It's going to
Big
put them
4.
at least.
Whoa.
Well, if they convert this round within touching distance. And as said, that's all they really need. Like a lot of the games that we've seen from them, they've managed 8 rounds over on this attacking side.
बड़ा पाव
They
बिंकी
can
बिंकी, बड़ा पाव to
easily
you मीर भाई।
get this
Bye.
over the line, and wow, what a
ये
start
लोग
to have
attack strong
already.
है बे, हो सकता
Can't
है,
cut them
possible
down.
है।
One of the main danger players, because you have to bear in mind, EDG have been unbelievable with their pistols. Even when they have nothing, they've managed to do a lot.
Oh yeah,
बस
they were
ऐसे
a very
क्रॉस
scary team when it came to
भाई
the
येलो
Vetoes.
क्लियर
What
करने के
we're
लिए
seeing right here
सबसे
for
बेस्ट
EDG,
जगह
4 players stacked up and ready to go. Flash out, kill not coming in onto the little guy. So the plant has been secured.
भाई EMI भाई है,
numbers
इसलिए
thinned
40
out.
सुपर चैट।
And that defensive
EMI
side
भाई है,
doesn't
मतलब
stand
एमी
a
भाई,
chance at
जी
this
वाले।
stage. You have to imagine. Chichu
वो भी आपकी
35
इसमें काम
HP in
करते
a
हैं।
1v3 with a
जी।
sheriff in hand. And 2 of his opponents have rifles.
ऐसा चैट कर
Double
करके
peek
40
setup.
40 समझ
I
रहे हो?
don't know how he hit that shot, but thank God Texture was up top to cover.
चीता भाई
Yeah, they've
आपको
made that one
ये
really
साल
costly,
मिलेगा।
though. 3 players go down, so
Guarantee.
it's definitely not ideal. And I believe they lost at least a Guardian in that round.
Guarantee
so
आपको
it's
ये
not
साल
like
मिलेगा।
you had a load of
मेरा
pistol
आशीर्वाद
players
आपके साथ।
alongside them. So I think they can be
कौन पता?
very happy with that, especially when for the majority that
मेरा
was them
9
fighting
to
up
5
against an
होके
afterpart.
GF
So
रे
I think that
की है।
EDG have done well to
संस्कार
make that
बैठा
one as
है,
costly
जले
as
पे नमक
possible.
छिड़क रहे हो
And
किसी और
because
के।
of that, well, Lucky is only going to have himself a pistol. We'll see though. These A-side takes is where I've really
लाके भाई
enjoyed watching
एक
this
किल
squad
मारो
play.
मजा आ जाएगा।
I think EDG know that. They've got 3 players here initially.
Oh, early
बाहर
control
भी
was
जीजू
taken by
है।
the side of Gen.G. They've also put an alarm bot to
इतना
cover the
toxic हो
walk
गए।
up.
भाई मेरे
And that's
कोई
a very
फ्रेंड्स नहीं बचेंगे
aggressive
लग रहा है
stance. I
नेक्स्ट
don't
ईयर
think we
तक।
saw that from EDG on their attack side at all. No turret to cover their back either. Where is that being placed? It must have been destroyed early. And for EDG, you said 3 players on A. They're still there. But the drone clearing out some space might cause that rotate to come through. I just wonder if Gen.G are planning to go back here with Meteor still being so far up. Or if he's trying to sneak behind them. which it looks like that was the idea. Not very successful.
No. Now you're going to have Lakia looking to try and lead the charge. There was a snake bite down. I don't know if that's actually going to deny. No, it isn't. Managed to reposition, so that's something at least. Already though, with that man advantage and Chichu on a fast flank. Bear in mind, because they lost Meteor, they don't actually have any flank watch. He is just walking up behind them. This is looking like some of the freest kills he's ever going to have. Manages the first, but now he's just a nuisance and continues to be a flawless round coming out of the side of EDG to put themselves back on the board.
Yeah, this is a big round. I mean, as soon as they take down Meteor, they make the realization the push wasn't coming in there from the drone earlier, from the lack of footsteps and follow-ups, and the lack of entry. There was no dash in, there was nobody taking the space, no flashes, just a guy sneaking up that's clearly alert. Immediately the decision is made to go on that flank, and it was the right call. The value found absolutely massive. But it was one of those rounds for Gen.G. You're not going to be happy with it away, but it's somewhat expected. You don't get a lot of damage. I do think they'll be a bit upset that they got none.
Yeah, no, for sure. It means that now the economy can really build up for EDG. They'll have another buy, and also, in terms of ults, getting that a little bit closer. Now there is already one online. That null command available. I like the audacity of Kankan to play this spot again. He got a kill from that in the last round. So you'd think it's going to be immediately checked, and I think it may have been. I don't know if Munchkin caught the angle, but Kankan definitely saw him. And here comes that double flash, but he's managed to avoid both. And Kankan, you can't allow him to survive in these sort of positions. Just continues his aggression. Kaon, the only one left. He does still have the spike. He's going to try and get the reps off, but Chichu picks him out of the sky.
I think it's fair to say he expected that. Very nice crosshair placement from him. I assume that was just a reactive shot, because that would be a little bit ridiculous. Double digits for EDG on the back of that round. And you know, just looking at this, it's so smart. Kankan falls back, allows the contact to be taken by nobody, and then goes back out into heavy traffic.
Bro,
you can see he was thinking about it. He tried to equalize things into a 2v2, at least use the res as a bait to force a fight. But it's not worked out. 10 rounds for EDG. Economy absolutely stacked, and Gen.G going to be in trouble.
That's some Chinese gaming right there. ऐसा shot मैंने कभी नहीं देखा है बे.
That's early utility. This is just making them very paranoid about middle, and you can see there's a lot of bodies looking around this area.
मिल सकती है तो आप भी थोड़े efforts डाल सकते हो. थोड़े मतलब क्या बहुत efforts डाले थे मैंने.
This man is always a danger. But I mean, the only real danger in this round for EDG is that Viper's Pit. Like, if they can get that into a position where the weaponry can actually become valuable, that's so filthy. They've used it to force them back. They're pushing them into Kankan. They're looking to just feed him frags. That's such a disgusting use of an ultimate. Just like, here you go, Kankan. Farm.
Yeah, it's not even a time thing. There's still 50 seconds on the clock. It's just really locking them into a box. Fish in a barrel for Kankan on the first. As Gen.G now look to take the site, but no matter, well, I was going to say where they go, they don't even get a chance to. Sprayed through the smoke immediately. 2 players holding on the next fight, and Kankan clean.
EDG is too good.
The final one comes through, and again, we're not going to see any damage dealt. A flawless round for EDG. And if you're on this attacking side, it feels like they're just running headfirst into a brick wall. This is an opportunity as they get the rifles out. But Tom, it could be their last real opportunity. Some ultis online, some rifles in hand, and EDG 2 rounds away from taking it.
I'll be honest with you, the way this match is going so far, this could be a statement from EDG. Because they played versus Paperex, a team they've never been able to beat. They beat them in a long 4-out series. They come in here, this is a map 5-0 for the side of Gen.G, and they're going into split next, which is their best map. If they just demolish Gen.G here, I think we have to start switching.
Basically 3 buy round जीतने के लोग.
Our expectations for the side of Gen.G,
possible तो है.
We heard from Munchkin earlier, this was going to be the time that he manages to get his revenge. It is not looking likely right now.
End Binks. मेरे को क्यों end कर रहे हो? DCM क्या बोली?
This drone's going to get so much information as well. Here comes the dash, and the dash out of Kankan as well. He is repositioning Kankan, falling out of the sky.
Just chatting हो रहा है.
He's made it out.
Actually, Karen goes down.
Water first डाले थे.
Oh no. She just managed to get that kill. I think he was up top. counter flash, but
घर भी चाहिए, काम भी करूँ, टाइम भी दूँ, क्लोन बनाऊँ मैं खुद का.
I don't know how EDG are going to find a gap in here. Oh, Texture's kind of got lost a little bit. No cover either. Somehow we're back in a 3v3.
Chichu का एक PC check
EDG have
बनता है.
managed to create their own opportunities. The real problem, though, is the time on the clock and the amount of Gen.G players tucked away. EDG make the call. They go aggressive to try and root these players out of post-plant positions, but Meteor's got an angle, and up top, they spotted that there's not one but two players ready to
pounce.
round
ये लोग जीतेगा, ये लोग का ulti
from
drop
Gen.G.
is
The
zero
gap is
होएगा.
only 4. It's
ये तो
obtainable,
सही बोला,
but this road is filled with
घुमाना
peril.
ले जा. सही तो घुमाने ले जा. लेके तो गया था एडवर्सरी में गोवा.
Too many convincing rounds, even when Gen.G have been winning it. We have multiple flawless rounds already from EDG in this half. Like, look, they're buying in with an operator and can still comfortably buy this round and the next. So
one round at a time. अभी दो और round.
Changes.
ये round के बाद एक और round. फिर I think problem solved.
To actually be able to take the space.
और उनके पास tools तो है, वो लोग का ultis उसमें आ तो रहा है. Rotation.
Already a lot of information garnered by the side of EDG. That initial knife has spotted the majority of players. Viper's Pit could be thrown in here. Carrot's actually rotated in very early, and they've got such an aggressive mid position.
6 months होने आया उसको.
Hold this spot. Keep 3 players within
Break ले
the
लो.
site.
कल चले के दरबार.
Similarly to what they did with the lockdown, if they throw Viper's Pit in here, it may just be used to deter. I don't know if that will have connected. I don't think it did.
Doesn't look like it. Player slightly out of the circle, especially with the height of it. Flash in deep, but he already saw him.
भाई पान में
Well
किसी
handled to
मार
find the
रहा है
first.
वो.
The numbers sit towards Gen.G with the side under their control, and
भाई
now
possible
the
है.
actual
Comeback possible
advantage.
है. भाई
4
40 के ऊपर
versus
सुपर
3.
चैट कोई नहीं आ रही. चीता बैक
EDG
कोई
on the
सीन
fight
नहीं.
back. They've got a
Feelings
flank
पहुंच
underway.
गया. आपका ये साल सीन
Managed
फिक्स
to
है.
sneak their way up pretty close
लिख
with that
के
turret
रखो.
down.
ये साल फिक्स है सीन.
They've got a lot of control, but Gen.G have to be aware of
मैं
this.
जो बोलता हूँ उसका
Turn back up for a
100% आ
moment.
गया.
It's too late. They've already gotten past.
आ गया.
And it's Con, the danger man. Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps, and the players spotted up top. That's an ambitious way to try and take that fight. Munchkin's actually got an opportunity now, but Smoggy saves the day for EDG. That could have been a way back through for the attacking side. Instead, it's 12-7.
ये राउंड चाहिए था यार. ये राउंड चाहिए था.
Yeah, this is the thing that's now become peculiar because although
Meteor is
the best player individually for Gen.G, that's a couple of times now where I feel like they've been boxed in either from him dying and just not realizing his util gone, or in that case him being so far forward that his util goes offline. Now that's a mistake that you just can't have. You're in a man advantage. He doesn't need to be that far forward, and if he is, somebody else needs to be aware of it. Those are mistakes that if you give those over to EDG, you're done. You can't allow Kankan that much space.
मारना था ये वाला.
This is it. It was a small window, and I think obviously a lot of this impact coming out of Smoggy popping the ult. It's just delayed Gen.G's info. Allowed that gap for Kankan to sneak up behind. 5 opportunities to close out this map and send us to split, where EDG will look to close the door on Gen.G's run. This is a scary time. Gen.G, they looked very, very good regionally, but
intro देखा. intro में हम कुछ नहीं बोलते
ज़्यादा. They be loud. That's true. Yeah, like that's the thing. Is like they look good regionally. They beat Paybreaks. They beat Loud. They beat DRX. Like these are all teams that in the past would have beaten them. All 3.
3 out of 3 times in the case of Paybreaks.
So they have been massively improving. But the fact is, right now, Gen.G look a little bit flat, and they're making errors that I just didn't really expect to see on their map choice on one of their best maps. It is not what you want to be seeing. And as I said, there are a few maps that I would heavily hand over to the side of EDG, and one of them is split. Funnily enough, the other one is actually I've not enjoyed. Like, Gen.G have had some rough games of Breeze, so they lose this map, and well, EDG have 2 opportunities on maps that I favor them on to close out this series.
But, you know, 4 ultimates is usually a very strong position, but more so for EDG. If they had 4, they could dump them all into a round and just claim 1 round win, move on to the next map. For Gen.G, they have to be a bit more conscious of how they use these. So obviously off-rip, you're going to see the Bladestorm pop to make up for the economic disadvantages. Munchkin also using his ultimate, the null command, I mean, robbing them of their abilities if they're close enough, and a Viper's Pit committed. So I said they need to reserve them. They have dumped them into this round, with a lockdown being the only thing they'll carry through to the next.
I don't know if they will.
That's the thing. If they keep it.
Yeah. The judge investment, I like it from Munchkin. He's going to play a close corner within this Viper's pit. I feel like they almost need this one just to keep their economy strong, and they are utility dumping. Already Texture's going to pick off one, but so much util thrown in to clear him out. It's easier said than done, though, as he takes out Chichu along with it. Nobody trying to clear this backline. Somehow Kankan's found another. They may not get to use that ultimate at all, because they're being picked apart. It's left all on to Karon, but the time is ticking low. If he gets this kill, it's surely done, and it will be.
चलो Killjoy का
He's
ulti
gonna
बचा
go
के रखा
down
था.
with it. That was meant to be an economy
अभी
builder.
ये
as
round
they
Killjoy
spam
का ulti
all
से
their
कुछ करना
ultimates
पड़ेगा इन
bar
लोग को.
one, and they don't even get a single player out alive.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
ये
just
round
take a look
Killjoy
at the
का ulti
points.
से कुछ करो. Next
No
round
one's
लाके
able to
का
get
ulti
their
से
full
कुछ करो.
shields
ऐसा
alongside the
कुछ ना कुछ
rifles.
ये लोगों
Maybe
को
one
करना
player
पड़ेगा.
is, but that's about it.
सीधा
This is
भाई
going to be
मेरे
a really
को
tough
पीछे
position to
भेज
play
दो,
from
भेज
because,
दो,
like
कर
we
दो,
said,
मैं भेज दूंगा.
there's almost
शर्म
two
करो,
ways you can look
शर्म.
at it. Save the ultis and try to use one, maybe two, incrementally tick them over and use them as safety nets in these rounds, or dump them and build that economy. So you've got rifles. This is the worst of both worlds.
Next round शायद इको जाएंगे अगर ये round जीते तो.
So now they're going to do it by the spike. I also
full buy round
I like
जीतने का
EDG's approach to just not play heads up into the Viper's pit, to move around the back and try to contend for the backside all the way down that laneway. It's a good idea, and you can see it very nearly worked for them. I think if Gen.G had slightly less ultimates
Where's
pop,
he going?
the round would have fallen away. This man's crazy. He hasn't even popped his dash yet.
He also doesn't know that someone's already crossed to the other side. So this really is a very, very audacious play. He's dead. He's definitely dead. I don't know if that was maybe slight misinformation, but even still a filthy shot to open. The take in the meantime has come in onto the B site. Reed. So a single bullet tapped, and Chichu just ruins his opponent. They're not even going to get the spike down, and now this is a problem. Things become so much more difficult. The spam through from nobody is so clean. And now Texture, the hero, the man that has been highlighted throughout this tournament so far. He's got to find 3 to try and save them. The spike is down. Nobody has already spotted him on the angle. There is no hope. EDG comes through with a dominant victory when it comes to map number 1. And they have their choice next.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary, Tom.
और
Like you
next
said,
उनका map
you
pick
said
है.
off camera
2-0
coming
लग
into
रहा है.
today, that after we saw the veto, it looks like we're probably going to go to that map 3, right? We're set up for both teams to take their pick. Well, Gen.G now find themselves quite a bit behind in this series, with Split coming up next and Breeze afterwards. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be breaking this one down after the break.
इधर लाइट लेके घूम रही है.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need
मेरे
Verizon.
हिसाब से
Trade it out,
iPhone
you can get a new
15.
iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage,
Pro?
so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
ओटी क्यों नहीं हो रहा भाई? कहाँ से ओटी भाई? कांकान का ऑफ देखा तुम लोग ने? कहाँ से ओटी पे कुछ भी पिक करके मार के जाता है बे वो? कहाँ से ओटी? EDG will win this tournament. नहीं. That is a very long ask. Win this tournament के लिए I think Sen is there right now. I think Sen has the number 1 position कि वो जीते, और पता नहीं रे, फिलहाल तो सेन ही लग रहा है यार ना. सेन ही लग रहा है, मतलब क्लीन, हेवी क्लीन खेलते वो लोग. आई एम राइटिंग माई ड्रीम सिनेमा कंटिन्यूस वर्सेस EDG. एडवर्ड इज इंडीड गेमिंग. ये वो रहते हैं, पता है जिनको क्या लिखने का पता नहीं, लेकिन लिखने का है. एक लाइन मेरे जैसा लोग हैं. Calling it now, Valorant Master Mother Final Sen versus EDG. हो सकता है. म्यूजिक तो है. The team which loses out नहीं पता नहीं क्या है सीन है स्विच वो है फॉर्मेट अलग फॉर्मेट है ये बहुत खेलने मिलेगा ये लोग बेसिकली भाई एक और टीम है टीम हेरिटिक्स ब्रो जिस हिसाब से टीम हेरिटिक्स ग्रो हो रही है वो लोग भी पोटेंशियल है ब्रो वो लोग भी पोटेंशियल है हाँ फाइनल्स में जाने के लिए लोअर ब्रैकेट से अरे हाँ हाँ वो भी है वो लोग ने अच्छा खेला था ये देखो हाँ वॉच और स्ट्रीमर लिमाओ एक तो खुद की डीपी तो डाल नहीं सकता वॉच पार्टी की तेरे को स्पेलिंग पता नहीं है और उसके ऊपर मेरे को सब्सक्राइब किया कमेंट लिखने के लिए थैंक यू फॉर द सब्सक्राइब ठीक है थैंक यू तो इसमें लॉस पता है किसका हुआ चूतिए कौन बने जस्ट सिंह समझ रहे हो जस्ट सिंह तुम्हारा PRX वर्सेस TH लूजर आउट ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट हाँ क्या इतना अच्छा खेल रहा था मेरे को वैलोरेंट सेक्शन 7 रैंक बुकिंग के लिए बैन कर दिया जी अब क्या करो मेल 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 और बंक्स भाई कैसे हो सब बढ़िया बदर तो दीदी को बुरा लगा होगा कहाँ से रे अरे पंगड़ो बुरा लगा था को
No, I just had cream. I feel like I'm lactose intolerant at times.
क्यों क्या हो गया
I have to do the tests. Lactose intolerant
हाँ
and body check.
बॉडी चेकअप मेरे को करने का जरूरत है
其实就是因为他们前一天对战，他们跟 Loud 打了也打了深寒东港嘛，然后他们可能打得比较焦灼，然后把东西打的都差不多了，所以我们研究的也变得会相对来说比较简单，然后他们又在很多次那种前压都是打得特别明显的，所以我们其实只要怎么讲按。
भाई साहब का एक और मैसेज बंक्स बाय गेम प्ले से कब सन्स गेन करोगे पहली बात वो सब्ज रहती है पहली बात अगर दूसरी बात अगर आप अपना गेम प्ले और मेरा रैंक का पहला एक्ट जब वैलोरेंट वर्जिन था पहला एक्ट वो भी कंपेयर करोगे ना फिर भी मेरा रैंक आपसे ज्यादा रहेगा जस्ट सिंह ठीक है तो इस बारे में आप जरा सोचे कि आप ये दूसरी बार मेरे चैट में चूते दिख रहे हो तो कोई एक स्मार्ट बात करे जिसपे समझ रहे हो थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा फील होएगा वरना कल परसों ऐसा फील होएगा कि यार मैं सच्ची चूते हो तो प्रॉब्लम हो सकता
from them, and I feel like Mimi, this was
Binks,
I mean, we have many things to say about this match for sure. This was painful for Pacific, I feel.
Love you.
Yeah, it really had to be because EDG, it felt like this game was just trouncing over Gen.G the entire time. In that first half, they were going for like crazy double lurks with only 3 people hitting the A site, but that 3-strong hit was still winning out. These Gen.G players were so often playing forward, taking early fights, so they never, whenever they were actually playing the retake, they were down numbers and they couldn't properly combo this KO Gecko. There was 8 opportunities for a retake. Gen.G won none of them in that first half because they were getting picked apart in these early rounds.
I love the fact that in that MVP graphic we see lag at the end and we do not see the assists just in KD because it is probably one of the first times that I see a Gecko getting 1 assist in such a long map. The fact that they were getting no Reddit out of it, we were seeing it round and round how the KO and the Gecko were not merging together because EDG was actually playing for the ego play in that instance and Gen.G has done something very, let's say, wrong for them coming into this matchup, and it's enabled Kangkang to go crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, Kangkang got the same number of kills this map as Lucky has had the entire tournament thus far. It's just true. I mean, Kangkang was getting to feast on them. I think we're also seeing some lapses in awareness from Gen.G. This round in particular, where EDG, I think, really having a great understanding of how Gen.G plays this map. They commit really hard on their attack, these execs with the double flash combo, and they're going for these fast flanks. They were so far ahead of the curve on these rotations, so they on their defense were just destroying with these squads.
I think it also has to do with the fact that they knew that on the defense they screwed up a lot of times, right? So that gets into your head, gets into like who is in charge of what, and that awareness of the map and the control that you have literally leaves your brain, and that opens the window for EDG to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'm kind of exasperated here because this is such a contrast to what we normally see from Gen.G. This is a team when I watch them in Pacific that I'm so impressed with their protocols, with the way that they're slowing down these rounds. They're playing proper. They're thinking about these things like the flanks, but it really slipped away from them this time, and it's a real risk of losing the series now.
Totally. I mean, this is not the Gen.G that we saw from Pacific, right? They were so unsure of themselves. They were so timid, and it's because, like, you know, it's because of that EDG was able to sense that they could be bullied, and they took that opportunity, right? The score line that we mentioned earlier, like 13-8, that did not reflect how, you know, one-sided a lot of rounds looked.
Exactly. And not only that, Gen.G made the same mistake when they played against Loud, but today they chose to go to Breeze, it didn't go their way. They chose Icebox, didn't go their way. But now looking into the agent select, what can we expect here, Mimi, on the side of Gen.G on the attack?
Yeah, so Gen.G here, they're playing the default comp. I think we need to see a lot more out of Meteor. This is one of those maps where he's playing the Jet, where they're rocking with that double duelist composition. I think this is an opportunity for them to kind of reinstill confidence. It's a comp they've played a lot. It's something they're very comfortable with, and they have, I mean, honestly, some good ideas. Take early map control with the double dive, have a lot of util on your defense for flood retakes. I think this is a little more comfy.
Yeah, and moving away from the Astra, having a little bit more utility, and also we've seen it a lot on the stage, playing with that Defen and with that line for the Omen has been a difference maker in many of the splits.
Gen.G got dismantled on map 1. EDG here, if they can close out on split, a chance for the #1 Chinese team to lock their spot.
Well, let's find out. Let's toss it back to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk yet again. As it looks like we're ready to dive on into map #2, Tom Split. We didn't have a lot of hope before the break. Has anything crossed your mind since that makes you confident that Gen.G are going to take this one to a victory?
I like the swap. I like that they've swapped away from Astra and gone into the Omen. I think it just allows for a little bit more burst in their plays. Like, it removes a little bit in terms of some of the execution, some of the cool stuff you can do with obviously like the Astra utility and also the ult. But ultimately, I just think having that paranoia, being able to set up a little bit more, I think it's going to benefit them quite a bit. Again, though, I do think we need to see quite a bit from that double duelist. Meteor and Texture, they are both insanely strong on these duelists, but so is Nobody. And he's going to go almost immediately. It does take one with him, though.
Well, the Fnatic Classic finds one as Kangkang escapes with his life. They made it here in some way. They're living on. Well, let's see if he can find any more. He's going back out to aggress for some information. This is a risky play, but he's cleared a lot of control. But it's up close Munchkin that I'm worried about. As the peak comes through, nice connection down to 47, but Munchkin finding that kill keeps him alive for the clutch. The 1 versus 2 that he finds himself in, a 3K to close this one out, and the first player he has to deal with is up in heaven. He hasn't realized that, and so that will be his downfall. With a defuse coming through from the Omen on EDG. It's 1-0.
Solid start from them once again, and I think this is the thing. They're always going to be pushing and pulling around, especially on that A site. We saw that multiple times yesterday from Nobody, always happy to get up in his opponent's faces. And I think this map is the one where he might be most comfortable individually. Like, we saw him have a really poor performance, come onto this map and just be unbelievable. So not a great sign after he's just had a very good map, and now going on to this as well. And I think for Gen.G, just one of the main worrying factors here was obviously coming into this map. They are starting on the attack side. Now, normally you look at this composition and go, oh, well, that's fine. You've got double duelist, you've got the sort of explosive nature of this composition, but they had a really rough time the last couple of times they played on the attack. In fact, even in a 13-11 match, they only got 2 rounds on attack.
This should be an easy farming round, but Gen.G just left down to pistols. An opportunity for them to get a little bit done there, but no shot.
Guys, तुम्हारे हिसाब से कौन अच्छा खेलता है
EDG
में?
opportunity. Build the economy seems to be just
अच्छा वैसा
around the
मेरे को लगा
corner.
बढ़ गया.
Has been a retrieval. Caron posing a little bit of a threat with the bulldog, but his HP is being chipped away at, down to 70 now. Good flash.
अच्छा कांकांग है आउडम.
Nobody has caught Munchkin completely off guard. Cleaned up.
Crispy aim वाला crispy.
EDG find their second. Here's the real
OP में
challenge
तो कांकांग है.
Gen.G pull out the rifles.
OP में है.
They've gone quite heavy into the Bulldogs though, clearly feeling confident that they can get it done with these weapons. So it's not going to be the worst purchase in the run. Well, still a lot of opportunities for them to try and find something in. Nobody going to go onto the Stinger, and honestly, I'm happy to see it. That said, he's very good at getting up close in their face, and this is where we get to see if they can get off to that flying start. Because let's be real, in the last map, Lakia had a howler, and for the most part, Texture got shut down. They're two players that are going to have to be impactful here,
Guys,
because Lakia has a lot of the setup utility that they're going to be running. And Texture is Texture. He needs to be fragging.
Well, this is it, right? Again, we mentioned
Texture
wasn't necessarily as hot as we were expecting on the previous map. Lakia, I mean, it's unlucky he's going to have that video made about him on Twitter. Nobody had it yesterday, the day before. Now it's his turn, I suppose. Hopefully not two maps in a row, though, because we know what Lakia is capable of. Gen.G up close, but it's Concon having pushed through the wall that will find the kill. A blast pack down to deter further aggression, and he's out scot-free. Advantage for EDG, which is so valuable in a round like this.
Yeah, they already managed to win the bonus in the last map, bear that in mind. That was the 5-0 start that they had. Haodong just trying to play with his opponents, and a little bit of space being taken. Chichu, he got the timing spot on. Means he's going to just push them back. 40 seconds left, and as of right now, Gen.G have no control. They're only just making their way into mid. Like, this is such a slow attempted take. It's getting very, very scary for them, and they even still had a nade on the other side to deter them even more.
Smoggy still got the stun in back pocket as well, but it's not going to be used till they dive onto site. By the looks of things, Haodong spotted and now challenged by Munchkin. Good kill found, but it's Concon that's returning. Like for like, nade down is perfect. It's not going to be planted anytime soon, and time is running out. Just 6 seconds left with nobody all alone. He's not able to deny. Plant going down, but he knows where both players are, at least roughly. Snuck his way past around the back of the site. They don't know that just yet. But I like the idea to group up together, and Caron, before the heal even comes through, closes the round out. 2-1, costly, good damage from EDG, and great potential for them to have won.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest prospect is Concon's nade could have finished it. If he lands the shot, he could have finished it. But Gen.G do manage to hold on and at least convert the round this time. They're not out of the woods yet, though, because as mentioned, that was a bonus. That was Bulldogs and a Stinger. Now they come in with the full rifles, one off a showstopper as well.
Closer
coming online, and those duelists are still yet to show up over on the Gen.G side. It's early days, but it can't go on for too much longer.
Again, that's the anti-bonus round coming out from Gen.G. Two players left standing. Their economy's going to be chipped away at, as we can see. There's 3 players very low on credits. And the big problem being that EDG close to having a very valuable ultimate. All we need is Concon to find an orb or a kill. And he's been pretty consistently finding at least the one in some rounds. So massive safety net potentially there for them later on. Gen.G early challenge, good damage on the one player that can't be healed back up. And they're happy with that. Yeah, they've deterred some aggressive control and started to move towards middle. The only thing, Tom, is that there was a flash that just popped by. Nobody saw, no one was there. Yeah, and the Tiger goes through. No one else here. That's a lot of information. And with the Tiger not being heard by Gen.G, they don't know how much of a read EDG have on their current play.
They've been so good at this. Similarly on Icebox, just being able to get so much information and then just play off of it. They're going to have 2 players watching into mid, 2 players on the B site, looking at Haodong as well. Look, they've even got the stun at the back, 2 flashes, a paranoia. Like, they have so much utility for this take-in. Already, though, great start. Meteor, even while blinded by the paranoia, is going to be able to find one, and he gets the second as well. The duelist finally coming alive, but here comes that showstopper. They have to back out. There's only 20 seconds left. Any time that could be more, could be paramount. It's done so much damage. 21. And well, now the HP healing back up onto Caron. He's going to TP to the other side of the map, but look how close nobody is. A flash just to try
Oh,
and
shit.
catch him. He's going to be able to get the
Diffuse
plants
ho
in,
gaya.
but look at where the rest of the players are. They've got to go sprinting to try and get back in here. It is it's shaky from Chiju. I don't think it's going to matter, though. There's nothing they can do to stop this. It's a very peculiar round, and it ends with a Red Bull clutch.
Just some good old hard yakka.
Binks, I love stream, following you from past year. After started playing well. Love you, Pratham bhai.
Well, Tom, this has unfortunately swung back the way that we feared it would.
All because of
EDG
Sky
finding the
Info.
round
All
in
because
a
of
very
Sky Info.
Unusual manner, considering the TP. I mean, it was a last-second attempt
Heavy,
to get
na?
that spike down. It
क्या
wasn't
throw है?
going to
Time
find
ही
its way
नहीं
to the
था.
B side,
30
that's for
second
sure.
push stack में कर रहे हैं वो लोग को.
They're not
TP मार के
baiting
जाना ही
out
था.
any of the utility. Like, I'll be honest, what Meteor got away with there while being paranoid is a lot more than I was expecting. They still had all of Breach's kit, all of Haodong's kit on Omen as well. I think all that was used was nobody's utility. And sure, it doesn't come back anymore, but that you need to be getting rid of some of that util at some point in the round before you go running in with 30 seconds left. This is disgusting.
Yeah, no way you expect this. Reacting to it? Well, apparently is easy enough. All right. Texture just tanked a shotgun to the face. Chinchu's got a 50-50. If he checks left, he... Oh, no! Oh, Munchkin! A chance for more as well. The shots didn't land, but... Well, this has been a bit of an unusual start to things. EDG have the advantage in rounds, but not in this one. The man advantage was to Gen.G. Now it's just right about even with a rifle recovered by Lakia and movement towards the safe side. But TP in, Haodong's in position to stop them from easily walking into the safe side. And he's checking heaven. Lakia needs to win this fight on the way out. In fact, timing will be a key factor for him. The flash goes towards the elbow. It seems like he's safe to cross. EDG too far away to do anything at this point with Smoggy still in spawn.
Heavy TP मारा बे ओमेन ने. Heavy TP मारी है.
A little bit low, but the aftershock won't be placed before anything else can be done. Lakia still having his Tiger. Oh, he is going to be able to spot the man in the corner. Haodong, though, not stunned up. It doesn't matter. Even still comes back into the trade. Smoggy with his full belt of utility still online. Hasn't had to use any of it just yet. Instead, he's going to potentially just go walking through this smoke, and Lakia, the man who was silent on the last map, speaks loud in this round as Gen.G get their second.
2 big kills from him, denying the vent control and then closing out the round as well. This is what we wanted to see. Lakia waking up, finding his form, finding his footing, as it's 3-2, a 1-round gap between them. And again, looking at how some of these rounds have gone down, you know, in the previous map, it was feeling pretty much favor to EDG from the get-go. After the the first 5 rounds, essentially, they didn't really take their hands off the reins. Here, though, Gen.G are already punching back.
Yeah,
मतलब साइड पे ही है. वहाँ से डॉग आया था ना.
The pistols finding a lot of value, and
तो उसका info तो था उनके पास.
That success could make all the difference. They've already realized that nobody's close, and having that judge you really don't want to pressure into this man just yet. Interestingly, you've got the lurk out from Meteor on the other side of the map, but it does seem like EDG are fairly happy to just sit passive. And that's the thing, as I said, I don't feel like Gen.G have done a fantastic job of baiting out any of the utility from the side of EDG in these early rounds. This time, though, Paranoia not online, but they still have all of Viper's util, and in this case, the wrong read.
Yeah, even though the bird just went up from nobody and caught those players outside B, again, the problem's always going to be it could just be one player, one person lurking, catching that flash and running straight to A. But
giving him a smoke.
As we can see, this isn't how it's playing out. The judge, it could do a hell of a lot of damage up close like this, but the smoke is suspicious. They know there's something afoot, and Texture's dealt with it perfectly. Well handled by Gen.G, and that's the real threat in this round.
When you put out a smoke like that, there's going to be a part of you that's thinking, okay, there has to be someone within it. And I like the fact that Gen.G play it safe. Boombot and Seekers gives everything away. They know that the site is clear, and that's the thing. They haven't had a lot of rounds, even throughout the series thus far, that have been particularly clean. Now, though, what can be found from EDG on the way back in? Probably not a lot. Smoggy at least will be able to find one, drop an extra weapon, but other than that, expectations desperately low, and he's taking a little bit of damage, but he'll fade out of there before his life is lost. For Smoggy now, the value might actually come from going down to the spike.
और रिपोर्ट सबमिट कर दे और रिप्लाई मिल रहा वरना एक दो दिन बाद
It's another round swings to Gen.G. Again, I like their usage of their ultimate. The Lackey puts out the Seekers just to confirm there's a player close in that smoke. They have a boom bot following it up. It allows them the perfect time to swing in on the back of that utility and catch a player repositioning around the corner. At 3-3, it really is anyone's game, and that was my worry. Was that we come into this map after the first being pretty dominant in favor of EDG, and we would see this be a very quick evening. I think at the very least we're owed a close map between these two teams, if not a third one.
retake के लिए सारे utils
रहेंगे
पता
stellar when it comes to this defensive side. So
default देखो बे
default and I said Gen.G had some rough times when it came to their attack, so this is already a pretty decent start from them. If they can keep things even throughout, I think they'll be quite content. Already a fantastic start. Meteor has been great throughout the series on an individual level. That's a little audacious though. Trade out with the showstopper. Will keep it in their favor, and Kanka just goes through. The movement's sublime. And now just looks to try and get a little bit more. The Rolling Thunder's going to leave Texture completely stunned up, but he hasn't been spotted. One bullet is all he needs, but Kankan's there again. A third kill for him already, and he needs the ace. He's going to look to try and get it half, but he's completely blinded. Already baiting them out. A second flash, and there is no hope. I've seen that one before, Mitch, but it won't happen this time.
Bhai, Lakia is back.
Thankfully not. Second flash, immediate.
Lakia is
just had
back.
Nothing to do unless the spray landed on
But
him
I think
right
it's
away.
time for some timeout.
Somewhere someone from Giant X is going.
No way Gen.G should win these rounds.
Well, considering a 4-3 scoreline and 3 ultis online, Viper's Pit to play with as well. This is a big round for Gen.G because they've left their opponents with no money, no credits to buy back up. It's going to be a scrappy buy for the defensive side.
एक बंदा
So far we've seen Gen.G be very clinical
वो
with
सीधा
dealing with
double
these lower
structure मार
buys.
रहा है
They've not
side
been giving away too much. They have a healthy economy because of it. They'll look to farm up an even better one right here and now.
Okay then. There's the Meteor we know and love. A lot of the time we don't see him get to play that star duelist anymore, but with this 1-2 punch of him and Texture on this map, they are really starting to come alive. We mentioned him and Texture as clinical pieces to this puzzle. Carol no already he's mowing down 2 of the remainder. Howdong not particularly close to the angle and the action.
So basically Lakia आ गया तो
again it just comes down to
जीत मुमकिन है वाला scene
the economy now of Gen.G is off the charts. You win an eco and then have a couple of cleaner rounds. He's still actually killed the player behind through the other. It's a couple of guns lost, but ultimately for the side of Gen.G it doesn't matter. They are stacked for cash.
Yeah, and even one of the players we saw there before we cut to the replay was Meteor. He had a judge, but he managed to upgrade to a rifle, and, well, with the economy that they have in play, there's not really going to be too much bot there. Well, there's unsurprising. In the previous map, we had Gen.G called both of their timeouts towards the end of the game before things ticked over in EDG's favor. This time, it's EDG getting off to an early start. They want to have a chat with the coaching staff and come to a conclusion on how they want to run this next round, because again, they're going to be buying down to their last credits.
Game वाली feelings.
That's going to put Gen.G in a very advantageous position if they find this one facing into an eco. It could be 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at what's online for your you don't want to allow them to get into an afterpart. Having that Viper's Pit online for Munchkin
Guys,
is going to
10k likes के लिए only 700 remaining. Andy Mandi challenge.
And also you have a showstopper onto Kankan, so you can go for some of those set plays, put him into position. He has been thriving still, at least on an individual level, but over the last few rounds, I feel like Gen.G have just been a little bit quicker in the pace.
Only 700 likes. Jaldi like कर दो, jaldi like कर दो. 10k हो जाएंगे फट से.
And also just on, they're just looking a bit more confident in what they're doing. Like you can see Meteor committing to these early fights and everybody following him in. That seems to be what's working, at least for now. Let's see where the response lies. By the looks of it, they might be about to go for another fairly aggressive piece as they've got no luck. That's something we've consistently seen for Gen.G, as they now look to take some early control towards this B side.
इस बार तो mid default भी नहीं है.
Yeah, I mean they have no control anywhere else, so there's not much of a backup plan here. The showstopper, well, that's plan A, and it hasn't worked out. Those players slowed down, sure, split, but they've already got players towards the site. Meteor's in position, teammates coming in to rally alongside him, and the retake attempt from EDG, it's not going too well. Kills swinging in favor of Gen.G, trade after trade, and a 3 versus 2. Lakia, 4 health, but there's not exactly too much they can do to take him down. If he's hit him in those corners, maybe Chichu needs a miracle snake bite to land. And it could come in off the back of the plant. It's Lakia attempting the plant. But they don't know just how low he is. Viper's Pit activated, and that's going to even the playing field a little bit.
It was so close to taking him down, but now Meteor in the right place at the right time. He's going to clear out both of them. The direct approach. Just working out perfectly for Gen.G. Unable to slow them down, unable to stop them. I want to say as well, I think there was I don't think there was a lot else in that round, but the showstoppers fired towards him, and he just backs out of there immediately off a blast pack, just flies backwards into the corner, and it hits nobody.
बिना mid control के जीत रहे भाई, hello, कैसे?
For the side of Gen.G, they dodged the showstopper, and that's the one thing that was really dangerous. Kankan in the right place at the right time. He was there. He got nothing.
That's it. That's it. But hey, that ain't gonna happen too many more times. From what we've seen.
Fast.
Thank their lucky stars as we go 6-3. Gen.G doubling up on the scoreline now. Look at, oh no, never mind. Look at this aggression. He's running it down towards Vence, and he has certainly chased
अभी जो मर्जी करो.
Gen.G जीत गया है. Change from Gen.G.
ये होती है default. A pressure, B push भी देख रहे, mid में घूम रहे लोग.
These are some of the rounds that worked out better for them. These slower paced rounds from Gen.G.
अभी एक साथ मिलके boom boom
quick
push.
moves in towards the site.
या फिर
that have worked better for
एक
them
बंदा
in
लड़,
terms of
बाकी
ultimates.
लोग साथ में, ऐसा कुछ.
Not a whole lot online either.
सभी लोग कर रहे हैं, ये भी
Viper's
चलेगा,
Pit
ये भी
from
चलेगा.
Chichu, but where to place it will be the real problem, and starting to throw out some utility in towards this B site, but I can only assume with where their players currently sit, this is a ruse, and it's worked. It's pulled at least Kankan for the moment, but that stun is sublime. Now they'll have an extra player in to support nobody already watching, but he doesn't get either. Luckily, Kankan is there.
Oh, and so is Chichu. Good shot to start and a follow-up. That's sublime. 21 HP left. He's in danger, but he's got 2 players close to back him up. And with 20 seconds left, it's time to get that spike planted for Gen.G. The last player standing will take Chichu down. But still 3 more. 15 seconds left. And surely this plan cannot be acquired. He'll tap it first to try and fade into a fight. That doesn't go his way. 4 rounds for EDG. It's a resurgence. It's another foot in the door. But Gen.G have been looking good, and because of the rounds they've won, there's not going to be any thought of an eco for the rest of this half.
Again, though, it does seem like when they split up and play these slower rounds, a lot of the time it ends up biting them in the back. I think just sticking together and just playing as almost a death ball has been one of the major sort of benefits for them. I also think as well, props need to be given to Smoggy. The stun there was just completely game-changing. Viper's Pit, though, immediately put down after what has been some tough executes for them to deal with on that side of the map. They're just going to section it off completely.
एक टीम गई थी ना वाइपर अल्टी वहां बी में मारा करके सारे हेवन से मिड टू बी.
Here from the attacking side seem to be going in towards the spawn. I don't know what play we're about to have come through, but I'm excited to see it. It looks like they want to end towards the A site, and okay, pings go back towards Heaven. Instead, that's going to be the play. Split Heaven, put pressure on this A site, and have your lurker, this time it's Meteor, to pick them up as they start to rotate back. It's a nice idea. See how the execution goes with Seekers confirming the players are here. You can easily see those rotates come through. That's the idea that Meteor is playing off of. Look at this shift back towards Heaven. They're ready to reunite, but Meteor can't go down. He has to maintain this control. Thought about walking into spawn instead. It's the sight on the back of a flash. A dash now up close to the pit, and as Chichu thinks about going outside of it, that could be the end of his life if he did. It's all down to timing. He's won the first, but that's all he gets.
Yeah, really nice trades. Lakia was well aware, and in fact, Meteor almost gets to kill himself. Kankan, though, you can't give this man that much space. Quickly takes 2. This round is starting to fall apart. They know exactly where Texture is, but can't quite connect onto him. The Tyke's gonna go through, but he runs through on the
भाई
other side.
चलते मारेगा कंकन
But it's still
चलते कैसे मार रहा है कंकन
and again he pulls off rounds that he should have. And EDG, well, somewhat luckily, do get ever closer.
भाई
A sensational play by Texture. That almost won them the round, just blitzing through the smoke.
Should have won them the
It
round.
should have. It absolutely should have. If not for this man. That's gorgeous. And the return was straight through the smoke.
ये क्या है
That's just disgusting.
Okay, running through the smoke, that's
भाई
even worse.
क्या है
But it works.
भाई
And if it works, it works. 6-5, EDG in
ये
prime
क्या
position
है
to
भाई
equalize
ये
coming out of this.
कैसे भाई
That's what we like to see. Getting heated
Huh?
down there. Showstopper online for both sides.
कैसे गएगा फटी
Rip both are you.
बाप रे बाप रे खड़ा नहीं होना था
Standing, not anymore. This is Texture's round.
औडंग मारता था
Anything you can do, I can do better.
आसमान टूट जाए एक बंदे का तो लेके जाएगा Senfa is not bad EDG का अटैक अच्छी है
You've just lost the entirety of your B defense. Everybody was here waiting for this play to come through. Counter utility used to deny anything. That was the thing. The aftershock cleared a player out of position. It didn't matter. The paranoia wasn't even utilized in that initial take. To find any space here is going to almost rely on a mistake. And what was it? You know what? Somehow Smoggy has made this interesting. It won't matter though. He started this round and he will end it.
Ace मार दिस
One-ups his opposing
क्या मिलेगा
raise.
इसको बूट कैंप
Oh, we had both
क्या मिलेगा
showstoppers, Tom, but only one got to be fired. That is absolutely gorgeous for Texture, disrupting the plan of his opponents and getting ahead by just an inch, just a second. That's all he needed. And a gorgeous ace to add to Gen.G's momentum. Now 7 rounds at the half. They're leading.
भाई उसका एक्सप्रेशन दिखाओ
Moving
ना
over to their defense. I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us. But what we've got in store for you is a halftime analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
7-5 in favor of Gen.G this time, and you can kind of see the team waking up. You can see their energy rising as well, which is great because it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think map number 1, Gen.G, bitch. They weren't really awake. They were getting ran over.
भाई लाख क्या उठा लेकिन लाख क्या ने 360 मारा
Their players in particular, like Meteor in this clip, were looking so much better. And also just their approach to the game. They're again playing slow, very proper mid-rounds on the attacking side. But I think they did a good job at finding the opportunities against EDG. And these double dive XX were tearing EDG up.
Exactly, and we saw it especially on the last round with that ace. I think that, of course, for Gen.G is not going to be easy now moving on to the defense. We're seeing a lot of aggression. We're seeing a lot of mistakes and a lot of punishment coming from both of the teams. But I think that it's so based on individuality and some BS rounds, like the one where Can just gets the kill across the smoke after a brilliant play and push. And I think that it's kind of concerning, right, that this is what is going to come to.
Absolutely. I think in the second half, EDG have a great chance at coming out back into this. They're playing this double initiator that is built around enabling Kung on the dive. We saw earlier Zekin playing on this map, absolutely eating up on Raze. This one plays pretty similarly, where there's a lot of duels being put into one player succeeding, into getting space on their sites. And if Gen.G are making some of those same mistakes of Icebox on their defense, of giving these early opportunities to EDG, it could go a similar direction.
EDG, they're one half away from making it again into those playoffs. They have to make us dream, Mika.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to start dreaming. Let's get the second half underway. Back over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
More into playstyle of PRX.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst.
PRX
one last time. As EDG on their attack side look to close out this series up against Gen.G. It's their map pick. You know they're going to be comfortable on the attack. Remember, that means that Gen.G chose to start on their attack side. Maybe it's the best of what they've got planned already behind them. Hello. I'm stuck on something. I'm stuck on nobody. Help me step away.
Either way, we are going to have...
We'll just breeze right past that one, I suppose.
The flash coming in. Nobody looking to take the space. Been a little bit quieter this time around.
Yeah, not as pacey, that's for sure. EDG still just toying with that map control. It looks like They'll be taking the fight eventually, and it's Con and Smoggy to find the openings. Heaven completely under
Hello,
their
Jimba,
control.
hello.
There is a fill back in by Meteor, but, well, it doesn't look like EDG have decided on where they're going. The Spike is still in spawn, checking for a flank. And they're just waiting for Gen.G to make that move to re-clear the space. Player spotted up close, stun is good. And he's only bought himself a second as that smoke fades. Chichu lands this shot. Texture on 45 in a lot of trouble. Emerging from the smoke element. Surprise! How has he got no three? He was 45, now 15 HP with nobody, all alone. The frenzy up close in Heaven. He has thread the needle beautifully for that one. And with Texture being on 15 HP, to be honest, after what I just saw, it's anyone's game. But 14 seconds left. Nobody has to be so quick. And look at Texture. He's already here. This could decide it. If he can speed his way through Heaven, he might get the angle just after the plant. It all depends on where nobody's looking. And the wrong way! Texture's got 4! The pistol goes to Gen.G. This guy's insane!
Bro.
I've had there've been a lot of plays the last couple of days on this map in particular that have left me speechless. I have no idea how he manages 3 kills. Like, the last 2 especially. Like, that's better than anything you could ever dream to get from that position.
Impossible.
4 bullets and he gets 3 kills on 45 HP.
Look at him go.
Give it to him. Oh, that's wonderful.
We are in for a treat. The 2 Raze players in this match at the moment have basically been competing for who can make the most audacious play of the day. Well, that was a round that should have been for EDG, but for that man. And already
combo sexy,
Meteor Texture are showing why we talk about this double duelist coming into this map. If they were going to win this, if they were going to compete, they had to be fantastic. And you know what? They're doing all right.
जीत गए बे.
All right is an understatement.
जीत गए बे. वो round
seen so far.
जिता दिया bro.
Individuals are coming online.
Forsaken set the bar.
Hey.
भाई वो लोग.
That's a bar that I think only he can jump over.
Tilt हो गिरेंगे. मतलब impossible
with 9 to 5 on the board, Gen.G may well have that third map locked and loaded for us. Breeze.
वो HP
the
में.
back of EDG's mind, but the forefront
is
the fact that it's only a 4-round gap. It's recoverable.
जबकि सब देख भी रहे या फिर जजमेंट है कि वहाँ पे ही बंदा हो सकता है. What the fuck?
It's definitely a long road back.
I think not helped by the fact that Texture got so many kills and is now 1 away from the showstopper.
And also the other kills all went to Meteor, which puts him a few away from the Blade Storm. So even if this goes badly, if he gets 1 or 2 kills and dies, that could be enough. They've actually got a great read as well. 3 players set up, Tiger through. Now there is a judge coming out from Con. Pushed through on the other side, but the trades have come in. Kept things in their favor. They don't expect Meteor to be here. Why would you? Another man pushing into mid, and Karen's there alongside him. Gen.G could give themselves a massive boost if they could take this round away, and well, Smoggy, he has now got
starting की जो fights
to carry 3 players.
वो अच्छी.
Spike
उसके बाद पीछे हटने का.
And they have a decent idea of where he's coming from. And his opponents picked up a judge.
Yeah, picked up a judge and is sitting inside a smoke. So
early fights
very best of luck to Smoggy here. Blind sprays probably
early
his best
fights
chance.
के सबसे
He could have
4
done all of them. True, but he doesn't want to give it away. It's a contact play into a judge. And he got the contact he was looking for. 10 to 5. Double digits for Gen.G. Showstopper online. Blade Storm close, and 3 rounds needed to pull this across the line. Oh, also EDG on an eco. So add up all those things, and it seems like it's a pretty hefty advantage towards the defensive side right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this game has not gone anywhere near the way I was expecting it to go, and yet it's been incredibly enjoyable.
Well, you did say you expected a map 3, but
not in this order.
Yeah, the other way around.
The journeys look. The journey hasn't gone as planned.
Kang 16 पे बाकी पूरी team 9 पे.
Exactly. Somehow, we've taken
just
a
like
detour.
you and your scooter.
This city's a little confusing sometimes. The GPS doesn't work. Nice shot by Meteor.
भाई मेरे को लगा कोलैट लगेगा बे.
The Outlaw putting in work in this round to control
कोलैट किसे नहीं लगा?
EDG. You know, this is somewhere they have been dangerous before. We said it in the last map when they got pistols. They were able to upset a lot of opposition, but Gen.G seemed to have a real handle on it, never letting these disadvantageous rounds slip out of their control.
this has genuinely become a race for who's going to be #1 on the scoreboard between Texture and Meteor. Kankan is still like in a close 3rd place, but those two have started to just completely run away with this one. But, you know, he's always terrifying. Guardian gets him a first. Now, he's actually a couple away. One more kill, even if he goes down. He's so quick with it. A single bullet is all he needs. He's actually going to give him a showstopper, but he has to try and fall back from it. And actually, the defenders are going to use their own one. Kankan's just found another one. Finally, it takes a bazooka to take him out. He's given some essence of hope for Howdon, but
Blind में कैसे मार रहा है बासुंडी?
I expected to come out of this round and compliment Howdong. A fantastic paranoia and even better decision making. He made the realization that good chance they're stacked up. One above the other, firing squad to take the trade. Blinds the guy down below, takes the fight against the top player.
Wait, where's
That crosshair didn't stop moving either. It went past him. He just clicked it at the right time. Yeah, I'd love to see this guy. You ever seen those arcade games with the boxes that go left to right? You got to stack them all the way on top of each other.
He'll get banned.
He's out of the arcade. 3 minutes in.
They'll just go. We've
run out.
That used to happen to me down the arcade. Coin machines, they'd come over, unplug it. Oh, it's out of order. Some of those machines, you can game the system, and that's exactly what this guy's been doing here. Texture's 21-12.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, he struggled last map. It didn't look too comfortable, but well, a completely different face coming out of him.
Yeah.
Last वाला कैसे मारा blind में?
But he's definitely leading the way. That round from Kankan could have gone down as one of the best. Unfortunately for him, he did get bazookaed. So that's one way to put him down. It seems to be the only way at this stage. 11-5. He seems like maybe the only player that could cause any issues here for Gen.G because they now have 6 rounds to the good. Operator on the board for Meteor as well, who has also had a real step up. Bit of a slow start to this game, but
गलत players
that has quickly
अच्छी default लग रही है मेरे को अच्छी default लग रही है
just almost roam mid. They've got 3 players set up onto this B side. EDG
Omen smoke there,
trying to play this one in a bit of a slower default.
Vent
Problem
smoke
is
there,
they've
mail smoke
even
there.
used ults of their own in the last round. Kankan, I didn't actually notice it. He used his showstopper too, so that's now gone.
अगर पड़ती थी ना मेरा हो गया.
Quickly. I think it was he got showstoppered as he popped his.
Yeah, he did actually blast back up in the air.
Timing.
Wrong way. Wasn't looking into the oncoming traffic. That's 3 players swinging out on B main. He doesn't even get the info that there's 3 of them there. It's the worst part. Gets shot in the back. Then you got 2 more players coming through vent, but a reposition from Meteor. He is more than ready for this, but okay, it's the right rope. It's being taken. Textures dropped on B. Now you might start to think it's a B play, although they've just heard them on the ropes. Yeah, now you're sticking around. Meteor's here. He's ready to fight, although they'll give up control up top. It's that, not only the scope, but the Blade Storm backing it up that's been activated. EDG, I mean, look, they're playing blind no matter where they go, but as we can see, it might be the wrong decision. Meteor's already considering the rotate.
30 seconds left.
I think we're looking at Kankan and what can he find here. He's been stellar, and that's already the star they were looking for, leading the way into the side. He doesn't know there's another man behind him. Will be taken out, but that entry does enough. Puts things into a 2v2. Meteor Blade Storm out, maybe trying to deny any sort of plant, but hasn't been able to. And the rotation coming around from Munchkin, you'd think he maybe went to him, but he just doesn't already. Almost disrespectful to his opponents. It's risky, but it works for Meteor.
Absolutely does. He found that space perfectly. And now that's a 12th round with this defuse coming through. It's going to be given to Munchkin.
I thought for a second, I was like, bro, you've just used your ult. You're like, I can get it again.
दोनों lurkers मर गए जो
At this
A push
stage,
B
I
push
don't know
मार
that either
कर
of
रहे
those
थे.
ultis are going to be online by the end of the game. Gen.G have been snowballing. And we said it was a dominant scoreline on the previous map.
भाई कांगकांग ने उसका गन देखा किसी नहीं रे.
Here on their map pick, it could be 13-5. And there's a lot of weaknesses coming into this round.
पहला शॉट दिखा उसका.
I think you can just clearly see a
पहला शॉट दिखा ही नहीं.
difference from the last
100%.
map. Like the fact that Meteor, that is a 2v2. You wouldn't be surprised for thinking it was a 1v2 because Munchkin was still making the wraparound all the way through spawn. He's like, don't worry about it, I'm on the round, let's go next. Are you on the defuse?
वो लोग पोस्ट पॉइंट वो लोग इधर निकल ही नहीं पाए.
Problematic for Munchkin, but he is going to be able to get out there with not too much of a scrape. Immediate, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He has Lakia in pocket to help him out here. Smokes could be gone within a second because this man is just not missing. He's now one away from Texture, by the way. Both players have been unstoppable.
लेकिन वैसा देखा जाएगा तो समझ रहे हो?
Yeah, it seems like a formality with the way rounds have been going. The fact that it's a 5v3 and the amount of hero plays that would be needed from EDG to fight their way back into a 7-round in a row. A 7-round deficit. And yeah, has to be consecutive. I like the idea, sending the really slow play through middle to try to find a gap. They've not seen anyone in vents. Move towards heaven. Munchkin's in position.
God.
He's got one, and not the follow-up. Khan has another challenge. It's Meteor's up that's come through with a dash still online and a player sitting down below. That's Lakia.
Map 3 क्या लगता है?
To close this round out there.
भाई ये तो ज़्यादा clean लगा, लेकिन मेरे को लगा नहीं कि EDG खेल रहा है.
13-5 statement from Gen.G. They were down and out on map 1, but now we're going all the way to Breeze.
क्या सीन है? Default नहीं है अभी गेम का part.
He's definitely having a great time there, right at the end. But that's
तो
the
गलत
thing. You look at
खेले
this
सब
scoreboard.
लोग गलत गेम ही गलत.
22 kills, Texture 22
सब गलत ही
kills,
खेल
Meteor
रहे हैं.
22 kills.
फिर भी
They
सही हो
all
रहा है.
had fantastic performances. The difference is it
Process
was
करने
much
को बहुत
better
time
teamwork
लगेगा.
from Gen.G. Either way, we're going off to a break because this needs a third map to conclude.
मतलब सिर्फ एक smoke और dog करके लोग जीत रहे हैं. कैसे? कैसे? Please explain. One smoke, one dog, बस. A जाओ, B जाओ, A जाओ, B जाओ. कैसे? शर्म कर, बाइक. कुछ गलत गेम हो रही है. Once a man said default अच्छी है. मेरी गांड दुख रही है. आई. चैट 10 के लाइक्स करो. 200 लाइक्स बचे, 200 लाइक्स बचे सिर्फ. मेरी सुनो, मैं पट से. 2 वाटर खाली हो गए घर जाएंगे.
₹2 acting. मनराज क्या बोलूं मैं? ₹2 acting. Instead of just saying go sit there. Hello dudes. Guys, music time. Let's go. Music. ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का ट्वीट है. लेट्स गो. नाइस म्यूजिक है ना, अच्छा था। आपकी मम्मी ने पहली बार बिंक्स की स्ट्रीम देखकर क्या कहा था? मॉम डजंट माइंड, पापा ने बोला था। इसको क्या हो रहा है रे बाबा?
Now 1-1 in this series, and we saw a much better showing from Gen.G over here. Yes, there were some still small mistakes that were happening, but this is, of course, a Gen.G that we are far more ready to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The difference between map 1 and map 2 in this series is unbelievable.
Are they trying to convey
The difference
something?
in
कोई
performance
code है
as well is insane. You play the double duelist comp, you need your duelist to go crazy, and my god, did Gen.G's duelist go crazy this map.
Exactly. Thank you to Space who gave us some of the crazy stats. Actually, both duelists plus the 50% success in that first blood. 67% of the 4v5s won by Gen.G. 70% of their post-ban and 100% of their retakes. Whatever says on the scoreline doesn't really matter. We know that it was about individualities, and the Gen.G was always supposed to win this map.
Yeah, and I think that's so important for Gen.G as well, because they're really like a vibes-based team. When you watch them winning their match the other day against Lud, you laugh, but I think that is a real thing. When they're playing well, you see them out there laughing,
Literally Binks versus Mithul.
I'm trying to understand you better. I'm getting to understand you better every time.
Okay, well, you're ruining my vibes, but Gen.G's are good.
No, it is really good, and you can see them, right? You can see Texture suddenly, jumping up and waving his hands like he usually does. You can see like how Lakia is as well, smiling, and really carrying the rest of the team with that energy.
And I mean, for Gen.G, I feel like they were losing a lot of rounds that they kind of had no for EDG that they had no business losing in this one, right? Like Gen.G pulling off some crazy miracles with individual plays, but also like this bonus round, for example, was a huge moment for Gen.G.
Yeah, exactly. And how much of that is put into those controllers, into both Karen and Haodong, and all the smokes that we were seeing onto mid, all the spacing that the teams were taking against each other, and probably we were mentioning, right, those mistakes coming in from EDG, definitely coming into the third map. We need to be keeping an eye on the duelist head-to-head. I was saying, enabling Kankan to have a good game is a very dangerous game to play, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and I feel like now with EDG, actually, they need that second win. They need that second win to come out if they want to close out map number 3, because I feel like on Breeze, this is a potential aim duel once again, a duelist matchup that we're going to see here between
let's be
Kankan and
honest with
Texture.
ourselves. Breeze is like the check map in the pool, which I think, honestly, I have no way which way it's going to go, judging on by how different the first two maps were.
Yeah, I think that, we're going to see a lot as well from Karen, who has to be pushed because he's up against Haodong, right? And that's the IGL who is carrying EDG through this run that we're seeing here. So it's a big test. I mean, like, you're up against an IGL, and you have a rookie who is just months into his professional
cup
career.
of coffee, UP.
Yeah, of course. And coming on to the last map, we know that both of these teams on the previous matches that they
Every
played,
cup of coffee, UP.
in the last minute with the last trend, just pushing it to the real limit. But for both of them making it to playoffs means a lot when we're talking about how the world has changed in terms of VALORANT, how the meta is swifting. Gen.G coming now into this
Big brain
stage,
shit
proving that
right
they can
there.
make it to playoffs through 2 wins. I think that they will be such a staple for the team.
Devra bhai,
Now it is
sharam
time for our
kare.
HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to
Kankan.
Texture.
Kaise?
Sponsor
Texture,
in the history of the world.
ये वाला
Texture was
crazy था.
insane. We can't talk enough about
ये वाला
how
crazy
good this
Dinner
guy
में
was.
मैंने
And
खाया
Kankan का
राजमा।
flicks भी
Impressive.
crazy
I mean,
था, bro.
This one is just the raw mechanics.
Yeah, completely. And now that we were talking about that aim duel, the
Report
possibility
अच्छा
of going
बोलने
just
का
in that head-to-head
clean
against
jinx किया
Kankan.
है,
In this
मान
map
गया
on
आपको।
Split, he had the support of a second duelist and the rest of the team just playing for them.
शर्म करो,
Definitely
शर्म।
the Vice were on their side
शर्म
for this
करो।
one, but they need to keep it up.
Guys, 100 more likes for 10k likes.
Yeah, I
100
feel like,
more.
now we
जिसने
have,
like नहीं
both
किया अभी
these
तक
teams
जल्दी
on
से
the
कर
highest
दो.
energy, right? You can see the
10k
exchange
likes
between both
every
the teams
stream
as well.
is
They're
opa
up on
opa
their
opa
feet,
opa
they're
opa.
out of their seats too, and they are ready to take it to Breeze right now, Mimi.
You think about the history of this matchup between China and Pacific. It's been so back and forth. This time it's the new guard for Gen.G. They have to prove why they beat PaperX, why they beat DRX, why they're here. They have a chance to book a spot in the playoffs, but so do Edward Gaming. We're into the agents. Like, Gen.G played the Yoru comp on this map, and EDG played the old bog standard with Kong Kong on that jet.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I like
Yoru!
I want to see more impact. I feel like the other day
Yoru
it felt
meta!
super flat The impact was not there.
Yoru meta!
Attack, but mostly so on that second half. Is he going to put that pressure onto the map? Same goes
By
for
deadly duo versus
disaster was a bit lackluster.
Kang and Hardong.
Looking at the flanks and
ये
how
दोनों duo
Gen.G
versus
can
होने
handle it.
वाला.
Last time they played this, they were getting lurks up holes on their defense. On the attack side, they were letting flanks come through. They really need to have buttoned down how to play because it's a big risk going to Breeze without Cypher.
Well, the winner moves to playoffs and the loser will have to fight for survival on
हमेशा
Monday.
योरू
One
लेते
last
Gen.G,
time,
लेकिन
here's
पता है
Mitch
ना
and
अचानक
Tom.
से कुछ change करे तो.
Thank you so much, Mika, and our wonderful analyst desk, Tom, as we dive into this final
Because
map.
why
the
योरू
third
Breeze
of the
बहुत
series,
लंबी
the
map
last
होती.
of the day. I am very impressed with what we just
जिससे
saw from
default किया उसका round
Gen.G.
गया.
Do you want to put out a prediction for this one?
No.
All
you know
right.
what? No, I don't. Because so far, I said that
मैं
I
do
thought,
prediction.
EDG would win the second map.
Yeah.
And I thought the Gen.G would win the first map. So, yeah, no. You know what? I don't fancy giving a prediction. I'm just going to let it let it go at this stage.
You know what?
मेरे को
what I'll say,
future
though,
से
I predict
message आया
Gen.G
यहाँ पे.
if it's going to be the same as
EDG
last
जीत
map,
गया.
where Lakia lost one opening,
13-7.
won none. Other than that, it was exclusively Meteor and Texture that took opening duel. It's rare you see that. The other two players,
Binks can be
absent in
potential
early fights.
Atmaram
It
bide.
was just these guys. And with the
Plus 1
success
is
they've
equal to
been
like.
finding,
हाँ क्या like
I'm
करो.
not going to ask you to change that.
So the
क्यों लेकिन
record
मैं
that they have on
like
this
it.
map for Gen.G
अरे वो
kinda
नहीं रे
stinks.
बाबा.
It's not been fantastic. They've
हमारे
lost it
ज़माने
3
में ये
times in a
सब नहीं
row
होता
to
था.
RRQ,
हाँ?
Team Secret, and Loud. But
मैंने like किया
according
Super
to
Chat.
Jen,
ये
who
नहीं
is
देखा
obviously
इतना
does a
तारक
lot of
मेहता,
the
इसको नहीं
Korean
पता.
translations and interviews, she said that they feel really confident on this map and in this composition in particular. So, yeah, I've
भाई ये
leaked
उसका
what she
पोजी
said.
है.
She can come find me if she wants. Either way,
you're not winning that fight, Tom.
I know.
I'll let you know. Just like
but I wanted to
Kankan.
say it that bad that I'm happy to be beaten.
रस का
Just like
पोजी
Kankan
है.
there, not winning that fight as he gets dropped on that defensive side. An aggressive push that's now left Haodong in a little bit of an isolated
रस का नहीं
position.
पॉल्वी का
Players
पोजी
right
का
behind him.
पोजी.
It's a pretty heavy stack up on B, and after finding that opening kill in this direction, especially if they took down Haodong, they might consider just full blitzing the B site. That seems to be the plan, Tom, but there could be danger here. Still a trap on site, it gets destroyed, and the cam's gone. A lot of control. Smoggy though. With
Oh, blind नहीं हुआ कोई.
No, never mind whatsoever.
Headshot.
That has just been a slaughter. Blink and you miss it. Every single member of the
एक
EDG
किल नहीं
side is
दिखाई दिया.
gone.
पहले किल भी
Well, that's
वो
exactly
PVs
how
ने
you
दिखाई
want to see
दिया
it
पता है.
start if you are on that Gen.G side of things.
एक किल नहीं
Clean,
दिखाई दिया.
clinical. And that's the thing. Okay, it hasn't worked for them so
हाँ?
far, this composition.
गिरते
but it's
गिरते
one that I
मारा.
like. That you have two agents
मैं
that can take
बोला
a
था
lot
ना
of
कौन
map control.
जीतेगा. बोला
I
था
think
कि
obviously
नहीं.
the one sort of detriment to
मैंने
it is
बोला
having
था
that
कि नहीं
single
bro.
initiator and not having the cipher. That's the main one. You
Gen.G
can
के
be quite
सामने
very
कोई
easily.
जीत
So
सकता
it's
है
something
क्या?
that they're gonna
Gen.G
have to definitely watch out for, but it allows for an awful lot of cool set plays.
Early peak. Kankan wants to get
फिर से
involved.
करेगा.
Marshall out.
एक और बार
Headshots
कर.
being looked for, but
हिलना नहीं
no
वहाँ से.
bullets landing. And the aggression from nobody has been spotted. They're anticipating it. There's not really much he can do in terms of continuing down that avenue. Gen.G have been super patient in a lot of these rounds that we've seen before. Anti-ecos, anti-bonus rounds. They're always sitting back, always using their utility to clear up and then catching them on the fall back. I've really enjoyed the discipline that they've shown, especially on the last map, and it seems like it's no different here.
Yeah, I think they've definitely warmed up into this game, and you almost have to hope for EDG's sake they haven't cooled off, because we've seen a lot of different
बैग
heroes
गम्मे
throughout,
डुबेरेंगे
especially
नहीं
in
बे.
their
अपने
Paper
टीम
X
में
game.
कोई
We
नहीं
talk
मारता
about
बे.
great performances out of Haodong. I think nobody had a fantastic
वो
map
लोग
of
लोग तो
split.
spicy
But in the
पानी
last
पूरी नहीं
map,
खाते.
I was basically like, how many
Same रहेगा.
kills can Kankan get? And if
Chichu.
it's not at least 4, they're probably
Oh,
losing
right
the
click
round.
मार दो तो.
Which is not the sign you want to see. It reminds of almost EDG of old. He's the hero, and the rest of the team are just looking to try and put him into position. For this round,
अब तक कितना 2 शॉट लिए 3 शॉट लिए
expectations
कांगकांग
incredibly
ने.
low. Sure, he has a Marshall, which given
और
the
5-6
opportunity
शॉट
could do
लेगा वो
damage, but
मरने
now
से
in an
पहले.
afterplant, Lakia on a potential late lurk. Now there is a bit of a gap being left, but I think Lakia has now filled that. And it will now just be Kankan remaining. I think they've already, well, they should have spotted the sniper. He shot a couple of bullets at them, so I don't know if anybody's going to want to feed him.
The only person I can see peeking that is Texture. The scope of his own on the Outlaw, and an advantageous fight regardless of where he
इससे ये
hits.
बंदे को कोई
45
मार नहीं
HP.
सकता है बे. हैक करता रहेगा
He's
ना.
on his way forward. Understandable.
कोई गोली लगती नहीं है कितने शॉट्स मारता है भाई ये ऑप्स कितने शॉट्स हाईएस्ट शॉट्स टेकन बाय अ ऑपरेटर वाला एक पोल हो जाए पिंकी जी डिसअपॉइंटेड लुक्स मेक्स यू कपल लुक अच्छा वो जब मैं वो करता हूं
anybody has been actually able to get on the EDG side.
Jinx करता हूं
a very quiet start for them in a map that doesn't decide their fate, but it's still a scary fate to have. Like, bear in mind, okay, yeah, sure, they've managed to beat out Paperex once. There's a chance they'll face them again. You've got the likes of Loud, Heretics, like all of these teams that can come back, even maybe a little bit of chance for revenge for FPX as well. So those decider games are not going to get any easier. Getting through first time definitely has its benefits. Already. Quite a bit of information. Both duelists being spotted outside of that A site. Considering that this is a bonus round, it has some real legs to it.
Cat, ये वाला सीक्वा जो भी वाइपर खेलते हैं, जो नेस्ट में उसने स्मोक डाला ना, बीटी है बीटी.
If they can muscle their way into a site,
या फिर मिड वॉल स्मोक, मिड डोर, या फिर वो नेस्ट स्मोक.
Fights everybody on the side of EDG.
आत्मा मर जाती है रोटेशन में.
Of course, they saw the outlaw last round, so you're not going to go running into that with light shields, giving him free kills, giving him basically an op upgrade.
भाई कोई info नहीं मिला.
Recon is in a good position. If anyone does go for that peek just to grab a little bit of info, they'll be in a lot of trouble. But the poison orbs up, and that should keep them back.
Yeah, they've got the information that they are still here. It's the split into middle that could definitely make things a little bit more interesting. Trying to almost bait with the shots. Ow, and they haven't actually seen it. Already first duel going their way, but nice work from Howdong. Smoggy as well. Desperately low on HP, but they've managed to weather the storm, hold them back that little bit longer. Leaving just two players remaining. Make it one. It is a clean sweep. Only nobody lost. Which sounds mental as a sentence.
Yeah.
And EDG, well, after a single kill in the first two rounds, they do quite well in the first buy.
Yep, a very well held push on the side.
भाई ये दोनों मरते थे ना.
Breaking through, I think is the problem in this round. Short of any over peaks.
भाई लेकिन Gen.G जीत गया. तुम लोगों को बताते थे. ये राउंड मीटर भाई अल्ट मारेंगे. नेक्स्ट राउंड लाकिया भाई अल्ट मारेंगे. दोनों राउंड हार गए तो उसके बाद टेक्सचर भाई अल्ट मारेंगे.
Meteor has an ulti
सामने वाले टीम को
and
एफ के जाना
it's right away. Into another dimension he goes. He's got to fall back, so he's left his gate crash in towards A main, clearing out this like a recon.
Look how far back they've gone.
And yeah, I mean, they've made the right call rather than being blitzed on. Karen has such a good angle for the rotate through. There's no way Chichu could have expected that.
Yeah, it's the orchestrator, the conductor from the back.
The
start from Texture.
It's
going to make it so much more problematic. Clearing out these players from the back line is going to be impossible. Bear in mind, they've got snakebite lineups. They could use a gravity well, but I don't think they're even going to need it. Picking this team apart, Smoggy at least has found one, but here comes those lineups. Anybody even gets close to that spike, and they've already spotted both players. He just blinded himself, but it doesn't even matter. And now the Grabwell's also caught out Smoggy. A clean take from Gen.G.
दोनों यू गए हैं यू.
Comical close to it, but
यू.
They won't mind.
कैसे possible है?
So lost in my life.
कि वो बंदा जिंदा है.
Know where he was. That was the blind. He sees a player close. He has to run out of the smoke rather than get shot in the head.
भाई कैसे possible है भाई? वो देखो बे.
It was beautiful. It must be so confusing for Munchkin to step into that scenario, seeing them back to back. They were shooting for a G bomb poster. 3-1. Gen.G in a prime position. Blades not needed. With full rifles in play for that attacking side. G having next to nothing to work with, just some pistols. I see the clock frozen on the top. I have to almost think this is a timeout from
ये वो वाला pause है कि हम हार गए करके.
You don't want Gen.G to be just
कल आपके छोटे भाई का बर्थडे है. कल स्ट्रीम जरूर करना. आयुष भाई डन सीन. Many happy returns of the day in advance मेरी जान आयुष
भाई. They got a singular kill.
Nice bike by the way.
Me too. And then also
Texture
the last round, again, just one kill. It was only the round that Smoggy actually managed to sort of hold the line on the site. Other than that, they get forced back. But the thing is, so far at least, that those retakes haven't looked good. And it's not your normal composition. That's sort of the benefit of not only having Meteor, as that extra space taker. He can also cause havoc when you're trying to go for those retakes. But then you just have Karen and Munchkin. It's sort of like the yin and yang of the team. Like you've got this crazy aggressive lunatic in texture, and then you've got two guys going, I'm in spawn, I'm line up out. Okay, there's the snake bite gone. Okay, few seconds. It's gravity well, and then that's basically the round over at that point. And in the meantime, it's like you know, the guy that's
Gen.G versus Sen
you know,
finals
the
होगा
sweaty guy.
मैंने किया
You've just got Tess going. I'm in the fight. I killed one.
EDG बोला था क्या मैंने मेरे को याद भी नहीं आ रहा
nice time. It's a disgusting sort of matchup to try and play against.
4-1
and you
next
almost
round
have
Sowalt
to play
भाई
into
लोग
that aggressive nature. You have to try and
Sowalt का counter तो है
GB would
केवल
say punch him in the face. You have
लेकिन
to get
फिर
up
भी
close and personal.
क्या
And
वो
Gen.G is
right
so good at
पोजी में
denying that.
रहेगा to counter
This
is
is
the
it. We've
question.
seen so many rounds where they just pump the brakes right off rip, play it super slow. Early on here, I'm not sure what Meteor just did. Maybe popping a flash through A main, then TPing right over to B for a much quicker pace take to keep these players in position on A. Perhaps even grab the rotates over. One man is still here. Standing his ground. Well, not anymore. G2's not standing at all. Good shot from nobody. And an angle lined up, but Meteor is ready for it.
Yeah, this round looking done already. Smoggy.
भाई ऐसा
He's going to
opponent
get his
ना
own
है
online no
अपने
matter
game
what
में
happens here. Well, unless he goes down to the spike, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Already game इतनी stressful है अपने लिए
Gen.G just giving them nothing.
और लोगों ने ऐसे सब shots
Every
मार
once in a
दिए
while, someone goes for a slight
PC
jiggle peek,
टूट
but
जाएगा यार
they're just so passive in their spots. Ratty angles being held as well. Okay, sure, as said, you've got players like Meteor who just want to try and farm up as many orbs as possible, but again, that's another player, round of 4 players alive.
So ult farm karo na.
In terms of EDG, the finances already off the charts for Gen.G. If they wanted to throw in an operator, they could comfortably on pretty much every single player.
अभी ये देखना है कि क्या वो लोग एक्स्ट्रा को और प्रेफरेंस देते हैं या सोवा को
This is not the team that we were
क्योंकि दोनों का प्लान तो रहेगा जिस हिसाब से एक्स्ट्रा पिक हुआ है
Kankan at the moment is missing.
Yeah, and that's coming out of a pause as well, right? Like, this has got to be somewhere that you've had your coaching staff come in, like your IGL's trying to pull it through, you call that pause, you touch base with your coaching staff, and you're right back into the fray. For Gen.G, I mean, look, it's plain sailing. It's a breeze right now. EDG need to get back on that horse. And we've seen a couple different approaches. The Gen.G shut down each time. This time, though, late aggression on the back of a flash. It did catch
कल मेरा बर्थडे नहीं है भाई, by the way, करना stream done scene. अभी तो बोलो.
With a rotate coming through, but the dash was heard. They know Kankan is coming around this angle. 2 players are lined up.
Don't worry, Bunk, ऐसे player
being
Radiant
up
में.
here in the tube, being able to hear that. Perfect comms.
Again,
Radiant lobby में सबसे अच्छा तेरा भाई खेला था.
When they
Stream
played this
देखो
map
जरा.
versus FPX,
Ace मारा तुमने Ace शरीफ से.
he was one of the only reasons they were even in the map. Like, he was so aggressive but successful with it. And right now, that just isn't the case. Again, they've sold a ruse, trying to keep a couple of players, but
भाई BT दे रहे वे लोग योरू के साथ.
A solo defender in the form of Howdong, and just
क्या
look at his
fake
HP.
किया ना?
He's already low. He's about to come under some serious pressure, and at least support has began to rotate in. Smoggy actually pushing into his own util to try and just get anything there, and it's so easy. They are making this look like a walk in the park, or maybe a walk along the beach.
भाई कितना सेक्सी था ए पे और लिया सोवा के साथ योरू उधर गया इधर टीपी डाल के
The rats will go back into
उधर
their
उसने
corners.
क्लोन शॉक
There's
डार्ट
no hope.
कांदा बटाटा सब फेंका रिटर्न आए तब तक एक बंदा हॉल्स में खड़ा है
strange position to find ourselves in.
एक बंदा एपुश
Considering how
मार
we
करके
started
खड़ा है
this series
भाई
out, Tom, I thought we were in for a quick day, and well, it might be 3
ये सब
maps,
क्यों
but with the
पता है
way
डिफॉल्ट
things are going,
स्ट्रांग
it could
है
be in the
लोग
run time of 2.
स्ट्रांग डिफॉल्ट
13-8, 13-5, and Gen.G now leading 5-1. The question: how many rifles can EDG carry through to the next round? Already one is spotted towards the elbow, and there's the crunch coming in from Meteor. He gets one, and there's more players on the way. They're willing to commit. They're boxing him in.
नहीं बच पाओगे.
Chichu knows his only chance is to come out swinging to try and take the fight before they pincer him. Unfortunately, nothing is found. Rifles are dropped.
6-1 baby, 6-1.
Just their economy that's in the bin. It should also be their mental. This is a really tough position to play from.
Yeah, they're so prepared for everything that they want to do. Kankan's initial aggression, I think he's actually caught by his own teammate's flash initially, so unable to find anything on the peak. The push into middle also.
What is default? Default is
basically
basically
he's dead.
एक होता है स्ट्रैट्स
okay, now they can go
जहाँ
for
पे
their
तुम
execute.
एग्जीक्यूट
They
करते हो
get rid of the
सीधा
real
A
danger.
push, B push,
And the only
mid
round
to
that they've
A,
won so far on the EDG side was
mid to
purely
B.
based of
ये
Smoggy
होता है
managing to get
स्ट्रैट्स कि
a
तुम लोग पुश
multi-frag
करते
on the
हो.
site.
डिफॉल्ट इज जब तुम लोग पुश मार्क
Again,
करते
the
हो
ult's being farmed
कि
up.
कितने लोग ए पुश मार्क कर रहे
Meteor one away,
और
Munchkin one away.
कितना लिमिटेड एबिलिटीज डाल के वो लोग इन्फो ले रहे
This round though.
वो डिफॉल्ट होता है
Maybe can try and do a little bit of damage, but
कि अगर सामने
that's all
इतना
the
यूटिल्स आ
optimism I
गया
have
तुम
left.
सिर्फ ये यूटिल डाल के रोक के तुम कितना
A
इन्फो
little bit of
पास कर
damage.
सकते हो
Look at their economy on Gen.G.
क्योंकि फॉर
It's not
एग्जांपल
gonna do
समझो कि
anything
अगर
like
तीन
short
यूटिल
of
अलग अलग
them
एजेंट
being
से
able
ए
to
पे आया
completely
तो
break open
तीन ए पे
this attacking
या
side
फिर
for
ए
coming
स्टैक
rounds.
रहेगा
Good
या
shot
फिर वो
by
लोग यूटिल
Smoggy.
डाल के
That's
रोटेट
texture
किए
down
रहेंगे
already.
बी पे तो लेकिन तीन
Some
का है सीन
But we need
मिनिमम
to see a lot of
ये
rifles
सब
dropped, and really
लेके
we're looking
चलते
for
हो
a round win for EDG. Every
this could be big.
time they run a nice position. Oh no!
Oh, shit.
Puts his gun away, and instead,
Oh,
a
shit.
little bit later, but it still works out for Karen. There was a chance that he gets
HP.
picked off. but
लाके
that
suppress
look
हुआ
was
था.
filthy, and again, look, they're just going to use the Cosmic Divide, get themselves the afterplant. And do I believe there's any hope in the afterplant? Maybe. They've at least eliminated one of the players, but I don't think they realize just yet where everything's going down.
Yeah, just look up in the sky, see that Cosmic Divide, that'll give it away. But they were looking to clear out any lurkers around, no one to be found. Rifles potentially retrievable. Something.
क्या लगता है हीरो वेंडल
But if you're on EDG right now, the real concern is Smoggy and
Nah.
Haodong being so low. A bullet, all that's needed to take down the final player,
भाई,
and it is delivered
अच्छा खेल
easily.
रहे हैं
That
ना?
one didn't really seem under threat. Was Gen.G tighten their hold on this map and on this series with a
अच्छा
6-1
खेल रहे हैं.
lead. The one saving grace,
डिफॉल्ट इज
Tom,
प्रीवियस डिफॉल्ट
that
पोजीशन
EDG
ऑफ
have
द
4
स्टार
ultimates
राउंड
coming into the next round, and they've called the timeout, and they'll be full bot. If ever
बट
they were
उसमें
going to
भी
put
इट्स
another round
नॉट
on
लाइक
the
यू
board,
हैव लाइक
this is really where you
वन
wanna see it.
डिफॉल्ट ऐसा नहीं रहता
Not bad.
चार
ultimates
पांच
for a
टाइप के
retake as
डिफॉल्ट
well.
रहते हैं
'Cause
मतलब
that has been their
सोवा
major
ए
problem.
देखेगा
Just
तीन
look at
मिड
the
रहेगा एक
deaths.
बी रहेगा
It's not something I say
या
too
फिर
often, but look
चार
at the
एक
deaths
जगह
over
पे
at
रहेगा
GG.
मिड पे
Munchkin
कैम
has died
रहेगा एक
once,
बंदा बी
Karen has
रहेगा
died twice. And
ऐसा
that's because
अलग
they are
अलग टाइप के
playing
डिफॉल्ट
for the
रहते हैं
late
अलग
round
अलग
every
राउंड
single
के
time.
हिसाब से वो
Karen's
आईजीएल
lurks have
डिसाइड
been
कर देगी
sublime,
क्या करना है
but
वो
they're
राउंड
so ready to just play in those
कंसीडरिंग क्या क्या
afterplant
इन्फो उसको
situations.
मिल
Now
रहा
at
है
least with something like a Hunter's Fury, maybe an aggressive push from Kankan with the Blade Storm, they might be able to
सोने
clear
में
out
मजा
some
है
of those
आज सब
late
लोग जल्दी
flanks.
सोएंगे हाँ?
I'm also looking though at the fact that he's got the operator, because he has been getting into a lot of early fights and losing pretty much every single one of
Look
them.
at that miss.
gun
Tank
that
interceptor
pretty much made him
650 है
famous.
इफरा भाई वाली love you Aish bhai
It's in his hands once again, and if you're on
Love
that
you.
EDG side, we are going into round number 8.
Congratulations, Ayush,
That is how
congratulations.
dire the situation is right now for the Chinese powerhouse.
Squad that came out swinging on map 1 on Gen.G's map pick. They
Yeah.
set the tone for the
well
series.
if
The tone
there is a
has
comeback
changed
it should
dramatically
be now
since we left Icebox. They've cooled
What do
down
you mean
on
by
EDG,
push mark?
and Gen.G coming
you
in
wait
hot
for
on
them
breeze.
to push
An 8th
and
round
not die
about to kick off.
and
Gen.G
have a
could be on
angle
7
advantage
when we
and
leave
try
this
to
one.
kill
As I
This
said,
is basically push
EDG
mark.
have 4 ultis to play with. Bit of a concern though, with the retakes
चार
constantly
ult
needing to
है
be played on
operator
A,
है
with an ult for Meteor that we've seen used before to just clear this side out, get them on there, and get the plant in. And then if it's Munchkin planting, that's the Viper's Pit. If he takes the orb, that's the Viper's Pit, and a really tough way back through. We're going for a Hunter's Fury, blind as a bat. And unfortunately, it's not found anything. With the orb retrieved, here
भाई
comes the
ये
pit to
क्या
cover the plant.
ult मारा
Now
है
you
बे
don't have
वाइपर ने
that Hunter's Fury to clear your way back through. The null command, it's not in on time, and there's not
अबे
really
Astra को
a lot
देखो
of coordination for
Astra
EDG
कहाँ
right
पे
now.
वो कहाँ
They're
से
still covering out some of this
push mark
map.
कर
It
रहा
looks
था
like they want to go forward. There's a flank on the way from Karen. There's really
और
not
वो
a
लोग
lot going
स्पाइक
for
पे
this
बैठ भी नहीं
defensive side,
सकते
even though it's
एस्ट्रा
a
का लर्क
5v4.
इतना अच्छा है
The odds are
स्पाइक पे
stacked
बैठेगा
against
तो भी पुल है ये है
So
वो
much
है
needs to happen, and I don't even know if they're going to get anything
अब
again.
क्या
Can't got caught with no gun in hand, and Karen is just doing
है बे
so much damage, devastation. Smoggy
देखा
at
ना
least
Astra
it's
का
just
लर्क
exit kills, padding the stats because the round's already over. Gen.G are running a clinic over on EDG. The team that didn't fear Gen.G are just
Yeah.
getting ruined by
GG
them.
bro
How
भाई
many
बहुत
times have
अच्छा
we
खेल
seen
रहा
a knife be pulled out? And that's the second that somebody peeks the
है
angle.
बहुत बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं बे, बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
It's just so unbelievable. Like we mentioned the flank, but I didn't expect that level of impact.
the funny thing
ये लोगों को
was,
पुश करना पड़ेगा, मिड पुश या फिर बी पुश.
At that point, the round was already over.
They were going for a save, right?
बहुत टिल्ट हो रहे हैं, मिड पुश या बी पुश कुछ करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम है कि उनके पास राउंड्स भी तो नहीं है एग्रेसिव खेलने के लिए. मतलब 7-1 बहुत हैवी है यार.
They're running the one with the double initiator with the Cypher, and they're the ones that end up looking like fools.
ये देखो एस्ट्रा देखो किधर
every
है,
single round.
और एस्ट्रा को मारने के लिए उसको आगे जाएगा तो वाइपर भी है, और वाइपर को मारा तो एस्ट्रा है.
Like I just don't think that Chichu's been able to find anything, and it's
देखा?
gonna get one for free. Finally, Munchkin's died, by the way. I think
ये
that's only
default है
death number
basically.
2.
क्योंकि ऐसा एंगल है कि
He's been
एस्ट्रा को मार नहीं
I think he
सकते.
was 7-1, unless he died last round as well. But even still, he's barely died. But yeah, the Viper's pit was online until right at the end, so yeah, I think that was.
I don't know whether they are irritatingly good. Yep.
And I think Karam will only be on like maybe 3.
बट बाकी लोग पनिश करेंगे बे, वो लोग ने जैसे स्प्लिट खेला ना मेरे हिसाब से बाकी पनिश करेंगे. ब्रीज बहुत बात दिख रहा है, ब्रीज परफेक्ट दिख रहा है.
And he's shut down immediately. Lackey is caught in the corner though, trapped in there, and the big iron takes him down. Back up.
Nice.
Well, the first shot doesn't hit. Meteors most certainly does. They don't know that there's a player sitting on the site. Smoggy has a chance, but I think he just broke the gate crash, so now the info will be there that there is still someone sitting around. There's going to be a bodyguard on the planter, so no chance to deny it. And the real hope, okay, well that was actually a good chance. Some damage done. The eyes focused forward, good flash, and good punish. Even though Chichu catches one from behind, he's going to swing straight into this up. I like the cage. Great use of it. Great swing. Oh, but he doesn't hit the kill shot. 55 HP, but that's enough for Texture to still be able to duel. And with Meteor coming around the other side, I don't see a lot of ways this goes for Chichu. He needs to be quick, clean, and clinical. Good shot, good correction as well. Meteor forced back, and the defuse is underway. No utility for the Yoru. It's going to be a drive peek, and it's worked out
close.
again for Gen.G.
Possibility था, अच्छा खेला बे.
But again they lose, and 8-1 we go.
सब बराबर था बे, लॉर केज में सब बराबर था.
For the defenders.
निकाल सकते थे.
No, that was one of the best opportunities for them. A few pieces of individual brilliance, an aggressive push, some team play that worked out, but they met Meteor at the end and they went extinct.
दो इनिशिएटर जरूरी था क्या EDG? दो इनिशिएटर प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो इन्फो लेके कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे ना, कि वो लोग कितना पैसिव खेल रहे हैं Gen.G. एम कंट्रोल ले रहे हैं और लेने के लिए, या फिर वो लोग एकदम पीछे से खेल रहे हैं. एल्बो लर्क हो रहा है, हॉल्स लर्क हो रहा है.
For EDG, they probably would have called a timeout coming into this round if they still had one, but they've burned them up. They're on their own now.
इसमें भी देखो,
all on their lonely.
ने स्मोक डाल के रखा है. कुछ नहीं करना है उसको, स्मोक डाउन, स्मोक अप बस.
The way back through that could help.
उधर सप्रेस हो गया, अभी स्लोली वो लोग मिड कंट्रोल ले, एक मैन कंट्रोल ले.
One that lets them get close from middle and then pop. No. He's out. Okay, cool.
What the fuck?
Oh no, he's not.
भाई मोमेंट सेक्सी था यार. ये इसको कैसे लगा? इसको कैसे लगा?
That's one of the best Hunter's Furies I've ever seen.
Oh भाई.
That's ridiculous from Lakia. After a first map to forget, he has been fantastic ever since. Back with a vengeance.
And look who it is they killed, Tom.
एक तेरा देश मेरा से देख रहे.
No way back through for them now.
कैसे reset होते ना वो लोग, ऐसा reset होता है, ऐसा.
He's got some support, but again, there's a smoke to deny them a Meteor in an aggressive position.
Scripted हाँ, वो लोग ने कॉल किया था ये राउंड में मैं यहाँ पे बैठा रहूँगा, वीडियो कॉल पे बात कर रहा हूँ.
9-1. Whether you predicted the first and the second map, I think you're a bit crazy if you did. But if you thought this is how map number 3 was going to go,
मेरा सारा predictions right गया.
And how is it living in Korea?
This is just so disgusting. Was there? Am I mistaken in saying that there was nothing to give away that player's position? That was a blind fire, the Hunter's Fury, right? He's pulled back the bow.
They're both doing it.
3 pulls of the bow, and every single one hit their mark. Bullseye after bullseye. 9-1. Gen.G are absolutely stealing this series away. They got dominated on their map pick.
well.
On the last map in this one. Explain that one.
Well. ये मजा आया.
Either way. The drone's going to give a little
But
bit of
मजाक सेट कर यार,
it
कांग
really is
बंदा बहुत प्यारा
a
है.
bleak reality. for EDG right now. We saw on the
एक
player
इतना यंग बंदे को एक टीम में इतना ज्यादा एनर्जी खुद दे रहा है, खुद स्टार प्लेयर है, मतलब मैच एक इंसान कितना करेगा?
You shut this man out completely, but that has been the story thus far.
ये गया.
Even being played with by an opponent. You can see just trying to make this awkward, try and make this confusing, and there's Texture. Even still though, Khan has managed to take him down. A trade, which I'll be honest, so far has been unusual. A deep mid position from nobody, but walks away. Just as they make the cross, the entire team comes out, and then Khan peeks into the lot of them. He has had a cursed game so far. Finally, we see
there's
a Cypher. He got a tag, Tom! He got a tag! It's because they're finally going B. That doesn't happen very often. It doesn't matter though. They're still losing every single fight ahead of them.
By क्या हो गया बे Gen.G को यार?
They've actually entered into the B site. I don't know where he's hoping to go here. They're so ready for it.
ला क्या भाई दिल से बुरा लगा.
Drop the player planting, but it's after they've already planted. Amal, just as every other round goes, it is
4 बंदे के सामने.
Ridiculous.
Huh?
I don't even remember what round EDG won. To be honest, this has been the most.
It was the round where Smoggy got, I think it was 3 kills on the back.
You're right. Yeah, it was the pyramid play.
I remember
Flash
it
up
because
top.
it's the only thing that's
the only thing that's happened. Like, you could study this. You could watch this back again and again. Icebox.
Oh, look what they're buying. Look at what they're buying.
Stop.
Look at what they're buying.
तेनू नया map leaks.
Look at what
Look
at what they're doing.
They've got backup weapons for days and 3
This is the Khan waiting angle.
What?
Where does he peek? Does he peek A main? Does he peek into middle? That's where Khan is. They're waiting for it. This is so disgusting. They know it's coming as well.
Oh no, they know where Texture is. What a disaster. Bladestorm used as well. Upshot fires out. It was Munchkin letting loose on that shot, swapping the weapon over for a Phantom, and they're still keeping the 3. It's just juggled around. Now it's Lakia who's going to be your opper. I don't know how they're running this. You know, you take one shot, then you juggle it over, right? That's your chance gone.
Don't mess with Gen.G wala scene.
They're already dropping them.
Oh no. Poor form, but they do have to make a play eventually. 50
seconds
left.
It's
time to push forward. Hey, 2 ops on attack. It's still pretty good. Still pretty unique.
Meteor taking space. There hasn't been a battle or a brawl in this round. EDG have played a little bit more passive. It doesn't make a damn difference. They're being battered. Khan again tries to be the hero, but this time and every time he has been shut down. Howdong, Chichu. Well, there's nothing they could do. A nice shot at least. Still know where they are. But knowing and doing anything about it is going to be another thing altogether. The plant not the safest, but that's cover. They didn't even need the plant in the end.
Bro.
It is 11-1 scoreline. The most dominant half we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yep.
And it will have to be an even more dominant one if they're going to turn this around.
Yeah, fair play if anybody can beat that moving forward in the event. I'm not expecting to see a much better half than this on any map. Absolutely gobsmacked by this attacking side of Gen.G. 11 rounds, an EDG that came in the start of the day looking like favorites, playing like favorites. And Gen.G have found themselves behind. Let's hear from Munchkin. We sat down with them earlier on.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있는 먼치킨이라고 합니다. 제 IGL
자체가
팀원들이 잘하는 플레이 방식을 약간 돋아주면서 더 잘할 수 있게 하는 게 제 IGL 스타일링이기 때문에 저희 어느 선수든 나 이거 지금 해보고 싶다, 진짜 이거 할 수 있을 것 같다라고 항상 콜을 해주면 그런 방향성을 최대한 밀어주는 것 같아요. 크레이지라는 팀에서 속해 있던 저는 그때도 나이가 적은 편은 아니었지만 되게 성격이나 게임적으로 되게 어렸던 것 같고 지금의 젠지는 그래도 이제 청소년기가 조금 지난 그런 사람인 것 같아요.
Munchkin now just too late to the party, tries, and actually might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger.
Yeah, 2 घंटे पहले.
Damage from this. That's a little surprising as Munchkin now ready for it, gets it. He gives them the tiniest of margins.
사실 멀리서 이제 유럽 경기를 보고 북미 경기를 볼 때는 되게 다 무서웠는데
कंकंग बहुत जल्दी एक्साइटेड और टिल्ट हो जाएगा नहीं
푸시픽이 가장 무서운 것 같아요.
वो अभी भी वो टीम को हाइप कर रहा था बे
늦은 시간인데 경기 끝까지
लास्ट टू लास्ट राउंड में भी वो टीम को हाइप कर रहा था वो नहीं होता इतना
좋은
जल्दी
성적으로 걷어갈 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, Munchkin's sitting 10-2 right now. I imagine he's going to be pretty happy with his performance and probably the performance of his team overall. 10-round lead, 2 needed to close it out. The pistol may well seal EDG's fate, and even the best teams in the world will refer to those pistols as a coin toss. That's not a coin toss I'd like to be participating in if I was EDG.
No, I think the word screwed comes to mind. If they pull this one off, we'll be raving about it for a long time. But the fact is, Gen.G, they started slow, they built in map 2, and now they are looking unstoppable. A chance for the first time in their history, not only making it to a Masters, but making it to a Masters playoffs for a lot of these players. That was a dream that may never have come. And with a roster that many wouldn't have expected to be this damn good, they are just 2 rounds away from making that history and being, well, maybe even one of the favorites to take the crown. Still, the players up against them are not ones that you can be foolish, that you can give chances to, and they have struggled on this defensive time before. EDG clearly not giving up just yet, but this man in pistol rounds is devastating as ever. The lurking Karen is all that remains.
उफ भाई अगर रिवर्स हो गया ना तो मेरा हो गया भाई गेमिंग
Gets caught by that. There's the info to play with.
अगर रिवर्स हो गया तो मेरा गेमिंग
It
से
will be
हो
a
गया
legendary comeback. Concon using Fnatic's pistol. He'll have to channel some of that energy.
मैं अनइंस्टॉल कर रहा हूँ
Yeah, you need more than that.
और
well,
कुछ और करूँगा
it's a mini victory, so to speak, for EDG.
यहाँ से अगर कमबैक मारा ना
doubled the rounds here with the pistol win. That's, yeah, that pretty much summarizes this game so far. It's been tough.
But that was the thing. We saw that comeback happen because of a fantastic tactical pause.
Do you reckon they'll have one, Tom?
No, not until overtime at least. They've got to do
अगर
it on
comeback
their
हो गया
own.
तो
The
नंगा
coaches,
नाचना
they mentioned it. I think it was Chichu in the interview we saw earlier. How much they think the coaches really impact them. How much they lead by example while they're silenced. You're going to have to rely, well, either on their opponents eventually taking one. I guess that will be the real possibility. Even still, though, Texture going for a little bit of an investment here.
So वापस पैमने
Not a
लगते
whole
हैं
lot to play with, and of course, you don't really expect any players to be saving too much here for the side of EDG because you can't afford to play a bonus round in the next.
Part of me sees this as a Gen.G round, but how things have been going. Texture's dealt with, though, and now my odds are switching up a little bit. EDG have site control. Man advantage times 3. And well, it looks like Gen.G will fall flat in this eco round. 1 kill for Lakia. And we're at the stage with 2 rounds needed for Gen.G. I don't really care how much damage they do.
Click that.
They can make this a bit more costly. And for Munchkin,
kill
picked up a sheriff. He's close to the spike. There's a couple players getting close to ultis. 11-2 though, he can do what he likes. Probably just going down to the spike.
Yeah, to be honest, they've had so many plays that have been based off confidence. I wouldn't even mind too much if he tried to just do some damage. They have such a ridiculous lead, but clearly just wanting to make sure that they don't give any of those orbs over to, well, Khan, Howdong, and instead we'll just go down to the spike. Now, I fully expect that any weaker weaponry here for EDG is just upgraded. You can't be playing a bonus round here. You are too far behind. If you allow them to get to 12, you're playing for overtime, and we are at least seeing rifles purchased up. It's still not going to be the best of buys, though. That's the thing. I think an Outlaw's been purchased in the place of a Marshal. That's a slight upgrade at least, and it will still allow them to buy into the next round, but even with the slight weaknesses, EDG need to win this.
Well, EDG have 3 rounds and Munchkin has 3 deaths. It's been a pretty strong game for Gen.G so far, and now the rifles come out. As you said, EDG have some upgrades, but there's no such thing as, oh, well, we lost the bonus, it's all good. No. You gotta win that bonus, and nobody's off to a flying start with Karen already down and out. Gen.G's numbers thin out, and the A site, well, you see, with the wall already up, I think they're gonna wait for another pulse. And the wall goes down. Kankan might have an opportunity to spray away. Good spray through. It's dealing some damage. Texture's forced back, caught by nobody. This is a good look for the side of EDG, trading out one after another. We said they needed to win this bonus, and it looks like they've got it locked down. But Meteor, has a free kill. And it's been left to a 1v2. Very winnable for Meteor. TP, I love this. I don't know if he's going to commit. I imagine it's a fake for info, and then he can sneak his way
अगर कोई है जो कर सकता है, it is this guy.
Both players sat back. He does take the TP. It's being watched by Kankan. Both players around this angle. It would have to be
भाई उसको अकेले छोड़ दिया था. Cross नहीं कर रहे थे लोग.
One of the most confident players decides it's not worth it. Smart stuff from EDG. Not going to overextend.
One round at a time, baby. One round at a time. One round at a time.
To start what will be one of the most ridiculous comebacks of all time. Still, I don't think until we get to 8 or 9 rounds, I'm even going to start thinking about what could be on the cards. And you can see the confidence that's there. Like, that push from Karon is ludicrous. It just goes walking out. You can kind of understand it at this point when you won that many rounds in a row.
You only needed to work once for Gen.G.
No Jinx, please. और नहीं देख सकता.
Now, here's the interesting thing. 11-4. A huge lead for Gen.G. And they decide to call a timeout. Funny, because you mentioned, Tom, earlier about how Chichu was complimenting the coaching staff of EDG, saying how important it is for them to touch base with them. The Gen.G have given them an opportunity to do so, but obviously they're just concerned about closing this game out.
When your coach is solo, one of the legendary Korean FPS players, you don't care who's on the other side. But I'll be honest with you. He is someone who was there at the beginning of Valorant. He was there in titles before Valorant for many, many years. He has so much experience that I think they're going to value that a lot more than, okay, now after gets to talk to his team as well. I also think there is just an aspect of momentum breaking. Because the fact is, I think of any team that we have in the scene, you watch Kankan's camera, when that guy gets pumped up,
लाल है दिखा दिया. मेरा career है भेजो इतना लाल.
Create the calm. Use your pauses for that. It might even
comeback
just be
13-3. हाँ पता है.
Okay, let's calm down. We're not done. We're not through yet.
13-3 comeback पता है, लेकिन ये 11-1 था ना.
When you've got a lead like that, you see your players playing loose. I can also understand just calling that timeout to say, yeah, everybody calm down. Let's play the game. Let's just close it out. We're not here to give EDG a way back in. And if you do, well, they will certainly take it. Yeah. Big lead for Gen.G. Defensive side, couple of investments, but nothing huge. Mostly Sheriffs, a Marshall, and a Bookie to back them up. For Gen.G,
अच्छा तो खेल रहे EDG.
Sometimes you'll see these rounds where you group up, try to play the numbers.
Bola,
it's such a big map. It's not really a gamble they want to take. Instead, just playing defaults and hoping they can pop off individually. I think really they're just thinking about the next round.
Well, I'm definitely intrigued by a Bucky on Breeze.
Oh shit.
I'm not sure it's something that will necessarily be expected, but when you have that extra controller in the form of Karon, you can create little pockets for someone like Lakia to play. And as said, his resurgence in this series has been fantastic. And his resurgence in the scene in general. He had to go through being slightly trapped to a one-map player to being trapped in the tier 2.
Oh,
and now he's been shot in the face. I was optimistic. One of those plays you never really expected to work. Meteor, though, still making things interesting. But he will fall as well. Munchkin a little bit out of the action. Looking to keep the rounds to death's ratio the same.
यार सच्ची मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Technically died to the spike, which doesn't come up.
सच्ची बैंचो तारीफ करूँ कि नहीं करूँ.
We're being pedantic.
He's died a few more
सच्ची तक गया हूँ मैं भी.
But for EDG,
बैंचो अब भी तो तारीफ की भाई zero latency वही ना यार.
Full buy for Gen.G next. Deja Vu starts to ring true, but the attacking side has had a good run of things in this round at least. Damage is very minimal. Nobody and Howdong both extremely low to the Sheriff. They're just going for the exit.
मारना तो मारो उसके बैंचो.
Well, Munchkin might not die to the spike. It depends how quickly he pushes out here. Still being watched on the cross, but he finds a nice, safe corner to go down to it. So he'll still be able to buy in the next 11-5. EDG on their way, but still A long distance left to go.
भाई लोग को मिड वाला अच्छा था बे वो लोग कर सकते हैं
वापस. He's 13-9 right now, 3 assists.
अगर
He
उसको
was 3
पनिश करने के
kills,
लिए
8
कुछ है नहीं
deaths,
वैसे
1 assist on map 1. I mean, it was an abysmal map for him on Icebox, but Split and Breeze, he's back in the game.
Well, it still seems like it was the closest map so far.
Well, one down at a
Things are
time.
going elsewhere, but there we go. 11-5.
Gen.G हरामीगिरी कर रहा है guys, light armor.
Starting
ताकि
to
वो लोग का
bridge the
पैसा खत्म ही ना हो.
That's one hell of a way to kick off the buy round. I said there's always a worry if this man starts gaining confidence. Well, it doesn't get any better than that.
1 shot, 2 kills. Gen.G left to rely on very scattered hold. Look at the minimap. You can see those defenders are going to have big performances when the push comes down. And it looks like EDG want to shove into the A site. This is Texture's opportunity. The drone could clear it.
I think it's high time that they consider.
It's about to go up and the push to come through. Texture, no dash. He's being silenced, suppressed, but he still fires back. 23 HP though. And the players are quickly circling him, encircling him, I should say, and finally taking him down. Munchkin and Karen to do it all. Nice shot by Karen.
Viper
There's
का
an
पोजी
opportunity.
देखो.
If he can buy some time, the flank will catch another off guard, and now it's winnable again. Gen.G has suddenly found legs in the round, but a snake fight in hand leads to Munchkin's death. Karen has to clutch this alone. He's keeping his opponent behind the pyramid, but nobody jumps up top to take
But वो लोग के पास buy है
it down.
वापस.
6 for EDG.
Texture के पास
The
ult है
gap
शायद.
down to 5. It's not quite manageable yet.
Yep.
But this attack side is really picking up some momentum.
ये round अगर जीत गया.
Somehow, Khan is only
ये round अगर जीत गया.
I don't know how that's a thing.
11-7
off the map, they did.
और सारे EDG ultis वापस आएंगे.
Has the Blade Storm.
भाई possible है.
Quicker round.
हाँ है.
I guess attempting something a little bit more explosive. Blade Storm available on the other side as well. But yeah, I guess maybe the surprise factor of that operator now being gone. It's not like they don't have the finances for it.
That is the like ने क्या like कर दो. We are close to 11k likes.
Patience. Interesting actually, considering how passive they're holding in this
मेरे
round at
बुंड
the
में से
moment.
पसीना आ रहा है bro.
I feel like that operator could have had some value. They could have removed the shock dart.
Hackers!
Now looks to reclaim that control, something that was given up earlier in the round, and it looks like they might be about to use Kankan as a bit of a sledgehammer. Information going to be found though. Already clearing out A main, and I don't know if he's going to get far enough. Might be able to spot some of the players in mid. That would be huge. He has. He's seen that they're still passively waiting. Will TP back to the site, but it means that they're not going to pull any early rotations just yet. In fact, though, EDG are going to use that as a move towards B.
भाई sexy दिमाग
Cage
बे
up from
EDG
Chichu
का.
as well. He's making his way around mid for the lurk. The rest of the players need to break through the B site.
क्या सोवा टाइम पे पहुंचेगा.
Them on the retake, but the fight is taken instead. Munchkin blinded up completely, but Kankan can't get it done with Karen on the side. 3 kills quickly found, and even the Blade Storm frag on the flanker. Easy peasy for Gen.G. They had a real handle on this round from the get-go, and 12-6. 1 more needed for Gen.G. 6 chances to pull it across the line. And I am amazed by what we've seen in these last 2 maps. This Gen.G squad, I don't know if they need to play a 1-map scrim before their next series, but they are just I would, if this was online, I'd say it's 5 different players, Tom.
B क्योंकि B बराबर था. 2 ही बंदे थे B
last
पे.
few series, it
और वो
does
execute में
kinda
Viper
feel
कुछ
like
कर
that.
भी
They
नहीं
always
सकता
seem
है
to
कि
lose one,
तू कुक डाल दिया रुका
except for an
दिया सीधे
overtime
घुस जाते हैं वो
victory
लोग.
for a 2-0 versus DRX. But that's also just something to talk about. The teams they're going through. It's not like they've had an easy route. You can't sit there and go, oh, you know, they beat one of the weaker teams in their region. They beat DRX, they beat PaperX, they've beaten Loud. These are teams that have all been within top 4 at international events. Now they look to beat the China #1, a team again who's been in the playoffs before, and this time it's looking like it might be theirs.
GG.
Just 2 kills away.
Q is
from
stuck.
creating history for their organization.
Jet already देख रहा है.
And it's looked like it is done and dusted. Gen.G will be the 2nd team to make it through to the playoffs.
Sexy killer.
Malakia, it is a return to greatness.
Sexy killer.
Wow. What a
भाई लाकिया
resurgence
को
for this
अलग से
man.
हक दो यार,
Not only on the
अलग से हक दो
international
बेचारा,
stage and scene,
एक
not
तेरा
just
देश
counting
मेरा
down
से
the years,
क्या
but
कमबैक
even in
मारा
this
है
series, 3
रोना नहीं,
kills,
रोना
18
नहीं।
deaths, and 1 assist to start it out. And he certainly woke up towards the second and
NTD
third map. But there's nothing
खेला रे,
that you could
अच्छा
do
खेला।
you could say to take this away from Gen.G as a squad. This team looks scary, threatening, and they're able to come back from these huge deficits from a rough map 1 to a dominant map 2 and 3. EDG played well.
यार बेचारा यार
Well enough
बुरा लगता
today.
है कांगन के लिए हाँ?
Yeah, I think it's been a fantastic showing, a great start from them, and unfortunately weren't able to battle back. But the real story here is with Gen.G. You've got returning heroes, teams that have been here before, players that have stepped into this team after maybe having underwhelming previous seasons. Like, expectations for this roster were nowhere near as high as this. Now, they sit top 4 in the world. They're looking at a chance of genuinely fighting for a trophy. And for some of the players, well, this is elation. This is time to prove
Hashtag
themselves.
OP.
For some of them, this is their
Hashtag OP
first
के लाई
time.
लो।
You're looking at Karon, someone who was stolen from Ranked. And right now, as said, top 4. That's where they currently sit within the VCT.
रैंक से उठाया भाई,
You never know who's on
मैंने
the
भी
other
तो
side.
स्ट्रिक्स को उठाया था रैंक से बेंचो,
Frankly, unbelievable
बड़वा
turn of
स्ट्रिक्स,
events. Gen.G, there were doubters. There
मैंने
were
भी
a
तो
lot of
उठाया था
doubters even
स्ट्रिक्स
after
को रैंक
regional
से यार।
performance coming onto the international stage. We weren't sure what we were going to get to see from these guys, but
Interview
all I
देखे
want to
जाता।
see is more
Interview
from
देखे
this
जाता।
squad. Texture especially, he was absolutely unbelievable in so many of these rounds, able to punch back just as hard as EDG came out, and I mean, silencing Concon, that's a feat of its own.
It must be nice having 2 duelists that are better than most teams' first duelists. Like, you look back to that split game, and it was just him and Meteor, both 22 kills apiece. You look at this game, okay, maybe Texture
Bro,
was a little
जीत
bit quieter,
गया
but he was just
Gen.G,
basically
जीत
running
गया।
straight into the site. But Meteor was
11-1
and then
by
I said, you've got
Nightmare.
that supporting cast. It truly is a roster that looks complete at this stage, and honestly, if you're heading into the playoffs, I don't want to face up against this team, because even on this was one of their worst maps, and they just dominated.
Tom, what did we say? What did absolutely everybody say when we saw the veto come through? I heard whispers all throughout the stadium. Why the hell do they keep letting Breeze through?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I don't think that anyone's going to be asking that moving forward. Jen was right. This is clearly a map that they're confident on. It's definitely a map that they're good on. And now other teams might consider taking it out, but with Split in there as well, I don't know what you want to do. That was a hell of a statement by Gen.G, taking down EDG in the fashion that they did over on Split. Now we got to see if anybody can stop this squad. They're looking for the top.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's almost like you have to start picking their strongest maps in the hope that maybe today
I feel
they're just
humble
not going to be that
करना
good on them,
जरूरी था
because
EDG को।
they're
already
clearly happy
humbled
to
है
play
बे।
their weaker ones. It really is an interesting
वो लोग
prospect with
का
this
गेम का
roster.
पैशन
And
और
honestly, it's been
गेम का
enjoyable.
प्यार
Obviously,
अलग है
for the
बे,
other
वो लोग
side of
वैसा
things, in EDG, it's not the
बैंटर
end.
बुंटर
They're
वाले
still going to
लोग
be
नहीं
coming
है।
back. But either way, we're
वो
going to
लोग
be heading
बंदी
on
वैसे,
now to an
समझ रहे हो?
interview down with Texture.
Too much emotions.
Y aquí estamos con Texture y con Jen. We're here joined by Texture and Jen for some translating, and we're going to talk about a little bit what happened into this match. Actually, both of
मैंने भी बात किया था ना टेक्सचर से चैट
have gone the
गुड
other
मॉर्निंग गुड
way.
मॉर्निंग
Do you think that it is just you dropping the ball, or maybe the preparation is not on point for the tournament? What do you think is happening?
그동안 경기를 보면 좀 젠지의 맵픽에서 아쉬운 결과가 있었거든요. 좀 준비 과정에서 아쉬웠던 부분이 있는 건지 아니면 좀 어떻게 설명할 수 있을지 궁금하다고 합니다.
맵픽이요? 네. 맵픽에서는 사실 저희 생각으로는 전혀 문제 없었고요. 근데 오늘은 조금 되게 의외였었던 것 같아요. 뭐지? 어센트를 밴을 할 줄은 몰랐어요. 그게 다예요.
No, I don't think the map vetoes or preparation were the problems, but what did catch us kind of off guard was EDG banning Ascent.
Ok, that is a good one. Parece ser que no les preocupa mucho que hayan fallado y hayan perdido los 2 map picks que han tenido hasta ahora. La verdad que la mayor sorpresa dice que es que EDG les haya baneado el Ascent. Eso es lo único que les ha sorprendido un poco. Para la segunda pregunta,
मुझे क्यों फील आ रही है कि लाउड लोअर ब्रैकेट से आके तो देगा हो सकता है कुछ भी हो सकता है मास्टर्स क्रेजी हो रहा है अभी तक
very long matches. You always end up in that third map. Eventually, right, the pressure is going to catch up. Do you think that you deal very well with pressure, or is something that doesn't bother you at all also moving on to playoffs now?
계속해서 시원한 2대0 승리가 아니라 2대1로
भाई
경기를
इतना
이기고
बोलने के बाद
있는데
मैडम ने
이런
बोल दिया
부분에서
रिपीट
앞으로
तो
계속 플레이오프에 진출하면 점점 더 부담감이
बेस
강해질 수도 있잖아요. 이 부담감에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하고 있고 또 어떻게 좀 해결하려고 하고 있나요?
부담감은 전혀 없고요. 저희가 D심이 센 팀이라고 생각을 해서 근데 2대0으로 끝내고 싶은 게 간절하긴 합니다. 제 개인적으로.
No, not a lot of pressure. We're definitely okay with the pressure, but personally, I am desperate to close our series out 2-0. But we're pretty confident with our resilience and the ability to, you know, crawl back or even just to recover.
Dice que no, la verdad es que la presión no le molesta en absoluto. Le encanta
¿verdad?
la resiliencia que tienen y cómo son capaces de darle la vuelta a la tortilla. Aunque la verdad es que le gustaría mucho tener un resultado 2-0 para ir tranquilitos. Esto es todo lo que tenemos. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you in playoffs. Go get a long rest and let's toss this back to the desk.
Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you.
Hey, I got a question for you, Mimi. And hello, by the way, to Tom joining us on the desk.
यही क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर हम करेंगे कंटिन्यू कल, क्योंकि अभी सिर्फ बकचोदी होने वाली है और स्ट्रीम एंड होने वाला है, उनका भी और हमारा भी। चलो, मजा आया। हैवी मैचेस हुई, हैवी। कैम की पोजी बड़ी कैजुअल है। चलो गाइस, गुड मैचेस, मजा आया। चलो अभी मिलते हैं कल की दिन बहुत लंबी होने वाली है। कल हम मोस्टली रूटर पे लाइव आएंगे, उसके बाद मेरे को 5 बजे एक शूट है जो शायद 6-6:30 बजे चले, उसके बाद 7 या 6:30 बजे हम आ जाएंगे लाइव शूट होने के बाद। पहला थोड़ा वैलो खेलेंगे और उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। सो लॉन्ग डे टुमारो, लव यू। ठीक है, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, आदियोस चेडी में पादियोस, टेक केयर, मिलता है, बाय।